ata Māori e koutou, nei anō te mihi kia koutou I tēnei ata, ka hoki mai ki tō tātou mahi whakahirahira, o tō tātou māhere, o tō tātou kaunihera, tēnā koutou. So just welcome everybody, and awesome to have another day of hearings for our long-term plan. Great to see our submitters, some of our submitters in the room at the back. And as yesterday, this is a new meeting today, so it is the 575th council meeting, so welcome everybody. We had Karakia yesterday, we decided to leave that open for the whole hearing, so we'll finish that off on Thursday. We'll close that down, but just acknowledging everybody in the room, our staff and our councillors and our submitters, like I said, that are here already. So we're going to hear submissions on our draft long-term plan, and of course the hearings are running for 4 days. We had yesterday, we've got today, Wednesday, and then Thursday this week. Definitely got a quorum present, so that's great, and pleased to declare the meeting open. Just a reminder to everybody that the meeting is being recorded. You'll see the little red thing up there with the clock counting. That means it's been recorded, and in terms of other recordings and stuff, just got to make them aware to the chair if people want to do that. Electronic devices and phones can definitely be used, but they must be used to advance the business of the meeting, and any other things like that that might disrupt the meeting, just that's at my discretion. And some other just reminders about we do record or live stream meetings as we're doing now. We're doing a recording, and they may be we've got clear signage indicating that that's happening. You can see the blue sign over there on the wall, so people know that it's being recorded. And members of the public can make recordings too, just so you know. And any recordings must be notified to the chairperson at the commencement of the meeting. And we had a few things yesterday about not so much recordings, but photos being taken by the press, so that's all good. That was cleared with us. So just so everyone knows that's how that works. And another note about electronic devices and phones, like I said, must be used to advance the business of the meeting and not unduly disturb the proceedings. Members can make electronic digital recordings in an unobstructed manner. But if the chairperson may require that to be switched off if it is distracting the meeting. So that's just clarifying our standing orders around that. Apologies, have we got any apologies today? I've got Councillor Korakua and Councillor Cranwell online, but Councillor Southworth for lateness. Cool. Any others? No, I think that's it. And any
great, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Any conflicts of interest can be noted at the time of those submissions being heard. I've definitely got one today with Te Ara Kākāriki. I'm still the co-chair of that, so I'll step back from that one coming up later in the morning. And before we move on to the business, there's just a couple of resolutions we need to do. In terms of meeting duration, meetings can't go more than 6 hours under our standing orders, or after 10 PM unless the meeting resolves to continue. So there's, and no meeting can sit for more than 2 hours continuously without a break, but we'll definitely be having breaks. We've got breaks at 10:05, scheduled in, 11:10, 1 o'clock for lunch, and 3:10, and then another break at 5 PM. So we've got those breaks scheduled in. And we've got a couple of resolutions to pass just about that, so that we can sit for those longer than 6 hours. So they're all on the screen there. We've also got one about the chair of the meeting. So obviously Peter's the chair and I'm the deputy, so we take the lead in the meetings. I've also got Councillor Mackay to step in if she's needed during the day. So that's what the resolutions on the screen are about. And also there's a thing there about suspending normal standing orders in terms of how we debate or have questions. So is everyone happy with those things? on the screen.
I'll move, Craig.
Yep, Councillor Cranwell's moving. Seconder, Councillor Ward. All those in favour, say aye. Any against? Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to our report items, 4.1. And this is just about receiving the submissions we have today. Do I have a mover for these? Yeah, Councillor Scott and Councillor Swiggs. All those in favour, say aye. Any against? Thank you. Great. Okay, we're going to get into session 5. We are a bit early, but let's get on with it. We're happy. Our submitters are happy to go a bit earlier. Yeah, great.
Can we just go over the rules of each as well, please, Mr. Chair?
About each submitter?
Just the rules around how long people have, etc.
So they're 10-minute slots. Generally 5 minutes-ish for speaking, but if you want to speak longer than that's up to you, but you'll cut down time for questioning. So that's sort of the rough guidelines. Obviously, at the chair's discretion, we can go longer and have longer for questions. That's how it works, yeah.
Just clarifying, questions are for clarification only. Just wanting to confirm that questions are for clarification only. Okay, I'm just.
So you can ask questions of clarification, but definitely questions are better than statements. So questions, clarification, or to obtain more information is sort of what we're looking for. Yeah, all good. And so that's for councillors to think about when they're thinking about asking a question. You know, try to keep it to a question rather than talking too much. That's good. We're here to hear the people that have come to speak to us. So that's what we want to hear. So questions are good if they're short and concise. All good. So thanks, Greg. Thanks for that. So we're going to move on to the sessions. And first up, we've got Bill, and I know we've got others here from Summit Road Society as well. So please come. Oh, sorry. I've mucked that up on my list. Yeah, I've pulled the page too early. Sorry, we've got Quentin. Sorry, Quentin McDonald and Malcom Long from the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River Network. Sorry about that. So welcome, Quentin and Malcom. As you heard, 10 minutes roughly. Speak for as long or as short of that as you want, and then we'll have time for questions. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Quentin McDonald and Malcom Long. We're from the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River Network. Just to give you some context. It is on? So just to give you some context, we are a network of catchment groups. The Ōpāwaho catchment is really quite large. It's much of southern Christchurch. We see ourselves as a voice for the river. There are a lot of statutory responsibilities that various bodies have, but we see that things fall through the gaps, and we feel that we need a community voice for the river. So when you're out and you see people pulling out weeds or planting along the river, almost certainly they're one of our groups associated with the network. We really advocate for the regeneration of the health and the Māori of the river. And we try and connect our communities so that they bring areas of common interest.
Could we say from the outset, this is a really good way of presenting the draft plan, better even than last year, which we didn't think you could do, but so well done, particularly the supporting information that was extraordinarily well presented. And we also want to acknowledge that, you know, these are difficult times and it's hard to make those decisions for the environment at the same time as trying to find money. We think the options that you provided were good, a great idea actually, but a greater variation between them might have been even better maybe. I know you probably debated that a great deal, but just a point for the future.
So we see environmental protection obviously as a key responsibility if we can, and feel that there is really a community mandate for doing the maximum amount of work in this area. We would strongly support option one. Community groups like ours and our network can only do so much. There are larger issues, for example, the issue of sediment in our river, which need action at really all levels of government. And for that reason, as I said, we would strongly support option one as an investment in the future. You know, money spent now, I suspect, very strongly is going to result in decreased need for spending for future generations.
In terms of the targeted rate, we think this is an excellent response to the biodiversity crisis, and we strongly support it. If we could say anything about that, we might say that 72 cents and 100,000 is probably a pretty low bar, and maybe you'd look at increasing that, or maybe increase it this time. I mean, $1 wouldn't be a lot. And, you know, supporting for community-based groups, as Quentin said, you know, has a big multiplying effect. And so we really look forward to this targeted rate.
I'll just say a little bit more about support for community groups. We feel that this is something that ECAN may want to reflect on and consider whether there's a greater role to be had. One thing that I think will strengthen our community actions for biodiversity protection is having some sense of consistent funding over a reasonable long period of time. And perhaps we can go a little bit further to start thinking about whether ECAN should be coordinating community efforts, going as far as maybe encouraging the formation of new groups. And, you know, all this could be done within the scope of a contestable fund model, which, you know, may be the best way to allocate the funds raised by a targeted rate.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, you're doing excellent work across the whole of your area in this regard, in community preparedness and the hazards. And you could probably not do enough ever, even if you double the amount, you know, supporting option two, in particular because you asked for it. But you could spend twice as much. And there is, you know, under the current climate change issues, you're never going to be able to get on top of it completely. So, well done.
In terms of public transport, that may seem a little peripheral to our interest, but actually one of the challenges that faces our is the issue of zinc contamination. And there's a number of sources for this. Some of them are industrial at the top of our catchment, but one area is from tyre dust, and that's a pretty tricky problem to solve. Really, the only feasible way to solve it is to reduce vehicle movements. And so we definitely strongly support option one for public transport. We see that, you know, better public transport options lead to fewer cars on the road. So better public transport options, fewer cars on the road, and subsequently less zinc in the river.
And thanks for the opportunity to advocate on the river.
Great, thank you. I've got questions. Ian Mackenzie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was interested in your comments about thinking we need to have more different groups and that should be contested, so you're competing with each other. My brain would suggest that in terms of efficiency of getting the job done, it would be better to have lesser groups doing more work. But, could you just elaborate on your views around that?
I think our experience has been that people are most vested when it's in their community, and the community often in people's minds is their neighbourhood. And so while I think there's a place for a network like ours, our strongest groups are often the people that are, you know, literally walking a few steps to do to do their mahi. And so while I do sort of understand that there needs to be coordination, I think it's inevitable that we're going to need, neighbourhood level groups that understand the issues in their neighbourhoods and have the real vested interest in seeing an improvement.
So is that function of coordinating all those different groups? And I get what you're saying. Should that sit with us, or is that better to sit with Red Lake Rules to coordinate that effort?
It could be. It could be both. It could be either. But there is certainly a need for coordination. The more groups proliferate, the greater coordination is necessary.
Just one more, if I may indulge, Mr. Chairman. Catchment groups up in the rural areas, and the main doer of stuff in catchments, and they tend to have, and so they have catchment collectives, which is the organising group, and then lots of different groups, as you say, all associated with particular area, local, whatever it is, underneath that. And that makes it much easier for this organisation to work out who to fund and what and why to fund.
When it's a catchment and focused on a waterway, it probably works. When it gets away from that, when it becomes more hill-based, probably more difficult.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Edge.
Morning. My question is, you're mentioning funding. This multi-year funding, does that give you a greater level of certainty about what you can do from 1 year to another?
Yes, definitely. I mean, and it gives a sense of security, and I think it makes groups feel valued. Otherwise, they're spending an awful lot of their effort on administrative tasks such as raising funding. So it in the end, it becomes much more efficient, I think, for small groups that like ours.
Got it. Peter.
Oh, just my question is on your first, the third bullet point where you made saying options are a good idea, but greater variance between the values of options would have improved the concept. So is that in terms of monetary value or the inherent values of the options that were put forward?
Probably not monetary value. We look to the bottom line. Yeah, if there was a 10% difference, it probably would encourage people to say, well, what we can get for this extra 10%. It's probably both, actually, when you think about it.
And I think also perhaps a more vivid description of the consequences might be, a lot of us don't have a sense of what it means, say, to cut 100,000 over a week. And so it's required some research on behalf of the submitters. It might be interesting to know whether how consequence.
So I'd be interested just to push on that a wee bit further, because I think it's a reasonably interesting idea that you put forward that we haven't thought wider. But is that in terms of the top end of it or the bottom end of it?
Certainly the top end, I think. I think you need the bottom line.
Yeah. Thanks, Peter. Any other questions from council? No. Hey, Malcom and Quentin, thank you so much, and just acknowledge the work that you're doing on behalf of the awa, but also your communities. Thank you. And welcome the team from Summit Road Society. Come to the table. Yeah.
Can I just point out that I'm a volunteer who runs a trap line at Ohani for the society? Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. I'm sure you can. Kia ora. Hey, kia ora koroa. So, welcome here. But as you've heard, 10 minutes roughly. So speak for as long or short of that as you want, and I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Bill Martin. I'm the General Manager of the Summit Road Society, and with me this morning is Paula Jameson, the Chair of our board.
Thanks for the opportunity to present this morning. Our feedback is going to be focusing on the environmental regulation and protection option. Firstly, as a bit of background, Summit Road Society was formed in 1948 with the intent of enhancing, preserving and protecting the foothills for people to enjoy. We own and manage a total of 533 hectares on the foothills, which spans 4 reserves: the Lindenwoods Reserve, Navoka and Horitane Valleys, Hinatahi, which is above Governor's Bay and Hinatahi Valley, and lastly the Omahu Reserve, which includes Gibraltar Rock as well. Our work in these reserves is pretty varied, and it includes things like reforestation, predator and pest control, weed control, maintaining public access. And just to give you one example, in Avoca Valley we've planted 52,000 natives since 2021. We also lead the backyard community project called Predator Free Foothills. This project continues to grow, and we now have 1,700 households trapping, with 25 volunteer coordinators and 2,253 traps. And just before I get into our feedback, I'd like to acknowledge ECAN's support for the Summit Road Society and Predator Free Foothills. So in terms of that environmental regulation protection policy, we support option 1, and we also support a targeted rate for biodiversity from option 2. In relation to option 1, we support it for a number of reasons, primarily because we support the focus on bold and ambitious action for our natural environment. We also support the retention of community funding for the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund and the zone committees. And the intention to notify the regional policy statement and increased investment for native for review of the Canterbury biodiversity strategy. We oppose any cuts to community funding. We think the cuts are proposed in option 2 to the Y Fund and the zone committees, although small from ECAN's perspective, are significant from the community's perspective. Funding community groups is a very economical use of resources, as volunteers can achieve a great deal with a small amount of money. ECAN can also provide a leadership role by providing pathways for community organisations to access funding, including for multi-year projects. So we think both these funds require a significant increase in funding, not a cut. We do acknowledge that this will mean a slight increase in rates. However, we urge councillors to take a longer-term view. We're facing a climate crisis and a biodiversity crisis, and while there is a cost for action, there's also a cost for inaction. In relation to option 2, the Biodiversity Fund would provide more certainty of funding and multi-year funding, as mentioned by our previous submitters, with key community-led groups and organisations that have a proven track record and established long-term goals for biodiversity. Our only suggestion for the targeted rate is that it includes areas around the southern foothills as well. Currently, it excludes projects based in the section of the foothills that is in the Selwyn district. So this would exclude predator-free activity in Kaiapoi-Tuahiwi. Also excluded would be public reserves such as Omahu Bush, Ahuriri Scenic Reserve and Kennedy's Bush, and the Te Kahu Kura project, TKK, which aims to restore a thriving and resilient Indigenous forest in the southern foothills. Finally, just a quick mention about weeds. Weeds are some of the biggest threats to our native biodiversity, but they do not attract the same level of attention or funding as predators do. We desperately need a coordinated, collaboratively funded program to contain and, where possible, eliminate weed species. We know it's cheaper to tackle and easier to tackle weeds when they're in low numbers than wait for the problem to escalate. Yet it remains very difficult to find funding for weed control Although the Y Fund has been fantastic, most weed control operations are not eligible due to the use of contractors. So we urge ECAN to consider weed control when designing community funding criteria. If a new biodiversity fund is established, we ask ECAN to consult with the environmental sector on its design as it did with the Y Fund. We really valued the multi-year funding we received for predator-free Port Hills as it provided certainty for project planning. However, we would like to see some element of contestability to remain to ensure all organisations are given a fair opportunity to seek funding for their projects. The funding is allocated entirely to strategic partners. That is, there's no contestable funding. We're concerned that there could be winners and losers. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora, Phil. And Paula. Dion, and go to Dion first.
Yes, so I'm just quite interested in the two things. The last comment that you made around the contestable funds, and you always have winners and losers. You can have winners and losers, no matter what, really. The biggest problem that I'm hearing from a lot of submissions is that the money doesn't go far enough. So you've got a contestable. How do you get around that if we're going to have this a small amount of money? Because a lot of people asking for it. How do you think it would be better to get bang for buck? And just going into that point, is the other point that I have is we've got these other funds. Some of them are costing a heck of a lot of money to just get money out the door. But there's an operational issue around best bang for buck. So can you just kind of tease that out a little bit more, because I'm trying to sort of understand how we can, when we approve this funding, how we get it out the door so it's not costing so much money. I'm not convinced yet that that would be right.
There's no silver bullet between contestable and strategic. If you have all strategic partners, then you, as the previous submitter said, then you remove the opportunity for new players to come into and have access to that funding, and you remove the opportunity for the new community groups who are invested in your local community to be part of it. So, yeah, I don't know what the answer is. Here's your question, but I'd just like to highlight some of those issues that potentially involved.
Thank you, Phil. Pete.
Yeah, this is on the same thing, really. I mean, there's in excess of 100 submissions from Pest Peninsula to this annual, our long-term plan. And it seems to me that the more successful you are in terms of the work you do, the more is required. So there's more this an appetite there to keep going. And I guess one of the things along the lines of Councillor Sweet's question is this is my question to you, but how can we be more efficient here? Are there, with 100 submissions, there must be some crossovers here somewhere. And it's pretty hard sitting here. And we don't want people to have a big and bold approach, but we want to have the best outcomes for that $1 million. I think $1 million that's been put forward in that contested fund, if it gets through the process, is a good idea. But there's got to be some realism in terms of what we're trying to do here.
I think, oh, excuse me, there's certainly some tried and true and tested environmental groups like the Summer Road Society. So strategic partnership for those that have been tested and ongoing funding, long-term funding, because then we can plan what we're doing, is really important. But if all of the fund was given to strategic partners, then as we've just been hearing, new projects are difficult. It's very difficult for those to get off the ground. But I think TKK is a really good example where we are trying within that grouping landscape scale programs. And I suppose the Summit Road Society is also one of these landscape scale programs, which really are important. So whether, I certainly take your point, whether new groups should come in under some of these groups that have shown that they are skilled and able to use the money they're given very effectively. It's a point I think needs to actually be taken further.
Cool, great answer, Paul. Vicky.
I was listening and something. Let Greg answer his question and I'll look back at my notes and ask him. Sorry.
Yeah, are you asking a question? Oh, did you have your hand up? Grant, it was Grant. There you go, Grant.
Just in terms of this distribution of funds, Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy is being reviewed, and one of the things, key things in that document was that Environment Canterbury took a collaborative coordination kind of lead role in managing the priority setting in terms of PAs, institutional and other groups as well. Assuming that role is taken, then, because I like your comment about the idea of strategic as well as contestable. Contestable for those perhaps smaller groups who are dedicated to a specific little area in their neighbourhood, and it keeps the whole thing, the momentum alive. Is that what you're suggesting? Is the momentum through a contestable fund grows the interest in the strategic output?
Did you have a bit? Okay, Vicky, that's good.
So my question was going to be about the weeds. So you mentioned that weeds is a particular issue, and these would be ones that are impacting biodiversity in the least specifically. And I'm just wondering, is there a particular issue around Christchurch and moving into Banks Peninsula because of the proximity to gardens? And are they different weeds from what we're seeing in our pest management plan, where we have some weeds identified as being particular ones that, as an organisation, we target and have different policy around? But are we needing something different because of all these millions of different plants we have in our gardens and so on?
Yes, because on the reserves, for instance, post the 2017 fire and the more recent fire, very aware that Himalayan honeysuckle, for instance, is suddenly becoming something that is really spreading, and it's really dense. It's not allowing the normal regeneration we might see coming through the gorse and broom. But the burnt gorse, for instance, which now covers, from the 2017 fire, now covers a vast area, not just our land, but council land and other land, which before was just open grass, and now it's just a massive gorse. And of course, we end up with another fire, so we end up going back to a really flammable environment. So there's other weeds that are not on sort of the high level notification. Spur valerians is another one which we received funding for, but it's not regarded as one of the the key weeds. And our volunteers spent many hours just tackling weeds in order to keep our tracks open. So besides the effect of fire, there's just the effect of trying to keep tracks open, and a lot of those weeds, are garden weeds.
Thanks, Vicky. Sorry.
Spur valerian is probably one that you see in gardens all around the Eastern Bays. And a lot of people think it's great because it grows where other stuff doesn't grow, it flowers. They don't realise the impact it's having on the reserves, especially around some of the rocky bluffs, which make it really inaccessible and expensive to control. You're looking at helicopter work, drone work, or same to control it.
Thanks, Bill and Paula. yeah, I think it's been really good that you've highlighted that sort of need for maybe strategic and contestable funding if the biodiversity rate gets supported, and of course the weed issue that you've highlighted as well. So thank you so much for your submission. And yeah, again, the work that you do in the community, especially with your reserves, is noted. So thank you and acknowledged. Thank you. So next up, Cameron, is it? I know you've just arrived. If you want to come to the table. So welcome, Cameron. So as with others, we have roughly 10 minutes for each slot. And so sort of advise that 5 minutes, roughly speaking, and then we can have 5 minutes for questions, but it's up to you how long you want to speak for. Just note that it might cut down time for questions. So thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you for having me. Sorry, I'll just get my note.
Oh, good. Take your time. And just, yeah, press the button when you're ready.
Right. Morena. I just want to start by noting that this hearing's been a little bit of an inconvenience to me today. I rushed out of my house in the morning with my 18-month-old and took him to daycare and left for work and got halfway there and realised I still had my slippers on. And I thought I don't have any meetings in my work calendar today, so I might get away with it. But then this popped up, so I thought I better turn around. So I got my good shoes on. So, but it's actually quite an important point because I have the privilege of being able to take time off work and be a bit late to do things like this, but I want to note that not everyone does, and so in these forums that you will tend to hear from people who have more time and more ability, flexibility, and therefore you'll hear from an older, richer, whiter demographic than our population is made up of. Also, in the current environment, I do want to make explicit my respect to our Ngāi Tahu councillors at the table. Not only do we have an obligation to tangata whenua through Te Tiriti o Waitangi, I do believe that the past few decades have shown us that we really could learn from the Māori worldview how to better respect our environment and future generations. And to be honest, it would be deeply saddening for me if in the future we did not have Ngāi Tahu sitting at this table. So around the Motu, we're seeing significant rates rises from district and regional councils. That's not surprising to me. I've been submitting for about 10 years on how we underinvest in the future. Some examples of that are how we build car-dependent sprawling cities. We ignore unsexy horizontal infrastructure like our three waters. We pursue growth at all costs while deliberately maintaining ignorance of the consequences, such as pushing dairy in places that it may not be traditionally suitable. And then a classic example is climate change. We saw ourselves refuse to do very much to reduce emissions over the past 10 years, 20 years. And we're really not doing much in terms of putting much away for adaptation of the future costs either. In saying that, I note that you have put some away in a climate adaptation fund, so thank you for doing that. I do fear it won't be enough, and I hope that there's quite a high bar for access for this. In essence, the chickens are coming home to roost. So I believe there's no excuse for raising rates less than is necessary now, just because of the financial situation that we're in. Continuing to underinvest does just push the problem to future generations, and I don't think it's fair on our children, grandchildren, and others in that category. So I want to push you to be bold and raise rates to pay for what we need, rather than what is politically acceptable. I want to point out the financial strategy that you've consulted on, and I believe that there's actually potential to cause harm there. I do have a bit of a question in my mind as to why Environment Canterbury would have financial boundaries, but not environmental ones. I believe you should just remove the limitation on rates rise altogether and let the process do its job. Urban development is my passion. I want to shout out to your public transport team. I think they've made immense progress over the last 5 years. There's been a whole host of cumulative improvements that I see coming through my Facebook. Thanks, Dion. and those improvements do just add up and add up. And I think it's quite clear if you look at our public transport system now compared to about 5 years ago, it's a vastly different service and it's a much better experience. Continuing to boost frequency is key to enabling people to change their regular transport modes to take the bus. And also note that public transport does need to work alongside spatial plans. So I'd urge you to continue lobbying other district councils to restrict their sprawl and strategically increase intensity where you can support with public transport. The Greater Christchurch Partnership makes some great plans also. And I know there's been quite a bit of movement in that space over the last few years. In terms of 3 things to focus on there that I think are important. Number 1 is to ensure that not all of our transport money, which will be limited in the coming term or 2 of national governments, that not all of this money goes to roads, that we do continue to invest in public transport, keep that momentum up. Number 2 is that these plans start delivering results soon, and that those results are communicated to our stakeholders so that they can see the value of them and stay involved. And number 3 is that our Greater Christchurch Partnership partners are all held to account in sticking to the plans and making sure that they're delivered. That's all that I had today, and I'd welcome any questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Cameron. Tēnā koe. Any questions for Cameron from councillors? Yep, Dion.
Yes, Cameron, nice to see you again. But I wanted to ask you around just on the financial strategy stuff. Obviously, you've taken a bit of time to look at that. What do you think we could do? We have to have something in our LTP or in our plans because it's required to us to accurately operate under. But I'm more interested in what you're thinking around debtors and how long we should, do borrow money to pay for capital works and money to pay back that over about 2. What do you have a view on that at all? Obviously, you've had a look at that.
I did only have a very brief look, so I couldn't really comment with much, with much qualification. But I suppose the main principle is that we're weighing up the cost of the financial side of things with the cost of inaction in other areas. So there's always an opportunity cost of not doing something. If we carry on what we're currently doing, there may be less financial cost. However, we might see social, environmental, other sorts of costs. And so I just hope that they're all being weighed up in the scheme of things, and that we're not skewing it by putting more emphasis on the, to be fair, the more easily quantifiable cost than the others.
Cameron, thanks, Dion. Vicky.
Good day, Cameron. Just in terms of public transport, so you mentioned that there's been some big improvements in the last 5 years. And I'm just wondering what specifically, it sounds like you're someone that does use our public transport system. So what things specifically have been of benefit to you, and what things would make the biggest benefit to you going forward?
So I am a regular user of public transport. I'm a member of Zilch Car Share, which gives me a car from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. And that allows me to commute to work and use the car through the weekends. During work hours, I don't have access to a car, and so that's where I'm more likely to use a bus, or if that doesn't work, and I quite often use e-scooters to get around, and the odd Uber or that sort of thing. So I suppose that's quite good in the sense that I do see, every now and then I get a few changes that have happened. I use the bus maybe, I don't know, once a month or something like that. So it's not nothing. So I suppose the upgrades of the buses has been quite noticeable. They seem to be less rattly and sort of nicer to sit in and things like that. You can see, I think I remember getting on the old 29 one day to the airport and seeing the charging points and things like that. And that stuff's quite cool. But actually one of the most noticeable ones is just the number of people on them, and having more people on them is a nice thing in itself. It's not that nice to get on the bus and there's only one other on there, whereas if you get on a full bus or a moderately full bus, you know, you feel like you're not an outsider. So honestly, I think the biggest thing is just patronage and keeping those busy. I live actually in the outskirts in Yoldhurst, an area that has it's very low density, but it has bus stops. But I don't think the bus stops will ever get used because there's not enough people in the area to warrant taking a bus. Closest bus for me is about, I think, 20-minute walk away, and then I need to take a transfer to get to the city. So it's about an hour round trip. So for me, buses aren't a you know, a valid way for me to get to work and things, which does disappoint me. And you know, to be honest, that's my choice. I give weight to where I live, and now that after a few years of frequency improvements like down Riccarton Road and Papanui Road and things like that, those places are much more appealing for me to live because I know that I can just turn up and have a bus come in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, Greg. Kia ora, thanks. It was very good. Can I take the liberty of paraphrasing what you've said is fundamentally fund now so that we're not putting burden on our future generations by kicking things down the road?
Yep, hang on.
Sure. Any more questions? Not clear?
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair. Just going back to your, I think it was one of your opening comments regarding who comes to submit and who has the time to submit. It is actually quite true. How do we get, the question I'm wanting to know is how do we get to the wider community? Because there is a lot of people out there that are suffering under cost of living crisis, a whole lot of other stuff that's actually impacting on their lives. How do we get to actually do this? Do you have any ideas?
It is difficult with a long-term plan, which is a really big, complex thing that has a whole bunch of, you know, levers that interact with each other. So it is, it's difficult there. I think there's an argument to trusting your staff and their recommendations, which often do take, well, I'm sure they always do take into account community voice on their individual parts as well as the wider picture and things like that. So I think there is an element of confidence you can have in the plan that you get being representative of what's best. But the thing there is if you get a plan put in front of you, a draft plan put in front of you, and then there's opportunity for people to influence that, but only a certain group of people, then it gets skewed towards that certain group, right? So I think the biggest thing for me, I feel, is to you know, give actually quite significant weight to that first plan you get. For smaller projects, I think there are. I feel it's easier to capture some people with smaller interactions, perhaps regularly, than a larger consultation process on something like this. So even I know you've got your and to be fair, both yourselves and Christchurch City Council have been doing some different stuff in this area, and I think it's been working. But you know, just regular small surveys and things like that to get the vibe of the community, and then trusting that the vibe is right, and that sort of the project works towards that vibe, I think is important. Because again, with smaller projects, when you put a small project out, which might have an incremental benefit to future generations or the city or the you know, the region in your case, you're more likely to hear from people that really feel strongly about it and typically don't like it. Cycleways, for example, you know, we need a network of cycleways for Christchurch to be a place where people as a whole feel safe to cycle and things. But each individual cycleway is going to get rid of a little bit of parking, a little bit of access and things like that, which is going to impact you know, a relatively small group of people in a significant way.
Hey, I think that's all the questions from councillors. Thank you so much for making the effort and that you've got your good shoes on. We all have days like that, so it's nice to know that we're all relatable. So thank you, Cameron, and thank you for your time taken to give your submission. No, so yeah, sorry, I didn't cancel at the moment. Yep. Yes, I didn't note that earlier. Sorry, Lindsay Stanford cancelled, so couldn't make it. So that's why we went to Cameron. So next up, we've got Mayor Neil Brown. Hi, Neil. So Mayor of Ashburton District Council. So welcome, Nick. Thank you for being here, for taking the time to come up from Ashburton. As you know, roughly 10 minutes. Speak for there, and then we'll open up for questions. So thank you, Neil. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thanks for the invitation. Kia ora, Chair Scott and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on your draft long-term plan. Just on the rates revenue increase, we do note that the rating increase is looking at 24.2% across the region. That's just high enough. And in Ashburton district, the table we have on our submission there talks about the rates increase for an Ashburton rural property of 24% and urban property of 31%. Put that in dollar terms, a rural retire property valued at $13.5 million will be paying $15,600 compared to $11,000 last year. It's a hefty increase that needs to be addressed. Point number 4, council respects the challenging environment we all have. We're all faced with long-term budgets. We do too, and we have got to make difficult prioritisation decisions. Ashburton's proposed rate rise is 9.9. Water and land. Ashburton Council continues to support Environment Canterbury's role in freshwater management for the region, but also noting changes by this government's policy compared to the last government. So you need to take that into account when you're doing your plans. Council thanks and supports Environment Canterbury's involvement in urgent action needed to restore and preserve the Ashburton Lakes Water Whakatai, and urges ECAN to continue the work in this space as a priority. Council supports increased investment in the Heathcote Hines Water Enhancement Trust and thanks Environment Canterbury for its ongoing work in that catchment area. But let's get the consents granted so some good work can be achieved from the trial that we've had to get the ongoing work going to solve the nitrate concentrations in the groundwater. Been a couple of years now trying to get consents for this program to continue with very slow progress. We need this work to happen to meet the targets and plan change too. And getting these consents has been frustrating to say the least. It should be an easy process. It hasn't been. You need to look at your processes to make it more amenable to get a consent, which has gone from a trial basis to a full-blown activity. ADC's draft LTP, we're consulting the community on whether we should exit providing stock water services by the 30th of June 2027. We're consulting on that at the moment, and we look forward to discussing the implications of this, including any role ECAN will play in stock water channels that remain should this proposal be confirmed. Carter's Creek, Council supports the proposed maintenance expenditure of $1.5 million in 27 to 29 and capital expenditure $1.5 million you've got for 28 to 30. Carter's Creek, but request that the work is brought forward to year 1, not in those years of long-term plan. Carter's Creek has been the cause of flooding residential properties and roads through Timald on multiple occasions in recent years. So we strongly support any work to reduce or eliminate that risk. We need to progress this sooner rather than later. Carter's Creek's also a contributor to water quality at Lake Hood, as the creek discharges directly into the northwest corner of the lake. Council supports any action that can be taken to remove floodwaters from entering Lake Hood. In this regard, Council endorses the Carter Creek's catchment group submission, and they also request that we support that the work is moved to being in year 1 of the long-term plan. Ashburton River Consent Review. Council would also like Environment Canterbury to allocate funding during year 1 towards reviewing the appropriateness of the recent Ashburton River consent process that imposed new river minimum flow conditions on consent holders. The new flow restrictions took effect from 1st of July 23, have had dire consequences for the Ashburton community, including many unable to irrigate farmland in the summer, just being the loss of biodiverse ecosystems in the Green Street Creek and the inability for river water to even be taken into Lakewood under the current consent via a non-consumptive water take. There've been no winners here. After the review came into force in July, farmers haven't irrigated. The fish died in Green Street Stream. Lakewood was unusable because of an algal bloom. And since we've had a zone committee meeting, and I should also, not even the environment, there were no winners, not even the environment. After a zone committee meeting last week, it was discussed the review of this river, and it may not need money to sort the issue. There was another way of looking at the river to get a better outcome for everyone there, and it may not involve money, so that was a positive. Quality in Lakewood. The council is a predominant landowner of Lakewood and surrounding land. Due to the new Ashburton River minimum flow restrictions, very little water has been able to be taken from the Ashburton River this summer just been. Expert advice received as one of the contributors to the algal bloom in the lake is the inability to take sufficient water to flush the lake. One of council's priorities is to find a way to increase water flows into Lakewood from the river in order to improve water quality. However, the ability to do so is severely restricted due to the Ashburton River minimum flows regime. Council will also therefore support funding being allocated to review the Ashburton River Consent Review and undertake a plan change, further consent review or other angles to take to enable more practical and appropriate restrictions to be set in place. We count the vehicles that visit Lakewood, and there are approximately over 200,000 vehicles a year travel to the lake, and plus the residents that live there. So it does need some action taken from that river to alleviate the problems we have there. Mount Somers, this community has experienced flooding during recent heavy rainfall events, and most notably the 21 Canterbury floods. It is noted due to the regular occurrence of flooding, some residential property is unable to be insured because of the threat of the repeated inundation. Council would support appropriate funding provision being made in year 1 to progress further work on this matter towards finalising a practical solution to address this flooding risk. Update on the planned Ashburton catchment works. Council notes that the Ashburton urban properties are charged for the catchment works to mitigate flood risk. However, the planned work has not been undertaken yet. Council would like to receive an update on the planned catchment works as it is crucial for mitigating flood risk to the Ashburton Township. This needs to be done sooner rather than later. Can't wait. I'll just note a point in page 49 of the document, Service Measure 20, and I'll read it, shows that when we carry out flood protection and maintenance work, we are assessing the opportunities for using nature-based solutions, and that's we being Environment Canterbury, and work with and enhance the environment, providing environmental, cultural, social and economic benefits. Examples of nature-based include giving rivers room to move and using soft engineering solutions, e.g. vegetation. Let's be practical about this. These rivers, they're modified, they always have been over the last 100 years. This approach of these soft measures will flood land, either urban or rural, and that comes out of the plan. Point 21, Council notes the reduced investment on community incentive and grants may reduce our community's ability to progress projects within the district. Council supports Environment Canterbury's role in pest management. We would draw you, and which leads to the preservation of natural environment and indigenous species. We note the 771,000 is rated in Ashburton for pest management. So we could have more detail on the spend would be beneficial as to what type of pest is managed for those dollars. Council supports the development of a regional integrated plan by 2028. We see value and effectiveness in taking an omnibus approach that combines the land water plan, regional coast plan, regional air plan to a single regulatory plan. We urge ongoing liaison with the council over this period of review. Council strongly believes that Environment Canterbury's biosecurity and biodiversity functions are people-focused activities. Therefore, we suggest it be more appropriate to fund these through UAGC, Uniform Annual General Charge. Council supports proposed increased investment to improve consent delivery timeframes. We believe that the delays to resource consenting has immense implications for wider Canterbury community and the consequential impacts on the ECAN reputation as a regulator. Budgeting for increased consenting is coming out of general rate. I thought that consent was supposed to be mostly self-funding. Community preparedness in response to hazards. Council supports option 2 in the principle and welcomes increased investment in civil defence emergency management as it improves the region's capability to respond to adverse effects. Council notes that in the civil defence emergency management, maintaining workload has been challenging over the years due to resource shortage. We support uplift in the numbers of staff, that this will enable coordination of training across group and delivery of consistent messaging to the community, as a clear and consistent communication is one of the most effective forms of preparedness and we can do to respond to emergency situations. Council supports Environment Canterbury's ongoing work on climate change, adaptation, mitigation and resilience. Council requests ECAN's review how river catchments are rated for and funded. The benefits of flood protection affect all in the community, not just neighbouring properties. Therefore, the rating policy should reflect this. We consider this needs an urgent review. Public transport. Council supports increased investment in the Community Vehicle Trust, which we have in Ashburton, and Council thanks Environment Canterbury for the continued inclusion of the Community Vehicle Trust in this funding and wishes to note its support for the future. We were, however, confused by the property example provided on page 53 of your consultation document relating to what property pays towards public transport, and we request some clarification. It's quite a high rate for service we don't get. Council supports continued and increased investment in total mobility scheme. Council would like to be considered for future public transport pilot programs, particularly for the Ashburton urban area. We'll keep working with you on this, and we have had a survey undertaken in Ashburton and we're just awaiting upon those results. Fees and charges. Council agrees with the use of fees and charges for activities where an individual directly benefits rather than the group or community as a whole. Council supports the use of fees and charges to pay for activities such as consents, compliance and monitoring. Uniform Annual General Charge. Council does not support Environment Canterbury's low use of the approach of UAGC as a funding tool. Therefore, we're not in support of the proposed option of keeping UAGC at 8%. Council has commented in previous submissions about increasing the use of UAGC where appropriate. But Council does support option 2 and urges Environment Canterbury to consider utilising the UAGC at least 12% of total rates to better reflect the benefits of programs across the region and alter the spread of the rates burden. Whatever decision you come with, if you could please explain to us why you've come to the decision, whether it's 8 or 12% or more, as we've asked in previous years. Regional and strategic leadership. Council supports Environment Canterbury's ongoing secretariat and executive support for regional forums. We believe this adds value for all local authorities in Canterbury and that the sharing and understanding of issues helps us all to ensure we have strong relationships in place when challenges invariably arise. For Ashburton District, Council thanks Environment Canterbury for the opportunity to provide the submission, but remembering 24% rise on top of last year's similar rise is quite a bit. We want to see tangible benefits in Ashburton for the monies that are invested there. As always, councillors are invited to come and see our district at any time. Thank you.
Got it now. I got a question from Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. That's a pretty big document. A lot of points in there, and well read, actually, I thought. I wondered where you were going to go there, but you skipped ahead at the end there. So look, my questions are about the flows in the Ashburton River and the connectedness to Lake Hood and the algal bloom. My understanding of this is that the Ashburton River flows through Lake Hood and then back into the river. So is the issue, it's a non-consumptive take, basically. So is the issue that you have where the river is gauged, where the flow is gauged? If it was a gauge further down, would it, or if there's a second gauging point, what's the story?
Yeah, there's been discussed about moving the flow gauge to another spot. It's not a non-consumptive take at the moment. It's a take which does flow in and flow out. It needs to be looked at. If it was a non-consumptive take and the flow meter was moved, water could flow through there all the time, in and out, keep it flushed, keep it right. So, yeah, part of the river plan, it needs a good look at it. And the flow, it's the minimum flow that's been put on a State Highway 1 bridge of 6 cubics. That is the problem.
Yeah, thanks for that. So your point being if there was consistent flow in and out, what would that be? Would it be 100 litres a second, 200 litres a second? What would it be?
I don't know exactly what number of litres a second is, but it's 200 to 500 litres a second, I believe. And yeah, the water needs to keep flowing through in and out of the lake, non-consumptively, to keep the lake alive.
Thanks, Peter. I've got Dion.
Thanks for the submission. I just wanted to mainly just talk very quickly about public transport. And you'd like, on point 37, you'd like to be considered for future pilot study. Theoretically, if we could get ring fence a small amount of budget to do that study, do you as the council have enough flexibility in your budget to be able to sort of do something from your end? Because obviously we do one part and you have to do another part.
We haven't included anything in our budget for public transport because it's not our gig, but we do have the capability of people to work through the issues. We submitted on this last year through your annual plan, and we've been liaising with your staff, and we've had the trial done. So that once the results of not a trial, a survey done, the results of that survey will lead us in a direction, I think, whether we even need public transport. People say they need it. The survey will tell us whether they do need it, and then we can move to next steps.
When do you think that will come?
It's been completed probably within a month or two, or less. Yeah. Chicken and egg, I know.
Kia ora. I've got Claire next, just noting that I've got Ian, David, Vicky, Grant and Joe that all want to ask a question. It's been quite a long time, but you do represent a district, so I'm happy to allow the questions to happen. Just mindful for councillors to make them short and concise would be really good. So Claire.
Thank you, through the chair. With regard to the capital expenditure and maintenance proposed on Carter's Creek, and we've certainly had some submissions around that yesterday, all similarly supporting bringing it forward. Is ABC prepared to actually provide some of that funding as well? I mean, I know that there was some discussion around we didn't know who was going to pay. I understand the maintenance or the drainage side of it may fall into current Low Yes, I'm getting a nod over there, so that's good. But yeah, some of the capital works is now in flood, which picks it out. So.
We haven't budgeted any monies to go into Carter's Creek because we believe that's your role. But happy to have the discussions with you on it to get the solutions. Carter's Creek's been hanging around for a long time, so we really need to move ahead and sort it once and for all. And I think we're making good progress on that. And bringing those monies forward will certainly help. Will help with that. And if there's a council role in there well, a submission to our annual plan would be suffice.
Thanks. Ian.
Neil, on point 19, you talked about the plan work in the river hasn't been undertaken. Are you referring there to shingle extraction?
Yeah, shingle extraction. Well, there's probably a few things that need to be done, but shingle extraction is a major one, and no major shingle extraction has been undertaken. It's you might call it, it's a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. We've had the 2021 floods, which gave us a warning. We haven't done much since then. Council can advocate, CCAN who looks after the rivers. So, and there's a rating district set up. The farmers are talking about it. We need to get in and do something, otherwise it could be too late.
And look, Mr. Chair, just with your indulgence, if I could just answer Peter Scott's question, which might help some of the other questions coming on about Lakewood. My advice from the Lakewood people is they need probably a constant QMAC or something of that order to flush through, which can vary depending on the flows in the river, but on average, constant QMAC. And for every QMAC they take into the river, they actually release 1.3 QMAC because they've got groundwater, other water sources to come to the level as well.
If I could just add to Ian's, why would you have a non-consumptive tape for the lake linked to a low flow regulator at the bridge where water goes in and out? It doesn't make sense. So it's something that needs to be thought about.
Kia ora. I've got David East.
Thanks, Neil. We've heard a lot of submissions yesterday on Carter's Creek, and it's obviously a high issue for us to consider. I'm interested in your point 13, where you talk of any action that can be taken to remove flood flows from entering Lakewood. Are you talking about a diversion of some sort of Carter's Creek? Because it would seem that that's quite an engineering feat and incurred quite some cost. But what's your thoughts on that particular point of removing excess floodwater?
The only way you will do it is divert it, and locals who live there seem to think it is easy to do. With there may be a natural watercourse, or you could have a man-made watercourse. With a digger, a week's work, you would have it done.
The project and the long-term plans to do the investigation about it, so I think that probably leave it to the experts to work out what needs to be done. But to bring the money forward, what the people are asking for. Vicky.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. But firstly, just a clarification. I think I heard you say that the consent work should be 100% user paid, or thereabouts. Is that correct?
Or close on it. I do note there's a lot of general rate money going to catching the consents up, I think.
Well, and also carrying on after that as well. So I totally agree with you, and I've asked about both. My question that I wanted to ask was around, you mentioned biosecurity and going to UAGC for that. Now, we've had quite a number of submissions come from people who are involved in biodiversity work who emphasise that our pest management work is largely skewed towards productive pests. And so would you support, if you were going to look to a more focused on exclusively general rate or UAGC for biosecurity work, that we review the work we do and ensure that it's skewed towards biodiversity outcomes?
Being UAGC or general rate funded, I use the premise that if it's a people-related activity, the people pay. If it's a land-based activity, you do it on capital value. Yeah.
So a UAGC rated biosecurity work should be for biodiversity outcomes, not for productive pests and people's productive land.
Yeah, two different things there. If it's productive pests on land, capital value. If it's biodiversity, it's a people-related thing, UAGC.
Great.
Thanks, Neil.
I'm kind of looking at your submission and thinking about all the issues that you've got in your district, from the flood protection through to low flows or the adjustment to the flows and all these other issues. The issues at the top of the catchment, to the middle of the catchment, and through the other end. We're looking at a targeted rate for the Selwyn District Council Board as a way of going forward, of looking at the whole of the catchment rather than in the whole of the river management as a more of a comprehensive approach. Do you think that that's something that would be good for Ashburton in terms of looking at the whole picture rather than sort of trying to problem solve, by the interrelationships between all of these issues that you're talking about in your submission? They are all interrelated about resource use, the use of water, where water's fallen, all of those sort of things. So would that be more useful to your district?
It possibly would be, Grant. Most of the issues we have is with the Kākāriki Ashburton River, and whether it's low flows, shingle build-up, not enough water, all those sorts of things that focuses on the Ashburton River, and it's in here to review certain aspects of it. So I think it's there, but you're right. We should also look at wider as well, at wider view, so it all complements each other.
Joe.
Just regarding paragraph 11 and stopwater races, do you have any comment on the ecological value of these channels?
Yep, we're about to have submissions hearings shortly, so we'll expand on the submissions we get. We've also proposed to put in our plan, if we elect to exit stockwater by 27, a labour unit or a unit of a full-time equivalent over those 3 years to have a look at ecological values for races that may be shut down. We're not saying we're shutting down the stockwater network. We're saying we're exiting it, and others could take it over. And there could be some races that are identified that need to keep running for biological reasons, biodiversity reasons. So in our district, people think we're shutting the races down. We're not. We're saying we're exiting delivering stockwater. With a lot of irrigation in Ashburton, a lot of pipes, a lot of open ditch races, or not so many open ditch races, we still have them, and these races are running side by side. They're 120 odd years old. They served us well up until now. Things have moved on. There's better ways of delivering stockwater now than through an open stockwater ditch in some places. We're duplicating side by side, so it's time to have a look at it. We've had a lot of submissions on it, and we'll be going through them in the next couple of weeks to make a decision.
Genevieve.
Thank you. Just with regard to your point number 23 and the integrated planning concept for 2028, just wondered if you were aware of the Regional Coastal Environment Plan and the age in which the year it was implemented, which was 2005. So, and I just wondering if you are aware of it being the subject of a scoping exercise and costing exercise for a potential targeted change?
Not that familiar with the Regional Coastal Environment Plan. Yeah. My comment is that look at them in the omnibus, look at them all together. The coastal plan for us, we have coast. It's different to everyone else's coast. It doesn't cause us the issues. We don't have wharves. It's inhospitable. We have 3 rivers that exit to it. It's a small part of our business. Regional land plan is a big part of our business where we'd be focusing more on it rather than a coastal.
Yeah, thanks for answering all the questions. Thanks, councillors. And yeah, thanks again for your time taken to be here today. Okay, we were meant to have a break, but that took a little bit longer than we thought, but that's because there was a lot of questions from our councillors. So I'm intending to just carry on. That's okay. Oh, we're having a walkout. Yeah, okay. 5 minutes. Whatever. Right.
Leandra, sorry, I didn't push my button and I should have, Leandra. Can I just make a point to councillors that I'm not very happy that everyone walked out, and you should, if you need to go out and come back, because the process isn't fair on those people that are waiting, and we need to try and follow our timeline. So thank you, Leandra.
My name's Leandra Fitzgibbon, and I am one of the trustees of the Ashburton Aquatic Park Charitable Trust. Probably quite beneficial that I follow Mayor Brown because he has answered some of the complicated questions. Before I start my submission, just a little bit about the trust. The Ashburton Aquatic Park Charitable Trust was the initial entity that was established to fund, develop and consent Lakehood. The trust completed the initial 5 stages of the Lakehood development and in later years has been a JV partner of the Lakehood Extension project, which has completed the development of the future stages. The trust, through representatives, is now also a member of the Lakehood Water Quality Task Force. The task force was established following the initial bloom in summer last year. Before I talk about our submission, I would like to just make a couple of comments around the importance of Lakehood as an asset to the district. We prior to the brooms, we were keeping track of the vehicle counts going out to Lakehood, and in busy summer months, we would have over 14,000 vehicles visiting Lakehood each month. So that goes to show the importance of this asset to Mid-Canterbury. The Trust has recently co-funded with the Ashburton District Council a report from NIWA looking to identify mitigants for the recent water quality issues at Lakehood. That NIWA report is in the process of being finalised and made available to the various stakeholders for discussion, but there were 2 important recommendations out of that NIWA report which we have picked up in this submission. The first key aspect is in relation to Carter's Creek, and I understand you have had a number of submitters on Carter's Creek yesterday, and Mayor Brown has also spoken to that. The report identifies that Carter's Creek contributes a significant amount of phosphorus and E. coli to the lake, which is encouraging the blooms. Under your LTP, there has been a project that has been scheduled to take place from 2025 to 2029. We are submitting that it is critical that this occurs earlier in order to mitigate the water quality effects on Lakehood. Our second submission relates to improving the water quality at Lakehood. The NIWA report recommends that taking more water into the lake would improve circulation and could be useful to help flush unwanted bloom from the lake. We are submitting that funding should be made available in year 1 of the LTP to review the consent process relating to the water take from the Ashburton River. We are asking Council to examine the appropriateness of the system that allows the minimum flow restrictions to impact Lakehood's water quality, even where our flow rate, which should not be altered, and we are submitting that it should be looked at on the basis of a non-consumptive take. And that was the end of our submission.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Questions, councillors? Right.
Thanks for your submission. Lakehood is a private development, isn't it? It was initiated by a private enterprise.
It was initiated by a charitable trust. So the first 5 stages were completed by the charitable trust. Yep. I suppose a charitable trust set up for the benefit of the Mid-Canterbury district. Yep.
If you want to ask a question, sorry, Leandra. Yes, if you want to ask a question, ask a question. There's no mumbling while the submitter is speaking and the question is being asked, please. Let's have that courtesy, at least. So, sorry, Grant, go ahead, Grant.
So just trying to establish that it's a trust, private development effectively, and obviously it has benefits. I kind of relate it to the Pegasus Lake development in Waimakariri. Similar issues to you with eutrophication of the lake due to inadequate flows. And I'm just wondering, is in terms of the cost, obviously the Carter's Creek sounds like it's environment Canterbury and sort of a bit more of a catchment issue. But in terms of the health of the lake, which that issue might help resolve, is your organisation contributing funding to that whole process?
We're in the early stages of digesting and coming up with a management plan off the back of the NIWA report, which the Trust co-funded with the Council. There are a number of options available in terms of helping to mitigate the water quality issues at Lake Hood. Carter's Creek is one of the options, flow from the river is another option, and then there are other options that we will work with through the other stakeholders.
My question was, are you contributing to the funding of the resolution of the problem?
We're still working on what the resolution looks like, considering the recommendations from the NIWA report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just given the previous question, can I clarification? Is Lake Hood a private entity or is it a community entity managed by a community trust?
So the structure around Lake Hood has been varied. The initial 5 stages of the development were through a charitable trust, and the beneficiaries of that charitable trust are the Canterbury community. The later stages of the residential development have been completed by a private entity. However, the reserve land around the residential development is owned by council, and it is available for the use by members of the community and tourists alike, and that's reflected in the user numbers when we look at those vehicle counts.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks very much. Look, I just have a question based on the fact that with NIWA and lots of scientific data we're getting that the world is heating, Canterbury is getting drier, the forecasts are for it to continue. This is the new norm, if you like, and probably even worse. Is this going to be adequate for Lake Hood? The work that we're proposing, or you're proposing for the creek taking water in. Are we basically going to be coming back from time to time?
I'm not a scientist, I'm not an engineer, so I hardly feel qualified to comment, but my understanding from the technical advisors that we've been working with is there is no magic bullet. The natural answer is we need more water flow. If there's water flow, the water sitting in the lake isn't stale and there is water flushing out the lake. As to the other options, we just need to work through that over time with the right technical advisors.
Just to add to that, so it's likely then, would it be appropriate if there was a reduction in the amount of water taken out above Lake Hood in order to be able to make up for the water that you're requiring within the lake? Be a solution, basically.
I might need to defer that to a more technical expert.
Thanks. There's quite a bit of submission around Carter's Creek, which I support. But my question really is, going back over a period of time that could be decades or more, was there ever a flow from the Ashburton River in and out of Lake Hood?
I will defer to those that know better than I do, sorry, but thank you.
Yeah, the Lake Hood always was always developed to have a flow from the Ashburton River through the lake, and it sits down effectively in the berm of the river.
Leandra, thank you very much for coming in and putting this before us, and thank you for the way you've answered the questions. We wish you luck with this. In our deliberations, this will be taken into account. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Oh, sorry, Susan, are you come on up, Susan, and we're going to hear your submission. It is submission 5652312. And it's on page 61 of your document. Susan, you've got 10 minutes for your submission itself, and then there'll be the opportunity to have questions afterwards.
Yes, I'm just testing that microphone. Appears to be working. So I'm going to be trying to pull the rug under some of the sacred cows upon which ECAN's policy is founded, and I urge all our councils and staff as well to view the film Climate the Cold Truth. I presented a submission to Christchurch City Council last September, which I brought the views and research findings of some of the brave scientists in the world who are almost all emeritus professors, not in danger of losing their careers over going against the official narrative. They are summarised in this wonderful film, for which I've appended a reference in my references. I'd like to ask a few questions though about ECAN's debt, if that's possible. First of all, is it?
Sorry, you want to ask questions? They'll be rhetorical. We're not answering questions, but you can pose them. And we, Susan, we as part of the submission process will get back to you on those questions. So pose the questions. Button, Susan, sorry.
I have seen in my research last night the Fitch ratings concerning ECAN. Quote, the council has minimal contingent liabilities aside from it being a guarantor for the LGFA's borrowings, which is a standard requirement in the LGFA's foundation policies. I'd like to know what is ECAN's total debt. And I understand that the LGFA has a liability to pay for all other council debt for any council which goes into default. And I also gather that 280% of income is the default level. I'd like to know at what level ECAN sits. I also gather that the compliance costs take 60% in the dollar of all ECAN spending, and that ECAN wishes to borrow 4.2 billion in the next 10 years, for, among other things, climate change resilience. So I'm going to be, my submission takes on the sacred cows of climate change and also managed retreat. And I hope people have read through my submission. Managed retreat number 4, I think, is a very important one. And 1.5 millimetre annual sea level rise amounts to 15 centimetres per century, which is totally manageable at ECAN. Unfortunately, a report done for Christchurch City Council recently has totally diverged from that view. They say that sea level rise by up to 1.4 metres, whereas the Dr. Paul Denner's and colleagues' research, as I say halfway down the page, shows that in 100 years sea level rise 15 centimetres. You know, these are astounding anomalies. You know, and NIWA itself, I urge the council to have an urgent inquiry into NIWA, because NIWA is also peddling the crazy RCP 8.5 scenario, which only has 1% probability. Now, planning cannot rest on such, you know, minute probability. We need to, as I say in my submission, regional councils are required to deliver sensible policy to the public. The implications of this crazy, these crazy numbers and data are that thousands of people, I do believe it was $13 billion worth of property around the Canterbury coast as a supposed risk of being shifted back. You know, this is extremely serious stuff. I also point out to you that I mentioned in my submission that already Kapiti Coast District Council has got into trouble by using these implausible data of the RCP 8.5 worst case scenario, where they use what was proven to be science not fit for the purposes of planning and placing coastal hazard lines on 1,500 limbs. That may have been 1,800, I'm not quite sure, but following a court ruling, they're required to remove those. Unfortunately, due to the fear caused by this ridiculous data, 300 residents were felt compelled to sell their properties. And I say it would be unfortunate to see implausible sea level data produce a similar outcome for an ECAN coastal policy decision. So, you know, there are serious consequences of 8.5 RCP, which, you know, if ECAN continues to follow the NIWA predictions of extreme unlikelihood, 1% likelihood, you know, this costs the ECAN and the people of Christchurch an absolute fortune, totally unsustainable, which has been proved by several reports, one by Bjorn Lomborg, who said that in 100 years, you know, with trillions spent per year, you know, there'll be a reduction in temperature of less than 1 degree. So it's all completely wasted. We also see that Professor Michael Kelly of Cambridge, who's also a New Zealander, has done a report for New Zealand showing that all of this is totally unaffordable. Whether you believe it with the science or not, it's unaffordable. Yes. So is that 5 minutes question time included in that or not? Oh, good. Thank you. Yes. So now I also referred to the electric bus plan. You know, I gather that the thermal runaway is exceedingly dangerous. I urge those who have got time to look at my reference to the global thermal runaway of buses worldwide. And if after you've seen that, you'll dare to step in a go-way bus with an electric motor, I say, well, you're exceedingly brave or foolhardy, because they're incredibly dangerous, particularly on bridges and particularly in tunnels, where if they catch fire, and they're very, very unpredictable things, they do it when they're quite new. And as I said, in London, 1,800 electric buses were withdrawn because 3 caught fire in January, this last January. So, you know, I'm suggesting that ECAN withdraw its advocacy for these very dangerous machines before some hideous disaster befalls a whole bus full of people. So, yes, so, and also, of course, you know, the expenditure, which I actually asked whether that was correct, was what is the expenditure on climate for ECAN over the next 10 years? Obviously, if that spend is withdrawn, you'll have all the money you want for the logical things. And that is extremely significant. You can actually save yourself billions, and the population of Christchurch, the ratepayers of Christchurch, billions by withdrawing from this RCP 8.5 extreme climate forecasting.
Not a
Question, but a statement. I agree 100% with you on the 8.5. That's the 8.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to ask, so with the adapting question, so getting prepared for sea level rise, the way that the City Council has been working on that is actually to look at triggers, and so it's being prepared, it's not
Yes, well, I think, you know, the people of Holland have lived with living below sea levels for thousands of years, you know, and they've adapted to it very well. It's crazy to put in place expensive infrastructure for what might happen for people, you know, generations away, and we just simply cannot afford to, you know, follow such policy. You know, and also I think I asked about suggested that why there's so much money. There are 208 people employed in where was this? 108 people employed in marketing on ECAN. I'm just wondering what on earth all those people do. Why is marketing of ECAN necessary?
So we will answer that directly to you, and the lady that knows all about that is sitting next to me. So we'll make that commitment to you, Susan. And I think we're at the end. Questions? Other questions? I think we're at the end of that submission process. So there's some things that you've asked in your submission at the start. We can answer those questions for you, and we will do that. So thank you for coming in and making your submission.
Yes, I think it's essential that councils also understand the debt, you know, levels and default levels as well, not just myself.
Yeah, we do fully understand that, and what I'm saying, we'll get those numbers to you, and so that you'll just be reassured about this organisation. So,
say the report that comes out in response to all the questions.
Oh, good. Yes.
No, thank you, Susan. That's great. The granddaddy. Nice to meet you, granddaddy.
Has been named as such. Thank you.
I understand you used to be on the Christchurch West Mountain Zone. That one. Thank you for your service. All right, so I'm not understanding who we've got at the back of the room here, but the next is Woody and Sefton. There's Woody and Sefton community board here. So let's jump on Kaiapoi-Tuahiwi community. Nice. We're just down here, it's JW, so maybe if we had a name. Okay, and that's submission 5628640 for everybody's information. And that's 81, page 81. Is it Jesse? Yeah. Okay, Jackie, when you're ready, just push a button and then.
Kia ora koutou. It's an impressive document that you put out, but I have to say we found it overwhelming, and it was also overwhelming, I guess, because it was matched with a 24 point something % rate increase. So its size could be looked at as being impressive and all the work that you do, but I think we're living beyond it. We think we are living beyond our means. And the size of the document is actually a barrier to our own district, because we couldn't find anything, well, that's probably an exaggeration, but we couldn't find very much information about Waimakariri district. So we couldn't relate it to our own district. It may have been in there somewhere, but it was an awfully dense document. So that was our sort of feeling when we put this submission together, that and with the rate rise, that we're not getting bang for our buck. The transport, the park and ride's been very successful in Kaiapoi. It's great to see that that's full most working days, cars. So I think it's working from that point of view. But the rest of the day, there are these great lumbering buses rambling, roaming through the district with no one on them. I know elderly people, they tend to be the ones that use the bus, or young people, do use those ones that are supplied, but they're still mostly empty during the day. And we would really like to see buses, smaller buses, that can get people from, say, Pegasus to Kaiapoi, from Rangiora to Woodend. You'll be very aware that Waimakariri is a hugely growing district. It's expanding massively. And of course, the more people there are, the more services required. And we think that having smaller buses available would enable, especially the older population, of course, that's a huge chunk of our population now. There must be an awful lot of those that don't even drive anymore, and so buses are their only means of transport. If they could get around their own district. But also, probably the most important thing is the fact that there is no way, no public transport available for people to get to the public hospital. North of the river, you could catch a bus to the bus exchange, but there's no shuttle bus from there. There's no, I know there is a shuttle bus, but tell me, or listen to me, I know many people who have been outpatients at Christchurch Public Hospital, and the route they have to take, the time that they have to take out of their day to get to the public hospital, because they have to go to what used to be the showgrounds and catch the shuttle bus, and it's less than ideal. So that's probably most of what was in the submission.
Hey, thank you for that, and I sympathise with you in terms of the size of that document. It is mind-boggling what's in it, but as part of our requirement under the rules that we operate under the central government, we need to put that stuff in there. And I know that it's hard to navigate your way through that, which, you know, I have sympathy for those people that are interested and want to navigate their way through that. So that's my comment on that. Questions from others? Becky?
Yeah, just to clarify, this is what I heard, is that the commuter service essentially, which goes from the park and ride, so that's sort of well used and quite well set up. But what you feel is missing is better connectivity actually within your local area, and particularly for maybe elderly who have lost their ability to drive, or perhaps don't have to get past the car anymore, or whatever that is. Okay, so thank you.
Sorry, are there other questions, Grant?
Hi, Jackie. Just thinking about the use of the My Way service, on-demand service in Timaru has been extremely successful. Is that something that you have in mind in terms of a smaller bus direct service?
Yes, it's something we've been asking for some time. Not only of ECAM, but also of our own council. Yeah.
Yeah, I think your council was interested in the My Way service, so it would be worthwhile following up. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Jeff. Thanks, Becky. Just with regard to how we might get a better service within the Waimakariri, the 97 currently is one of our lowest performing care recovery services. If there was an opportunity, how often to repurpose that or look at utilising that service better, how often do you think that we would need to run it? Like how often would it go back to sector?
Well, I would imagine 2 hours, every 2 hours, maybe. I mean, that gives people flexibility within the day. Maybe even every 3 hours. You know, if they knew something was there that they could use, they'd use it more. If it, yeah, it's a huge district. It's impossible to please everybody. Of course, not many people live near a bus stop. Yeah, that's why the smaller bus idea, I think, would work. So I'll definitely keep pushing that one anyway.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. Hope you keep paying attention to these big documents because it's always good to hear people's comments on them. So thank you for coming in. Okay, so we've got, is Mark Patterson here? No, he's not. So we're going to Letitia, you're here. And Peter Joyce, welcome guys. The Greenway Canterbury Trust, I don't want to make a mess of Guerrero. And the other Kākāriki, so and Councillor Pauling's pushing back because of his involvement in that. So 10 minutes when you're ready to go, we'll go.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. I'm Letitia. I'm coordinator of the trust and working with landowners and funders. The Te Ara Kākāriki are planting a greenway from the mountains to the sea. So far this year we will be planting our 250,000th plant and our 150th green dot. We have received great support from ECAN over the years. We work closely with Whakatau Te Waihora and at the Selwyn Waihora Water Zone, and most recently we've had funding through the Biodiversity Strategy Fund. This has been like a key fund for the trust, enabling us to do an extra planting day, support our coordinators more, work with our ecologists more. And so it was a 3-year agreement. So we had 15,000 in 2022, 25,000 in last year, and 30,000 this year. So it's been a one-off. It's been a really important, valuable grant to us, and we would like to see it continued in some way. Just in response to the question that we responded to about the environment, you know, we're in support of more funding, like the community, the Y Fund, which is oversubscribed. We're supporting that to be larger. You know, it's already oversubscribed.
I'm Peter Joyce. I'm co-chair and a trustee of Te Ara Kākāriki. I want to take a slightly different tack because there, part of the plan, there were these optional extra rates, a biodiversity one for City Council and a climate resilience one for Selwyn. As a ratepayer in Selwyn, I would have willingly contributed to a biodiversity fund to increase the amount of money for there, but I wasn't given that option. Was only given one for climate resilience, which in part of Selwyn I live is much less of an issue than the lack of biodiversity. So I just wonder whether the process, whether you wouldn't be better put out to all ratepayers, regardless of which council they're with, options around public transport, climate change and biodiversity, and see what all the people actually would vote for. So you must pay into one of these, which one would you choose, rather than targeting in the way. So as an individual ratepayer, because I would have supported extra funding and would be happy to pay more for biodiversity if one was given some options.
But that's a novel approach. Pick one. Let's get on with it. So thank you for that. And I really like your jackets, actually. That's the other thing. Questions from councillors, please. Grant.
Thank you. I just, my question is about your long-term goal for a large eco-sanctuary. And I know that your projects at the moment are sort of connect dots. Is your feeling that one single large eco-sanctuary is more preferable to trying to connect your dots? I think both are desirable. Clearly, the trust was set up nearly 20 years ago with the view of creating the Greenway right across the plains. But we also think the plains themselves do need some bigger areas of native biodiversity within the plains. That is partly on our list as a fishing expedition, and because perhaps there's some elderly farmer with a large farm who has got no family who would love to leave a large area. So it's trying to put the idea out there. We have no immediate practical plan by which to do things, and think it's more important we just continue to build the Greenway, but that's hoping to seed an idea in someone's mind.
And recently, like we've been doing the Jobs for Nature projects, so we've got 6 hectares that we've just completed in Springfield and 3.5 hectares in along the Little River Rail Trail. So we can see how we can upscale this quite easily. We think we can do that. And there's also support for the large eco sanctuary from Colin Merck and you know, a lot of other organisations. So we see we could partner and make it happen.
G'day. Hey, thanks for the submission. And I just was interested in the in your submission. You've got the Halter River Heathcote as an aspiration that you'd like to sort of work into, and obviously, am I assuming that you can't do that at the moment because of the level of funding that you have? You just don't have the resources to do it.
So to make that happen, we sort of need the landowners. So like a lot of the land is ECAN owned, I believe, and privately owned. So we need to partner with landowners really, and also funded.
And that kind of leads me to the next question that I had, is that you've sounds like you've done quite a bit. Are you finding any? So are you finding that you've got enough funding? We've had a lot of submissions, a few submitters talking about weed control and other things that are kind of missed out of a lot of the funding that we have. And if you're doing a whole lot of planting, you need to sort of maintain that. Have you got enough funding in what you're doing to maintain what's being done, rather than keeping on moving into next steps?
I think that the short answer is no, we don't. And we do what we can do. And at the moment, we're coming off a big Jobs for Nature grant. So we are taking on the challenge of creating a paid for professional service, which is very happy to take on a much broader range of maintenance and weeding, whether that's the willows or anything else. But it would be on a paid for basis as part of being able to sustain the staff who have done such a good job over these last 2 3/4 years. And we're on the lookout for paid contracts so that we can continue staff, but taking on more than just the planting, which has been our traditional area, to more the maintenance of areas of native bush.
I think that might be one of our biggest challenges. Yeah, thank you.
Just to add to that, like the Jobs for Nature have done a lot of pest control, and it's like, so it's a good example of when that finishes in July, we won't be able to continue those. So like what progress is made will probably be lost. Yeah.
Okay, just acknowledging that Kira McDuff has joined us. Welcome, Kira, from the press.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just interested in terms of, so it sounds like you've got the maintenance that needs to continue, so there's some funding streams that are needed to sort of keep what's already being done thrive on. In terms of the next steps and additional work, are there plenty of landowners wanting to be involved in this, and you don't have enough funds to meet that demand, or are you needing to go out and look for additional sites because you have that big plan, you know what you're aiming for in terms of the biodiversity outcome, but you've got to bring people in. So where's the sort of, what's the biggest stopper for progressing that forward?
Well, traditional activity was planting green dots on private or public land, and that was done using volunteers and a small amount of funding that we have. And in more recent times, we are being oversubscribed by landowners who would like more planting done than we feel we can take on. With professional services, we are testing the market, how many landowners will pay for us to do that beyond the volunteer planting that we do. And with our traditional planting, it's very much we organise the volunteers for the planting and the landowner has to look after it. But we're now offering, if you've got some native bush, whether it's a green dot we planted or plants that they have planted or there, then we're also offering a paid service to look after this on an ongoing way. So we're really testing the market for paid. For volunteer planting, we're slightly oversubscribed at the moment.
Okay, thank you for your submission and for your time and lots of groups, but thank you for your enthusiasm for what you're doing, and good luck in the process, deliberation process. So next presenter is Kelvin Duncan. Kelvin, welcome. And then Patrice, we're going to you after that. You're right, happy? Yep. No, just you're fine. So you got 10 minutes, Kelvin. You've been before us before, haven't you? You haven't? Yeah. Yeah. You've got 10 minutes. Katie will show you the button, and when you're ready, go. Okay.
Yep. Okay. I have an aid memoir for anybody who wants it over what I'm going to say, which is much shorter than the submission. I have been involved in environmental concerns since 1960 as an undergraduate, remediating Lake Hanarang in Dunedin, in Ontario. And my latest thing is my company is trying to commercialize methane inhibition products for farm animals. So that's the span of work, two ends. What I want to probably alert you to is what your, I don't think that the long-term plan has enough flexibility. In my view, it should be a living document, and it should be more like, say, a business plan or a judicial judgment, less flim-flam, sorry about that, and more substance, including what ifs and what for, because you are trying to communicate with an intelligent and educated populace, us, and we can take the ifs and buts and the what fors and so on. And there are going to have to be rather difficult choices made in the future. What are the main priorities? They should be clearly indicated. And what could we ease back on? That's my opinion of your long-term plan. Sorry if it's not as laudatory as you might like. What the problems we face, runoff from agricultural systems, we are working on that and we have solutions for it. Radon, I don't know whether I've alerted you already. 2 surveys were done a long time ago, and Christchurch and Rangiora were predicted as hotspots. Radon is a gas, a radioactive gas, that causes principally lung cancer, but other things as well. There is no safe dose for radon. I would like to see another survey done more thoroughly than the last 2 back in the 70s were able to be done. radioactivity in our phosphate fertilizers. The Americans separate Moroccan rock phosphate into they take out the radioactive bits and store it away safely from human habitations. We don't. I've got no evidence for this, but I've been through the plants and it doesn't seem as though we do separate off the uranium, the radium, and so on, thorium, that is abundant in Moroccan rock phosphate. That's what we use, Moroccan rock phosphate. Then we go and spread it on our fields and wonder why we've got a high rate of cancer, even though we don't have many smokers. Hiring, I would like to see more expertise in your technical people. I've been disappointed at their lack of keeping up to date with the way other equivalent bodies to yourselves work, particularly in Australia, but also in America and other countries. I would like to see that the council gives special responsibility for areas to different members who then can specialize in that area and also receive reports regularly from the head, the employed head of that section. And once a year, maybe the head of that section, or you could have a general briefing of what they have done, the heads and their sections, and what they plan to do to inform you better. And ideally, these meetings will be open to the public because we'd be interested in attending as well. Transport, going back now to a picky thing, park and ride solutions. I park and ride in the New World car park to use the bus number 7 from Hallsland. I've got a long walk from Bunds Road to the nearest bus stop, so I take the car. I'm not ashamed about that. And we park in the New World, in the New World car park and take the bus. Review the routes again. Hallswell and other places in Christchurch are growing very quickly, so you have to dynamically assess. You want to take people from where they are to where they want to go, and that's changing all the time. I mentioned the minister's idea that you should have specialisation in your own board, where people take special responsibility for coordinating and relaying information from the various sections that you have. Public relations, you've not got an easy task, and I sympathise with you, very difficult, and predicting the future is even more difficult. So make your communications mature, informed, give us choices, let us express, take the people with you in your very difficult journey forward. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. And I've got a question for Councillor Swiggs and then Councillor Burns and then Councillor East. Have you got your hand up or are you shading your eyes? What's going on down there? We'll go to Councillor Swiggs next.
Kia ora. Thanks for your submission. Bridge 7 is getting it's getting an uplift, and that's going to happen towards the end of the year, so that will help there. The Bridge 7 is getting an uplift, yeah, so that should help there. There'll be a, I think it's well communicated. Press your button.
The electric buses don't have the capacity that the old buses did, so double deckers?
There are some, and that's going to, I think this, yeah, that's, thanks for that. But I had a question, sorry, the question that I had was actually related to your, in your submission around our response to hazards. We cannot go on increasing debt, we need to increase income, simple as that. Can you just expand on that a little bit? We have to do this work, and if we just rated for it and did the work, we'd be putting the rates up by multiples of what we're doing. So can you just explain what you mean by that a little bit more?
It's age. With any assets that you have, and I say this to the City Council as well, don't sell them, because assets fatten up your balance sheet and you can borrow against them. So they're well worth keeping. But you might look at the management model to get better returns than is typical in New Zealand publicly held assets. a model such as contracted management, while you still have positions on the board and can relay backwards and forwards to council, and you have the right to terminate when certain goals are not met. But it might be more efficient, in fact, to have a model like that, a compact management.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I mean, we as a local body can only borrow against our income, not our assets. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Question. Sorry, I've got you.
I did propose to the City Council to have a sales tax or a share of GST to relieve the ratepayer thing.
Now, Greg, one last question, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, you just briefly mentioned about access to the public to meetings. You just give me what's your view on the importance of access to the public to council meetings?
Well, I mean, putting it bluntly, we're the electors and you're the servants. What do you think? I think it's very good. However, I think that there's too much detail in a lot of what you do. And you might like to copy Mr. Muldoon and cut it all down to one page of an A4 sheet with everything that you have before you.
I think that's the best suggestion I've heard, actually. We would love to do that. We'd love to just have one pages on everything. Listen, thank you, Kelvin. This has been enlightening, actually, but thank you for coming in and making your submission. And we will consider some of your suggestions. I don't know if we'll follow through with them, but we'll consider them.
I am open to more feedback later if you wish. Sorry?
Give it with Katie. Yeah, she'll make sure it goes to the right place. So thanks, Gil. Patrice. So next submitter is Patrice Hammond. Her submission is on page 104. And I understand you might be a wee bit nervous, Patrice, but don't be nervous with us, please. It's mostly like your grandfathers or your aunts or maybe your cousins or your older brothers, maybe. I don't know. So we'll wait until you're ready, and then you just press the button. You've got 10 minutes and then questions. You understand the vote. So nice.
Kia ora, my name's Patrice. I'm a current sustainability student at the University of Canterbury. This is my first time submitting on anything, so please don't mind I am a little nervous. So I have mainly submitted about the environmental regulation and protection options. I think option 2 looks really phenomenal, except for I am really concerned about the reduction for investment in community incentive funding, including reducing the Canterbury Water Management Strategy Action Plan. The reason that I'm concerned about that is because I think that our waterways in Canterbury are not in the best state that they could be. A lot of them aren't swimmable, edible, or even drinkable. And that's really concerning, particularly when you consider Indigenous perspective about how Māori whakapapa with the water, and then also on how that's affecting people's health and recreation as well. So my main concern, and the thing that I would like to speak about today, is the compounding nitrate levels, particularly within the Selwyn district and the groundwater. Now, I understand that this is an issue that's external to the Selwyn district, but I'm mainly focusing on it because my family are personally affected by it and haven't been able to consume the water that comes from their private well for 2 years now. The latest risk mapping that's been done by ECAN for nitrates in 2022 does not identify the area that my family are in as a hotspot or a high risk area, which is concerning to me because it's not just my family's property, it's lots of people within the area are having the same issue. Now, to date, a lot of the discussion about why the nitrates are compounding so much tends to be surrounding farming practices, which absolutely, yes, there is a level of that is 100% contributing to the issue. But the nature of nitrates and how they should flush at different times of year within you know, high rain, high rainfall, etc. They should be at least decreasing at times and then increasing again, rather than just constantly increasing, which is what seems to be happening with the testing that we've been doing since 2021. We've been testing at different times of year, in summer, in winter, in spring, and in autumn, and the nitrate levels keep increasing. The concern obviously is that people who have this issue are having to install filtration devices, which are quite costly. Not everyone can afford to do that. Nitrates can make people really sick and aren't safe for babies to consume when they're at higher than 11.4, I believe it is. So I think that some research needs to be done into why this is happening and why it's continuing to increase. And I think that ECAN need to be gathering more information than they are currently regarding the risk mapping, because it's not accurate. And whether that be by supporting people with the cost of water tests or providing water tests, or ECAN themselves doing more testing of private wells, or creating an easier system for people to be able to upload their testing, and perhaps some marketing surrounding that to encourage people to be doing it in these areas. I also had concerns that the Central Plains Water Limited scheme, which is withdrawing water from the Waimakariri and Rakaia rivers to provide irrigation to surrounding farms, I believe that that could be contributing to the issue. Obviously, those rivers are feeding water table basically east to the sea, and where we're seeing our nitrate concerns is getting close to the sea. The water has been withdrawn for over 10 years now, and it's still increasing. From my understanding, the amount that is able to be consented to be withdrawn is based off of precipitation levels. My concern is that the evaporation levels are actually higher on NIWA maps than what precipitation is. So I'm quite concerned that we're withdrawing more water than should be, and that's adding to this issue and not allowing the groundwater table to flush as naturally as it should. The other reason that I believe that could be a concern is because the flow meters that are, and particularly the Waimakariri, are showing lower flow rates as well. And then the other concern I have is actually the Pines wastewater treatment facility at Rolleston. So that facility is distributing wastewater onto paddock on Burnham School Road, across the road from the dump there. And I'm concerned that there is not enough testing being done in the surrounding area and the wells to prove that the dumping of that wastewater is not adding to this concern. And how this idea of mine came about is because within the water testing we've been doing at my family's property, which is downstream from there, we've actually found quite high traces of fluoride, which is not from any minerals from rocks in the area. I believe it to be from human effluent. So yeah, I would really love to see ECAN paying more attention to this concern about the nitrates, supporting people with testing, filtration if they need it, and researching into other areas external to farming practices. Thank you.
Patrice, well said. Well done. And question from Genevieve.
Really nice to see you again, Patrice. I saw you at the Enviro Hub. Just with regards to your family's well testing, and you said you've seen a progressive increase since you started testing. What sort of increase are we looking at there, like from what to what?
My apologies. The first rounds of tests were at 9.2, and the most recent round we've done is at 12.4.
Thanks. This report is
is really good. My question is related to the groundwater testing sites on your proposal, which sort of it seems to identify where they are, and when you look at that cross with the red dots of the pump stations and things. So are there no more testing sites or testing sites east of that show?
Are you referring to the wastewater treatment facility bores? Yeah, as far as I can see, it's just those. From what I can see, it's just those in that area. And unfortunately, the document that's available, and I spent a lot of time looking for something else, I think it's from 2010. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me right now, but there may have been an increase in testing sites since, but as far as I can see, it's just those few directly in that area.
Okay, Greg's cancelled out on me, so that's good, Patrice. I think you're free to go. Thank you for your submission, and you did a good job. So don't be nervous next time. All right. So thank you. Thank you. Oh, did you have a question? Oh, sorry, you might. I'm just remiss.
Okay, I didn't want to cut across you yesterday. Yeah, I was interested. We have done quite recently a sort of publicity campaign about nitrates and other well tests, and I wondered whether you were aware of that, had seen it. So it was very much a sort of online and I think some radio stuff, rather than being an in-person come and have like a roadshow event. So if you see any of that.
Yes, I did see it, but that's also because I've been talking to everyone who knows me about this issue for a couple of years now, and so lots of people send me bits and bobs, and I've seen newspaper articles, and I believe Greenpeace were providing some free testing for people for a while as well, so I had seen that too. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Councillors, just we do not have another submission planned until midday. However, I'm suggesting that we take 23 minutes, 22 minutes off and come back at 10 to 12. That will allow Pam Richardson as our next presenter, and she's got 2 submissions to make. And if Pam's here early, we can take her early. And then there's some pretty interesting stuff going on in those next 5 submissions. So that's the plan. So we'll suspend now. Yep. Thanks. Councillors, we'll get back in session. We'll start the session up again. And by good grace, Pam's offered to start 10 minutes early, and that gives us a bit more time. So welcome to the table, Pam. And you've got 2 submissions to us. A personal one first, is it? A personal one first, and then going on with the Banks Peninsula Biosecurity Advisory Group submission. So when you're ready, you know the rules, and don't you? 10 minutes and all that stuff, you know all that. And then we'll do questions after your personal one, and then we'll go on to the other. We'll keep them separate. Okay. So when you're ready.
Okay. I think a number of you all know who I am. I'm Pam Richardson. I've been involved in a lot of community affairs over the year, community board chair, a founding member of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, president of North Canterbury Federated Farmers for 2000 to 2004. I've been involved on the Water Zone Committee. I've been involved with a lot of things over the year, and I'm passionate about communities getting together to resolve their issues. So I just thought that in my submission is very short, and that yes, look, I just love the opportunity to talk about, at long last, the community and the wider community are perhaps recognising us as landowners and providing a fund there, a much bigger fund than we've ever had before, that we can apply to help us along the way. So we've, our family, Ian and I, and our son Andrew and his partner Joe, we own a property in Pigeon Bay, Holmes Bay, Pigeon Bay. It's 686 hectares. We were, as Nick Ward reminded me today, we got a Balanced Farm Environment Award in 2009, a Light and Life Award, a Life and Land and Life Award And he said that I visited, I can't just exactly remember whose properties he went to, but I was involved with the Balanced Farming Boards right from the very start. I've been involved with them for a long time. So we've had our farm for 35 years. It was part of Holmes Bay. And over time, we have purchased extra properties beside us to make us more sustainable. So we are a hill and high country property. I haven't got a nice slide to put up there in front of you, but we are steep, and we go from the summit down to almost down to the sea. We have to farm with the environment in mind to look after the land and our stock. And if we mismanage the system, our stock health will decline and we'll need to walk away. So we touch the land lightly. We're not extensive. I mean, we are extensive. We're not an intensive property. And so we've been involved in identification of our SESs on our property, and we have 2 large ones. But in a report that was done on the property in 2008, there are 15 sites of significant significance on our property. So it's quite a task to fence those. We can protect them, yes, we can look after them now, but to restore them, it's quite a task. But every little bit helps, and weed and pest control is part of that. So we've been involved in the SES program for many, many years. In fact, almost 35 years. Because when we arrived, Hugh Wilson arrived with his document talking about Banks Peninsula and walked over every inch of Banks Peninsula and identified it. But those processes weren't completed. When the document came out, identified the highest ones, and then behind it stood another document with a whole range of them. And ours just happened to be one of part of that too. So nothing has been completed over the years, and we're still in that situation now. But we as landowners love our land and we love what we've got. But we're living in confusing times. You know, another round of district plan reviews will be underway shortly. The National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity creates uncertainty and little progress of identifying SESs on properties. And in the regional Land and Water Plan, it talks about every plant is significant on a property. So that picks up everything that's on our property. We've learned to live with it. We just get on with it. So I'm not telling you anything new. You know what's in the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. And then there's been a lot of processes and things in between time. I was an inaugural member of setting up the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. And in fact, that was out of a very poor district plan process, and we felt as farmers that we could actually showcase what we were doing. And from then, I think we've actually thrived and grown, been involved in a huge number of processes, quite prepared to stand up and show our properties. I haven't stood behind the fence and hid, but many members in the community have. So yes, the trust today, you will have heard, or perhaps you will be hearing from them, their progress. I'm still a member of that trust. It was started in 1997. It was registered in 2001. And then since then, we've been involved in a huge number of things. I'm now chair of the Biosecurity Advisory Group. I do a lot of chairing roles. I do enjoy it. But I can just say that I do really acknowledge that at long last, someone is recognising the good works that we have done. And as president of Federated Farmers in 2002, I wrote this: farmers appreciate the idea of sustainable land management, a good balance between stock and pasture, less toxic chemicals, management of weeds and feral control, diversification options. We are not deaf to the desire to protect Indigenous vegetation, but as a landowner, we expect some help. This means that money needs to be allocated and spent. Conservation doesn't come cheaply. Back then we were looking for some extra assistance. So I'm just absolutely delighted that Environment Canterbury, and I can think of many reasons why. Banks Peninsula is a playground for the city. Many of the weeds and pests that we've got are from the city that have flown in the air to Banks Peninsula. So it's nice to have you all there helping us doing the good work. So, I'm just short and sweet. I have got my props with me to remind you what the covenant looks. 27 hectares on our property. We were number 9, and there's many more since then. And we are in a number of books. This was with David Norton's book about farming and conservation, that they can go together.
Thank you.
Pam, it's always nice to have you in the room. You're always positive, and you always seem to be getting involved in the next thing. So your community should be thankful for the work that you do and have done, and continue to do. So questions for Pam. Do you want to go on to the next one then? Right.
Okay, just a broader question related to the Banks Peninsula. We've had a lot of people today and yesterday, probably the next couple of days, from Banks Peninsula. It's identified, as you suggested, in the RPS as an outstanding natural landscape. Years ago, a management plan was suggested, but people shied away from that. They were worried about the protection element of that. It seems to me that what people are doing there now is actually delivering on that in their own way, in multiple ways. Is that, would I be right in assuming that it's kind of a quiet prediction of?
If you look around now, you can tell where all the covenant areas are, where there's land that's been purchased for conservation purposes. You know, there's all long grass and it's got a brownie look, whereas the rest of it's got a green tinge that's coming through. So yes, people have changed their mind. They respect what Hugh Wilson's done. I'm not quite sure if you're referring to a regional park concept that was talked about a number of years ago, where we walked all over the peninsula getting everybody to sign. But I think today, and it was said in something that was said recently about the feral goat eradication. I haven't actually said about that. I was the chair of the feral goat eradication program, and we have spent a considerable amount of money, and we were acknowledged with we were nominated for an award. We didn't make the top, but at least we've got a thing. But yeah, I think that I could generally say, and David and those others, Penny there behind me, would say that yes, that movement is growing, but we need to be respected how it is actually done. But you mana your help.
Pam, thanks for the enthusiasm. In your submission, obviously, you support the targeted rate for biodiversity. So theoretically, we approve that targeted rate for biodiversity. A lot of the submissions come in the thing saying, from community groups saying, you know, provide the money to the community groups and get volunteer hours and X, Y, Z. But in your submission, you're saying that our values, it would value the landowners. And are you sort of saying that maybe some of that money could go to landowners themselves rather than maybe community groups? And so how do you see that working together?
I think it's got to be balanced, however it's done. You know, there has to be between community groups and landowners, but there's no reason why community groups and landowners can't work together. And maybe it's a community group that gives a landowner a hand to do things. It's just like any volunteer group that comes in and gives a hand with weeding or whatever it might be. So there has to be, over covenanting is, assisting with covenanting. But I'll just give you an example of covenanting on our property. If you asked us to protect our property, that was actually fence it. 150 hectares, 160 odd hectares, it'll cost 600,000 to fence that property, because we need to change the fence lines, we need to change the water, the troughs. It's a considerable amount of work. Now, no one, unless you're a corporate and a wealthy gentleman, would be able to do that. We can't do it as farmers.
Thank you. I really wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you've been the president of Federated Farmers in the past. I think you said North Canterbury. And so I'm just wondering, is there something, because we're hearing a lot of good stuff that's happening on Banks Peninsula. And I'm just wondering, from your experience, is the model of having engaged and connected up landowners and sort of community collaboration is growing and volunteer, is that a model that could be operated beyond Banks Peninsula? Is there something really specific? So, okay, so it's not specific to Banks.
We have got the exclusive right of covenanting, the ability to covenant it, and where QE2 is the only other organisation done under the Reserves Act. So we have got something different to the rest of the community. I'm not quite sure that we'd like to go to North Canterbury and do some covenanting up there, but certainly how we collaborate in a whole range of things. It's impressive what's being done today.
Last one, Greg, and then we'll go.
Good, I'll be very quick, Pam, and congratulations, and it's just awesome every time I'm hanging out with you. What I just want to elaborate on is what Councillor Swig said about that allocation of funding, and that a number of submitters have said that some of the, for want of a better expression, the tried and reliable organisations that are operating in that space might be the best ones to actually do the allocation to specific stuff. How do you feel about that? Oh, no. How do you feel about that?
Well, what about the Conservation Trust? I mean, they're tried and true. They're probably one of the most tried and true across Banks Peninsula, and has got a lot of respect. You know, that they've got the ability, maybe not the capacity to take on much more, but, you know, it is a tried and true organisation.
Can we go seamlessly into the next one? Yes. Yeah, come on. Come on, let's get up here. Your button, Pam, again. God damn it.
This side, yes. It's very difficult. I wish someone would sit beside me and put the button on all the time. Perhaps it would be easier. Yeah, yeah. So look, I'm delighted to have my team along beside me here today. The Banks Peninsula Biosecurity Advisory Group is an amazing group of people. And as you see here, you know, we have the experts in the field. You know, the number of the advisory group, of which I think there might be 12 of us, are already in amazing positions, contribute to the environment of Canterbury and Banks Peninsula, and know what they're doing. For example, Alison walks the hills and she knows a lot about things that are happening out there, can feed information. John is an expert in the marine environment, and we've just had a presentation from him recently and learned more about the marine environment and how we need to be focusing on that as well. And there are biosecurity issues there and ways to resolve things. And John Clements on my side here is his power of strength too. You know, so we've got others, and as I said in the submission here, we've got Rowan Sprague from Manaki Whenua, and the things that she's involved with at the moment. Professor Philip Hume. We're all around the table with presentations, understanding what the issues are, and you know, it's sharing of information, sharing of knowledge, collaboration and partnerships, and we've all got a role to play. You know, whether it's looking at feral pigs or, well, the latest challenge is pig's ear that we're looking to address. Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity to work with all these people. So where would you get it? Where else would you get such an amazing range of people? Colin Merck's on the group, you know, with their expertise that they can bring to the table. We've got a horticulturalist. So no, it's an expert group. So we were asking in our submission that this fine team of people actually be part of that process moving forward, and that we look at how we can build on those strengths of what we're doing today. We've got the community coming to visit us. We had someone coming to talk about the not rooks, the white-bird cockatoos, and we've had the pig's ear group come to talk to us about things. We've had a range of groups that have come, and you know, we're working through those issues. So we know it on the ground, what's happening across the peninsula. So we would love to be involved in it. And it's at the moment we are seriously concerned about the issue around weeds and the spread of weeds. We know that Simon Upton is very concerned about weeds as well. There's been a lot of a presentation from him recently. If we don't start nipping our weeds in the bud a bit more securely, we will have a novel ecosystem across the whole of Banks Peninsula. So we need to educate our communities, and we're struggling to get communities, particularly urban communities, understanding about gardenscape ease. We've got a workshop coming shortly in Little River. We're also having discussions about feral ungulates on Banks Peninsula. We could talk about a whole range of issues here. We haven't got time in that 10 minutes to talk about it. So, you know, it's challenging time for us in that short period of time.
Would it be good to just switch to councillors who are interested in what you're doing, and probably interested also in the cohesiveness of your group? I would note this, and I'm going to capture you and take you to South Canterbury, which is 40% of the area of Canterbury below the rangatata. There's 2.5% of Canterbury where you're working, and you seem to be getting lots done. So can I capture you and take you down there? And you,
No, I've got enough on my homepage, but it is about a champion. It is about champions in the community who have got respect and you know, are not angry at people. You know, everybody's got a right to what they talk about what they have. So you have to find a way to do it.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Pam and Jean, one of the frustrations I noted when I was on one of your back groups, not your back group, Ashburton back group, was that quite a lot of weeds and pests that are popping up, cockatoos and pigs ear residents aren't on the scheduled list of weeds and pests. And that produced quite a lot of frustration because the staff here were saying, oh, that's not on our list. But you guys see it as a priority. Have you got a view as to how we can better deal with that sort of a conflict?
Anybody along the line want to talk about that?
I'd say that seeing that the climate Canterbury has got a large number of pests, obviously there's about 50 or 60 of them, but out of the naturalised species, about 3,000 of them. There's about 1,000 that are potentially invasive, and about 300 that are basically. And so to handle those, if we could complement what the regional council is doing and the local council district, the council, then the volunteers will be available. The actual landowners as well, like I say, because there's a range of pests that we've got. I call them pests, like invasive weeds are so diverse. We've got succulents, birds, herbs, woody plants, all sorts of things, all shapes and sizes. So the more we can work together, the more the community can do.
So one example of that is the Pigs Working Air group that's just getting into action. They have been to us. They've been out to the community and didn't get much traction. But they now, and some of the members are sitting here behind me with Conservation Trust members, are doing a site-led program and looking at research and monitoring, and with the experts giving them a hand, like Philip Hume. So, you know, site-led programs are a way forward.
Are there sufficient avenues for funding to help with that yet?
New fund that you're providing, or that may be providing, that everybody is providing towards Banks Peninsula, may be a way of assisting that. Otherwise, we scramble around to find funds to do it. But people are very generous.
thanks, Pam. Genevieve being cleared and grieved and grants. Thanks.
A few others have actually sort of discussed what I wanted to say. However, I was wondering if there's an issue with a lot of the so-called sort of natives planted becoming, you mentioned it before, just becoming a bit of an issue and invasive. But some of the native nurseries in the area actually provide some of those plants as natives. And I've been sort of the recipient myself. I've purchased plants thinking I was doing good, but in fact I wasn't. And so I'm wondering if there's a way of addressing that issue as well. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the urban environment, as you mentioned, provides some of those through, you know, like wind or air or whatever, some of the issues in Banks Peninsula. And so somehow we need to address the urban issue and how it affects others. So yeah, I'm just wondering if you've got an idea about how. I think there is a discussion on that at the moment, that there's not enough natives, local natives, around to do all the planting. For example, at Whakatau, of which Alison and I, or the City Council and I are part of, there are not enough native plants to do it. But there is discussion, I think, about perhaps it doesn't need to have to be right from the Banks Ecological District, or it could come from another, well, it doesn't have to be from the Mount Herbert or the Akaroa area, it would come from some other area of Banks Peninsula. But you need to be buying from, you know, respectable nurseries like the Little River Streams nursery, which are doing all of their own plants now. We've got John out here. He's not going to our nursery, but he does a lot of nursery work in town to make sure that, you know, the nasties are picked up. Yeah, so
I think if there was any more long-term security or plans towards that, it's much easier to get the right grants in the right place. If in fact it's not stop and start. So, and with long-term plans for through the house play, rather than just always got this money, how do you then play the grants in the spring? Even if you've got the right grants, you haven't got the right.
Okay, we've got three more. Claire, Greg and Grant, then I think we'll release you, Pam. Back to the Peninsula. Yeah.
Thank you, through Chair. Thank you very much.
Going to a water zone meeting or a workshop, talk about fish passage.
Obviously, your group out on the peninsula is seeking what's it called, central advisory group. Okay. Obviously, there's a great leadership role there that you're playing, supporting Environment Canterbury. Do you feel, and I mean, I'm just picking up on it's John next year, comment around the number of weeks. Do you feel the current terms of reference of that committee have a wide enough scope? And I'm sort of feeling that you could be, tentacles might be going quite wide, but the terms of reference are reasonably narrow.
Well, we have probably expanded them too far, but we're dealing with issues that are appropriate to Bank Peninsula. The terms of reference, if there was that targeted rate going forward, yes, that you'd have to review the terms of reference to make sure that it covered the things that we could do. But why not build on the skills that we've got from the City Council? You know, their team is amazing. And, you know, Alison has got some incredible skills that when she's out in the environment, and the resource that's behind her too. You know, and John and the marine area that he brings, you know, and working in Whakaraupo and the land and there, the Maori perspective to things as well. So, you know, we're just a well-rounded group.
Okay. I'm just going to, sorry, carry on. No, I was just controlling the button. Good, I'll be very quick. Apparently you have a very good counsellor allocated to your group as well. I would just say there's a couple of mentions. One is the security of a long-term plan. We've had a number of submitters come to us around weed pests or pests and saying that a strategic plan, if you like, would be the best way of that. Do you see any potential for that to be linked perhaps to a targeted, because biosecurity being an important component of biodiversity, do you see any link between that potential targeted rate and that type of
I do. I think probably we would all say that there is a link between the two, but I'm not sure. You've had some new staff proposals or engagements, and I'm not sure whether biosecurity is on its own and biodiversity have been separated. But you know, to us, biosecurity and biodiversity go together, and we need to look at them as one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my question is really going to be about that sort of issue as well. The Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan's up for review 2027, so that's sort of linked into a range of species. And I'm thinking, what's, you know, you obviously got your pig's ear group as your number one, but is at the moment, but is that the way to go to get the community buy-in to actually target a smaller range of the most concerning species in Banks Peninsula and try to knock them off as quickly?
I believe it is, and I believe that this Pig's Ear working group will have the science. It will get a monitoring program in place. They will come up with something that's really credible, and you know, that we can use for other things and use for other areas. And it will be an example of another thing
are another catchment type group that we can take to other areas. Now, the feral goat was like that, and we had to do a lot of work behind the feral goat. We had to get the council to agree to put something in the regional pest plan, and we talked for years about it, but it did eventually happen. So, you know, if we're passionate about it, we'll get it. Not so much a question, more of a comment about John's work in the marine space. It's really good to see you've picked that up as well, and you know, some of the issues facing the environment. So thank you very much for that too. I just comment. But also there's issues similar in some of the rivers, I guess, too. And so it's really good to see something happening and a role to play. I think that Kaiapoi and the likes, you know, some of the ships that or boats that sit there moored a lot of the time with the same issues that you have been looking at. Thank you.
Yes, a quick comment on that, and I think it's really easy to overlook the harbour and the water because you can't see what's going on underneath it. But as I mentioned to the councillors before in the presentation, you know, we've lost in excess of 60% of our biodiversity in that harbour in the years that I've been living there. So, you know, and there's a lot of reasons for that, but it's just putting a focus on it. And I think that should be iwi-led. That's my personal comment to that. And so
that is actually stunning in Akara Harbour and what Anuku are doing with their harbour. So Stephanie's been at one. It's something that we had recently. Yeah, it is iwi-led. And we need to we need to understand what those issues, and the water zone committees were really great at doing that, bringing all those around the table to talk about that. It was an amazing process.
Thank you for that. We've had a good go at this, so thank you for coming in. Pam, it's always a pleasure. As I said before, you're a real force, you guys, coming and making your arguments to us to support you, and well done the rest of you and the work you're doing on Banks Peninsula, so thank you. And we've got another Banks Peninsula champion sitting in the background waiting to come on, Penny. Huh? Yeah. So welcome, Penny. I'll just rattle through the stuff you already know, Penny. There's 10 minutes here and then questions. So just when you're ready to go, we'll start up counting down.
See that one? Okay. Kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui o tēnei rā. Penny Carnaby, Chair of Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and David Miller. Sorry, you can introduce yourself.
I'm the bodyguard.
The bodyguard, yeah. And we'll swap over when David talks.
Test this, David, because you're after. Is this combined? You're going to combine this? I've got two slots here. One.
Yeah, I'm following Penny.
Yeah. Okay. Look, what in many ways, you know, the work of the trust pretty well. We've met with the council on several occasions, and we've been so grateful for the support of ECAN and working with the ECAN staff. So what I'm going to do is just really begin by acknowledging ECAN, and it really does make a huge difference. The community-led, agency-supported kind of model that we've been getting more and more confident with. We've outlined the celebrating what's happened over the last long-term plan, and we've done this because I think you need to know that the investment that you've made in biodiversity on Banks Peninsula has been, I think it's been spectacular actually, and it wouldn't happen without sustained support of ECAN. And I'd just like to make the point with biodiversity investment, it's for the long term, because if you want to protect that investment, the risk of reincursion, of pests, of weeds, all of the things that you've spent probably millions, if you take your foot off the accelerator of supporting those, it's an awful terrible waste. So I just make that point, and I probably don't need to make it, but it is important. Look, it has been a great 3 years for the Trust, and we've celebrated a lot of things, 100 conservation covenants on Banks Peninsula. We've refreshed the ecological vision, and picking up from some of the comments about Pam that made after consultation with various groups, particularly ECAN staff, we've included the impact of transformer weeds as goal 9, and also been more specific about the work that happens on Banks Peninsula. Biodiversity gains has a positive and long-lasting impact on the Canterbury Plains and into the city of Christchurch. The one thing I think we do need to emphasise is that we've really become very confident as a conservation community of this community-led, agency-supported kind of model of biodiversity. Pest-free Banks Peninsula, which the Trust facilitates, 17 partner organisations leveraging from each other and learning from each other. Te Kakahu Kakukura, 21 organisations working together in the Port Hills. And I think that collaborative effort gives you a huge return on your biodiversity dollar. And we linked with the ecological vision of Banks Peninsula, we are able to monitor and report on progress made. And of course, the wild side is another example of these collaborations. So, and the Trust sits in a very central space of, you heard the history from Pam of how the Trust was set up. It was basically established with the authorities for the landowners on Banks Peninsula. They wanted to do the right thing, but they didn't want to be told to do it. And so we sit in that space. We are a landowner-led organisation, and it's just working. And I commend that to you in terms of your investment later on. I do want to, in terms of the LTP, we wholeheartedly support the targeted rate for biodiversity in Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. And the areas that we'd nominate, and again Pam mentioned those, the permanent protection of priority habitats through conservation covenants. We're the only area in New Zealand that has 2 legal entities to covenant, Conservation Covenant Kiwi2 Trust and the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. We would like to really supercharge animal and weed pest control on Banks Peninsula, and meaningful investment in well-run collaborative landscape scale biodiversity projects. And all of the examples I've given are examples of that they're looking across the whole of the landscape. So in terms of actually what we're asking for in terms of your consideration, the Trust does some really heavy lifting in terms of some of that collaborative stuff. And we are desperately short of operational funding. And we really ask you to consider a 50,000 grant to the Trust to get that collaboration really effective, because it's quite a big load. We don't have capability issues, we have capacity issues. We would like you to consider funding the Habitat Protection and Conservation Covenanting Program on Banks Peninsula, BPCT's program. As Pam said, you know, the upfront costs of fencing and surveying and things are quite large. But in terms of a long-term investment, you pay once up front and you have protected land in perpetuity for 100 years. So it's an extremely good biodiversity investment. And of course, we would absolutely ask that you continue to support the Pest-free Banks Peninsula program, the Pest-free Banks Peninsula program, for currently set at 600,000 K a year. And the proposed, David will talk more about that. And the final comment is that because of your support, we've been able to leverage huge benefit. So your investment in the Pest Free program has led to an $8 million further investment through Predatory 2050. And we wouldn't have got the MPI grant of $1 million to work with landowners or farmers to on the farm biodiversity protection, unless we had got all of the work with pests and weeds and all of that thing. So I think I'll stop there and finish where I started, which is to acknowledge that none of this would have happened without the support of Environment Canterbury. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Penny, I think I got the words right, but it was really good sentence, community-led and agency-supported. Now, what I'm interested in is assuming that the council agrees to the target rate Grand Passage rental, and so we'll have that fund. Is how we dish out that money. We've heard already over the last, I think it was just mainly this morning, but yesterday as well, that quite a few of the agencies are doing similar work that you're doing, favour the contestable fund. But I guess my instincts would suggest that organisations like yours would prefer certainty around their funding, those funding.
That's yeah, we would, but I don't think they're mutually excluded. I think what I would be looking at is a strategic fund. You know, what do you want to achieve, and then look at the goals, the ecological goals with the 2050 ecological vision, and then align it. The certainty of funding is really important to us. Otherwise, I don't think you get the strategic impact or have a strategic relationship. If people are coming along with cap in hand, I don't know that you could tell whether you're getting the value that you see.
Yeah, and look, I think you've answered the question extremely well, because what would concern me is if organisations like yours had to spend too much money of your money doing glossy presentations to us, to beg for money, and so maybe there's the fund might have a portion that could be contestable and a portion that, yeah.
Could well be too. I mean, the other thing is the power of those big collaborations of the Pest Free Banks Peninsula to Kākāriki. We work together to achieve the aims of all of those organisations. But we need monitoring, we need standards. You need to know that you're getting enduring value for the money you invest. And I don't need to tell you that, but it is important.
Thank you. So we'll go now to Dion and then to Genevieve.
My question was actually on the similar line, because I mean, we've had so many groups from Banks Peninsula, the fund is already going to be, out the door with the operational funding that we've been asked for. So I wonder, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity and assurance maybe from you here. When it comes to, say, you're asking for an operational grant of $50,000, every other organisation wants an operational grant. You say there's collaboration going on between all of the organisations that also want operational grants. We could give away or give that money to all of these organisations that are in the collaboration operational grants. Is that going to achieve the outcomes in those things that you're seeing, or is it, do we strategically give a certain groups this operational grants, potentially, hypothetically, that would actually leverage further things going on? I'm still very unclear about this, and I really want to understand that.
Yeah, no, I understand the question, because that we do all, it is operational funds are hard to get to. I think that I can't comment on other organisations, but I can say that the operational funding that would go to the trust would be on coordination of weeds, pests, all of the pest free. So basically, it's something that it's more about the outcome that we would be facilitating. It's not to run the trust for the trust. It's actually good outcomes, biodiversity outcomes for everyone. So I can't comment on the other people, but I hope that helps you. Yeah, David.
If I may, I think one of the real burdens of community organisations trying to do the right thing, trying to make a positive difference, is that we can fall victim to inadvertent competition. We've got very limited funds on just about every level, and the last thing we need is lots of community groups competing for that small pot. Far better to have a strategic view where you know that you're working to the science, you're working with communities, you're engaging in the collaboration without it becoming a competition. So if there's a mechanism for ensuring that, I think you'd be doing very, very well.
I think that's what I'm looking for, but I'm not there. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So we've got Genevieve, then Greg, then we're going to shut this down and go to you, David.
Yeah, thanks for coming in and talking about what you do so well. Just with regards to, a bit of clarity on what Dion was discussing, but it's as you mentioned, it's not about capability, it's about your capacity. And so I also know there's a bit of a waiting list for getting covenants and the like, and I think that's part of the issue as well, isn't it? So I guess holistically, how many key areas have you identified that go under basically they need to be covenanted or they have the desire to be and protect the land? How many would be in your, that needs the money to be able to enable you to do that?
I can't give you the exact number, but last time I spoke to the covenanting officer, we were in the realm of 20 to 25 kind of ones that are being considered. There's a covenanting committee chaired by Francis Helps from Flea Bay, and it's a very thorough process. It can take sometimes a year or more because we do the inspection. So a more elegant answer probably is that we are not short of people wanting to covenant their land. They just need to meet certain standards, and it takes a long process to go through that.
Very quickly, and thank you. Awesome. So could the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust be contracted to Environment Canterbury to manage all or some of, if the targeted rate goes through, for those projects on Banks Peninsula?
I think the answer is yes, but if there's some resource to do that, because we do not have the capacity to do it at the moment.
Thank you, Penny, for your submission on behalf of the Conservation Trust. And I always enjoy having you in front of us because you're always respectful, but you're always direct with us in terms of what you want. That's a big help and well-written submission. David, we'll go to you.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you very much. I always feel like I'm among friends when I come to speak with you. Thank you very much for entertaining the submission on behalf of the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula Project Management Group. I want to start, as Penny did, by acknowledging that Pest-Free wouldn't exist if it wasn't for ECAN. The courage and the vision that you showed had this extraordinary multiplier effect, as Penny was mentioning, so that she got figures wrong.
That's not uncommon.
We, as a result of ECAN's commitment, we've leveraged over $9 million additionally. So it's an incredible testament to your vision, but also to the power of a good idea in a community that gets it and that is so supportive because of our community-led, agency-supported approach. I was in a meeting yesterday with colleagues in which we talked about the extraordinary cohesion on Banks Peninsula. It seems to have a remarkable social cohesion that has has been elevated by commitment to a pest-free Banks Peninsula. One of the things that we pride ourselves on is that we are adding to the science, so that we're learning how to do landscape scale interventions, but we're monitoring it with world-class monitoring support. And we believe that our experience on Banks Peninsula can inform experiences across the Motu, so that we're doing this not just with Banks Peninsula and Canterbury, but for all of New Zealand. I won't repeat what's in the submission, or I won't repeat all of it, maybe just a little bit. Oh, and I forgot to mention as well, of course, the operational staff of ECAN, who are indispensable in the pest-free management group meetings. I want to make a shout out to Sean Burkett and to Michaela Watts. Michaela notes our doings with forensic intensity, and we need her for that. So we're very grateful for their contributions. As you would have seen from the submission I presented online, we're very much in favour of broader targeted rate for the reasons in the submission. The only thing that I would ask is that going forward, please can you maintain the ECAN contribution of $600,000 annually. It continues to have a multiplier effect. We still get people contributing at this stage after 3 years of implementation of pest-free, because of the confidence that ECAN is fully supported. The only thing we would ask is, can you please index link it to inflation, because effectively with a 3.7% proposed increase, that is effectively a cut in funding year on year. The other thing I would say is, as always, we would warmly welcome an opportunity to host you as the elected representatives on Banks Peninsula at the site of our work on Kākāriki and the extended wild side. So if you would like that, we're up for it too.
Thank you for the invitation. And we're going to have in June or July, I think we're going to have a councillor day around the district. So that's around Christchurch and the wider environment. So that'll be picked up by somebody here. And thank you for your invitation. Questions, Ian?
Yeah, thanks, David. Just in terms of inflation index, what we've been informed around this country is that inflation, depending on what services were at different levels of inflation. So have you got a view as to what your exposure is the central government view on the inflation, the inflation factor that you need to adjust your program by?
Thank you for asking a question I can't immediately answer. I always appreciate the opportunity to look ill-informed. But I know, for example, a number of extraordinary things have been happening in the world lately, which have led to the price of brodifacoum, our number one tool in the initial knockdown of possums on the wild side, going up in price by 40%. The cost of fuel, which we're dependent on. Wage costs. We do have turnover in our pest-free project, not because we're bad employers, I believe, but we've trained our staff so well that they're in danger of being poached by companion projects. But when we are unable to pay what they're truly worth, that leads to operational difficulties down the line. So it's not a direct answer, Ian, but it's the best I can give.
You're ahead of the underlying inflation rate, whatever that might be.
Councillor Weeks, thank you.
Yeah, hey, thanks for this. I just wanted to understand. So you've got $600,000. That's the fund for pest-free Banks Peninsula, and you're wanting, and you're also advocating for a bulk of, or you're hearing quite a bulk of the targeted rate biodiversity fund potentially that we're going to have to accentuate the work we're also doing here in that, because it already does link anyway. We've got a lot more land in Christchurch and a whole lot of other competing interests. And how much of this, you're going to say it's all of it, I imagine, but how much of it realistically do you believe would make a bigger difference into the work that you're doing compared to the rest of Christchurch that this sort of fund is designed for?
This is a project, history is a project about restoring biodiversity through the management of introduced mammalian pests. But it's also a social project. We wouldn't be doing nearly as well as we are if communities hadn't coalesced around the idea. So what I'm saying is, when you engage a community, for example, Predator-Free Court Hills and the Summit Road Society, they've done extraordinary work with backyard trapping because the community has become engaged. The multiplier effect, if you like, is with the social engagement in a common cause. So I'm not going to put a hectareage on how far we can go, but I think if this social movement continues, and remember I was talking about the social cohesion on the peninsula that's coalesced around this idea, I think it'll be hard to stop it. It'll set up expectations as well for the continued growth of these projects. So that's what that has to be factored in too.
Thank you. We've got Claire, and we've got time for one more after that. Vicky.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, David, for coming and presenting to us. And we've had quite a few submissions around biodiversity, but certainly the importance of the weed and pest control. Is your sense, well, if I just put the context is that currently our pest management rate is at 50% general rate and 50% rated on rural land, and it's and then there's a split over there. So given what you're saying and what we've certainly get, the importance of that weed and pest control, do you think it's time that we actually went back and revisited about how we were actually rated for weed and pest?
That's a very interesting question. I think, how many years are we now into the targeted rates? It's three years, I think. I look upon all of these issues as experiments, social experiments. And like all good empiricists, I think checking how you're doing is really important. Taking the temperature of the electorate as well as the communities being engaged in operations. So I would definitely favour a review about that, maybe as we come to the end of the initial 5-year cycle and test the public's mood for it. What I expect you would find is it's a parson's egg. It'll be good in parts. You'll get a lot of agreement coming, I'm sure, from Banks Peninsula, especially those areas where a lot of pest control has been done for weeds and for animals.
Last question.
So just in terms of Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, I know has been involved in some wider community pest meeting discussions that have started, which is very much looking at helping and supporting. You mentioned that you're leading. So what are your plans, or what's your connecting out wider, and how do the two sort of work and support each other to really, to Councillor Twiggs's point, is this just an isolated thing on Banks Peninsula and we're just looking after ourselves, or is there something wider that we can be helping with?
There's definitely something wider. The kinds of things we've been doing are working with landowners on their farm biodiversity plans in the areas where we're not specifically targeting mammalian pests as the first sort of tranche of work for pest-free. We engaged with Summit Road Society on their their trapping workshops. We've got educational programs on regrowth, on biodiversity management and support all over Banks Peninsula. I think, again, I'll talk about the social experiment. I think what we're doing is we're learning how to do it as we go. So the ship has set sail, we're still building it in parts. But what we're finding universally is a greed for engagement. And so I think that augurs terribly well for the future going forward. Does that answer? Yes. May I just mention one other thing? Our presentations are joined up with Mark Christensen's presentation yesterday. It's just we couldn't get the timing right for all three of us. Pest Free Waitaha is an idea of engaging communities beyond the peninsula to accelerate this notion. It's something we're very excited about.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Penny, for coming in. It's been a good session. Banks Peninsula is well supported across these 4 days, I must advise you. So, pity you couldn't get it with Mark, but it is what it is.
Thank you all.
Okay. So I'd like to welcome to the table Jamie McFadden on Rural Advocacy Network. Jamie, thanks for coming down from North Canterbury to make your submission. And councillors, I would note that Jamie's got 15 minutes for his submission. And so just when you're ready, Jamie, hook into it.
Thank you. So I'm presenting today as chairman of Rural Advocacy Network. We're a group of landowners predominantly in the Huronui district, and we've got members in the Waimakariri district as well. Quite a bit of what I present today comes from my background work that I do, and I actually really enjoyed that last presentation on what's happening on Banks Peninsula. My wife and I, we've been going 25 years this year with our native restoration, native plant nursery business in the Huronui district. And we're doing quite a bit of work on Banks Peninsula as well. And one of the things that we were involved with was getting rid of the goats on Banks Peninsula. So we were quite proud to be part of that program over there. And I thought it was really interesting, the social cohesion discussion. And there's a lot of work going on farms on Banks Peninsula, but the same in our district too, Huronui, and I'll come to that a bit later on. So yeah, I look at these issues that I'm outlining here as chairman of Rural Advocacy Network, but a lot of what I get is through my workings with farmers. We've got over 300 clients throughout Canterbury, some in Marlborough. I guess the key outcome that we are seeking today is a genuine acknowledgement of the failings within ECAN and an honest commitment to addressing those failings. This is a key part of our submission, and we would appreciate a detailed reply if steps will be taken and what those steps will be. I guess listening to that last submission, I would actually love to be able to come here in 12 months' time and present a similarly positive submission about collaboration between ECAN and our community. Because I guess one of the things I found difficult coming today is that it always seems a negative experience. And I'm a very positive person who enjoys the environmental work that we do. So, I mean, this is a key issue, what we've outlined in our submission, and we're really looking forward to getting to a better space. So, with our submission, we've put together some issues there, and I just quickly go through those and then just happy to answer some questions, Mr. Chairman. So, the consenting space, again, I spend a lot of my time talking to farmers that are clients of ours. And the toll of the consenting system on people's welfare is massive. I can't explain to the depth of pain and suffering and frustration that it has caused amongst many of our clients. I was talking to a couple this morning, a young couple, a small consent, I think it's about 15 hectares, which farmers here would realise is a very small area. Sheep and beef farm, a little bit of irrigation to supplement these dry periods. Took them about 3 years to get the consent, $20,000. The conditions are so tough they can't turn their irrigation on. And this is a leading farm in our district. It's they've got QE2 blocks. They're pioneers in conservation. It's an extraordinary irrigation system they've got that's low impact, environmentally friendly, and they can't turn it on because of your system, your consenting system. And I think that says a lot about the consenting system. It's not just a matter of resourcing, and it's actually systemic failures within the consenting system across a whole batch of operational aspects of the consenting system. So I guess I don't think I'll probably mention anything more there, apart from I would have liked to have had farmers join me today that are in consent process, but no one wants to put their head up, and they just are fearful of getting a ping back if they put their head up. So congratulations, Mr. Chairman, for being prepared to put your head up, because I think you actually said a lot of what farmers are feeling in terms of the frustrations with the consent system. The wetlands mapping was the second issue I mentioned here. We do a lot of work with wetlands, and I guess I can explain this by just an example. When I go on to farms and we're talking about wetlands and it's involved in the consenting space, it's a very negative discussion. The farmers are frustrated. They're coming up against bureaucracy. It's costing them thousands of dollars to get reports done. And interesting, I went on to a property like that, and then the next time I went, that had the land management team, and it was a completely opposite discussion with the farmer, with the interaction he'd had with the land management team of Environment Canterbury. And when you see what the land management team are doing out in the community and with farmers, it's incredible. I mean, your team, your land management team, are achieving so much positive outcomes. You know, I'm blown away by what they're achieving. And when you compare that to the consent system, the compliance system, the planning system, it's chalk and cheese. So it's not all about rules, it's all about empowering people. So the wetlands mapping, I won't go into that anymore. It does need addressing. I mean, we sort of feel it would be good to hand the wetlands all over to the land management team and let them get on with it, because that would be the way to get the positive outcomes on farms. Just talking about I found it interesting listening to that last submission, because what we're seeing, not just in Banksville but in Huranui, so we've got the Huranui District Land Care Group, 321 members, 300,000 hectares, 75% of the farms district, part of this Huranui District Land Care Group. Massive initiative, farm environment plans, biodiversity initiatives, all sorts of environmental work. We've got the Amiri Irrigation Company, 13 new catchment groups, all doing initiatives. Huranui Biodiversity Trust, which I'm a founding trustee, and we're doing heaps of work. What I'm saying here is that this is now the time of community-led solutions and social cohesion. I like that word from the Banks Peninsula guys. And to think about that with all of your planning go forward. How do you empower these community-led solutions? The last one I've mentioned here is the land use change on the margins of lowland Canterbury braided rivers. That was a report done by your science team. And when we first saw this come out and it screamed, the headline screamed that 80% of the Blythe River had been converted to intensive farming, I knew straight away something was wrong. Blythe River is a small braided river up in our district. When I sent this round to the local farmers, they knew straight away something was wrong. Our group commissioned an independent review, cost us $8,000. ECAN have offered to repay that back. because our independent review has exposed major problems with this report. It wasn't 80%, it was 0. No land in the Blythe had been converted to intensive farming as per what that report has said, and yet the headline in the press said 80%. Just a couple of comments here. I'll send this round. It's only recently just come out. Stuart Smith, our local MP, some of you will have been aware he's got his head around this issue. He's done an outstanding opinion piece, and it's titled "Fighting Bureaucracy," about this report and this science review. He's had a lot of complaints, and he goes on to say, what is particularly alarming is ECAN's dismissive response to these legitimate grievances. The report's flaws are indicative of a systemic failure within ECAN's scientific apparatus. Equally troubling is ECAN's lackluster response to calls for accountability. He then goes on to say the notion that such gross inaccuracies could go unnoticed speaks volumes about the deficiencies in ECAN's quality assurance mechanisms and peer review processes. As a community, we cannot afford to turn a blind eye to such atrocious breaches of trust. He says it is imperative that ECAN undertake a comprehensive review of its scientific processes and governance structures. And that's in line with what we're requesting in our submission. So as part of your LTP deliberations, we're seeking a funded program to undertake that. That's probably me for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jamie. We did give you 15 minutes, so we've got a wee bit of time up our sleeve here for people that want to interact with Jamie. Councillor Burns, and Councillor Edge, and then Councillor Swiggs.
Good, thanks for that. Really interesting. It's a weird question, but you're as good as anyone to ask. So you talk about that report on the Bly, which apparently was peer reviewed by ECAN before it was published, and you've had an independent peer review. We had someone earlier this morning saying that they were concerned that ECAN staff weren't continuing to sort of update with knowledge, technology, the likes of it. Is that something you've come across? Is it something you think about us as far as our reliability on the message of our technical advice to science-based technical advice?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that question, but when you look at that report, the independent review that we conducted looked at the Blythe and found major failings there. But then they also looked at other rivers, and that's why the whole report has been withdrawn, because the same failings that were with the Blythe also apply to the other rivers throughout Canterbury, and that's why the report was withdrawn. In terms of the science, there's so many aspects of what was done. There was the report done, there was the review, there was internal reviews, there was peer review by NIWA, then there was approved by the chief scientist. We raised the concerns when it went to the media. It was reviewed again by ECAN. Blythe was visited by ECAN staff, and at every step of the way they defended the report and stood by the report. So this is not a simple just, there's the problem. This is a whole suite of actions, and and I'm not a scientist, but you can see so many failures at so many steps of the way. And you will get a presentation from Richard Shaw, who's been one of the Blythe residents involved with this issue, and he's more science background than me. But yeah, there's a lot of failings there, which I know that the ECAN staff do want to catch up with us on that. And it's not just on this land use. We've raised this previously with other science reports as well. What we're seeing is not a problem with this report. We're seeing a systemic failure within the organisation. Yeah.
It's Jamie. I'm just picking up on the future. We're in the process of preparing our regional policy statement, which is being reviewed at the moment. That will incorporate the coastal environment plan as well as changes to the land and water regional plan. One thing we've been talking about a lot now for the last few years, we've been talking about a catchment-based solutions, looking at more sub-catchment bespoke solutions to resolve problems within a certain spatial dynamic, if you like. Do you think that that's potentially a good way of developing some non-statutory solutions using good background data? And I'm thinking, I don't know if the Y connection, the big Y connection people are in your area at the moment, but they produce a huge range of multiple layers of good data, which I presume you could then discuss with landowners, community groups, catchment groups to resolve various issues. Is that sort of non-statutory or more non-statutory approach with science element, obviously, is a good way that you might sort of resolve some of your issues?
Yeah, I think that's definitely looking in the way forward, and I don't think it's just non-statutory. I think it should be blended with the statutory, and it should be part of the statutory. And I think that's a key message. What I was saying earlier on, that 10 years ago, or when you were doing regional planning documents and your land and water plans and all these, farming was at a certain space, and there were a lot of laggers, and there was a lot of work needed to be done. But what I would encourage you to think of is that you're in a very different space now. You're in a completely different space. And I had a really interesting discussion with one of the Otago regional councillors, and he was saying that what he's trying to get down there is a really clear understanding within each district of what is actually happening on the ground, and then building their planning framework around that. Because if you look at what's happening in our district, and I will send you a summary of what's happening in our district, it's massive. It's massive. Banks Peninsula, it's massive. Kaikoura, Waimakariri, they're all massive in terms of the landowner engagement. So all of these things that you're talking about, catchment groups, land care groups, biodiversity trusts, the conservation trusts, all of these are so much more relevant now, and your planning framework needs to pivot to adjust to that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Look, we are out of time, but we've got 3 more questions, so if you can be succinct in your questions.
Mine is pretty quick. It's actually related. You're a rural advocacy network, so, and you've touched on consent, but you haven't said anything about the change in consent fees or anything like that we're proposing in our long-term plan. It's obviously a long-term plan process. Have you looked at that at all, and have you had any feedback? We've had a few submissions, but I wanted to understand yours.
Yeah, so the issue for a lot of farmers is not just the consent fees, it's everything that goes with it. And, the days of spending $4,000 or $5,000 for a simple consent renewal are gone. And a lot of our clients are spending anywhere between $20,000 and $80,000 for a simple consent renewal process. And their concern is not just the cost of consents, it's everything else that goes with it. And I guess we haven't submitted on that. We wanted to keep it quite simple on the consenting system itself. But I think it's fair to say that all costs are a concern at the moment because they're all going up and at quite a rate. I think from farmers' point of view, if we could get a lot more efficiencies in the consent system, and I know that you are doing some work and Stephen Hall's undertaking some work, and the proof will be in the pudding, but we understand there's going to be some changes. So if there's a lot more efficiencies into the system, the cost of consent becomes less of an issue. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jamie, for the presentation. I think a really simple question, but which is really quite complex. Looking at the future, how do the words belonging, autonomy, and purpose kind of fit with a ground-up catchment-based process of improving the environment versus a top-down regulated process? Very simple question.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure if I've got the gist of your question, but I'll quite try and answer what I think you're asking. Is that, and I think it relates to what Councillor Grant Edge was just asking before, is that the planning space you're in now is completely different to what it was, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And there's so much more opportunity for community-led, ground-up solutions. And I will send you that document on what's happening in our district, because it just demonstrates that the journey, as I explained to a farmer there up in Kelvin yesterday, pretty much all of the farmers are on the journey. They all need to get on the journey, and it is a journey, it's not a destination, and that's the environmental journey. And we were talking about how we just stay on that journey all the way and we get everyone on that journey. It's changed in the last 5-10 years. So ground up community-led solutions are ripe for that to happen now. Less regulation. I mean, you still have regulation for water takes, effluent disposal. The key you still need quite a bit of regulation there, but when you're dealing with wetlands, biodiversity, all those sort of issues, there's a lot more scope for community-led solutions. Yep.
My question was in exactly the same vein as these two, so it's been really well answered, so thanks very much.
All right, Jamie, thank you for that, for being so forthright with us, which is good. Gives the councillors an understanding of where you're at with the Rural Advocacy Network, and we'll just see where we get to from here. So thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Well, kia ora koutou. We're going to reconvene. Just like you're good there, Katie. So we're just going to reconvene, and we're going to call up. We've got Hayley from the Avon Ōtākaro Network. Looking forward. It's all right. Don't rush. It's all good. You can just come up when you're ready. And so just to outline the rules again for everybody, or the guidelines, roughly 10 minutes for each slot. 5 minutes we sort of recommend you speak for, and then leave some time for questioning. So yeah, do you want to come up? So yeah, we'll hand it over to you, and we'll let you know if we're getting close to that 10-minute mark. Well, you just push the button when you want to speak. Katie can help you with that. Oh, you got a presentation? Yeah, all good. There it is. Oh, true. It's a bit fuzzy on our screen, but it's clear on that one. There you go. Yeah. So thank you, Hayley. Over to you. You just push a button.
Oh, kia ora. Oh, start my timer. Kia ora koutou. I'm Hayley Letitia from the Avon Ōtākaro Network. Our organisation's focus has been on the River Red Zone for the last, 12 years. However, which I'll run you through shortly, within the slide, through the process of red zoning, the people from the land, our organisation came about to advocate for that land not to be rebuilt on. And since 2012, when we took the petition to Parliament to start the process, which ended up with the Region Christchurch group, who did consultation for 10 years, we finally had that settled in 2020, where we brought the petition back up the river and brought it to the council building as a sort of signifying the end of that process. And then obviously in 2022, we had the co-governance establishment group start. So yeah, job done, you would have thought. But unfortunately, through that whole time, our poor old river has been used as a toilet, a drain, and so the condition of it is pretty poor. So we decided in 2022 that actually there was a need for the Avon Ōtākaro Network to continue its work, and we've shifted our lens slightly to the river and the people and communities and individuals all working for the betterment of our river. So the Avon River runs, obviously, as you know, from Avonhead and Addington right through the heart of our city out to the sea. So it's an important part of our city and an important part of our sense of pride for our people who live in the urban environment. So today I'm just going to focus on one point, and that's really about the work that we do and how that relates back to the city. We do a lot of other work that's strengthening communities focus, but I'm just focusing today on our biodiversity projects. So at the moment we're running projects in the river. So we've got a boat where we're collecting rubbish. We've been doing that now for 15 months, and we've turned out 6.5 tonnes. And I see on my side I've made a bit of a typo. There's actually 6.5 tonnes that we've taken out of the river. We've engaged with 12 community and school groups over that time to help us sort the rubbish. And we sort the rubbish into categories. We divert about 50% from the waste stream. And we're trying to gather data so that we can help both ECAN and the council to identify the trouble areas, and also to start understanding where we've taken out all of the old rubbish, because it's never been done. We're pulling things out from the 1960s that we know it's from the 1960s because it's a can from the Commonwealth Games or something like that. So that's one project that we're doing, and we're just we're working with most of the schools around the Otakaro in terms of education, so in action learning, so getting them to work with us and choose their own projects. So it might be that they want to do rubbish, they might want to do riparian planting, they might want to do stream care, they might want to look at the health of the water. So we really leave it up to the tamariki to decide what action they want to take around the river and how we can support them. We're supporting the Otakaro trapping project, and that's just got started, and already we're up to 100 traps. And so that's basically virtualising the river in the urban environment. So we're getting people in their homes to do the trapping, and we want to grow that so that we've got like a virtual fence around the whole catchment. So I won't go on, you can read it. We do all sorts of things around improving the biodiversity. We've got some plans that we've pitched around management plans in some sectors. So for example, the Dudley Stream. The Dudley Stream was severely impacted by the earthquakes. It also was completely rebuilt for the Flockton Basin flooding. So the stream itself is in really poor condition, but it's a really important habitat for lots of our freshwater species. So we've pitched a management plan to start working on that. So I guess my point is that biodiversity is not just in the country, it's in an urban environment. And unfortunately for our urban groups, it's a really tricky one to fund because there's no funding for it, or very little funding for it. I just wanted to give you an understanding of what we deliver in terms of the money we've received from you in the last financial year. So this is from our audited accounts. So for every dollar that you gave our organisation, we went away and got another $20 from other funders, and then we turned that into another $40 with us facilitating volunteers, planting days, plants, working with corporates to provide us with materials for our builds and the things that we do. So we actually give you a $61 return to what you give us currently. So I'm here to say that it's really important for our urban groups to be supported, and it's also your support helps us to get the support from the other funders, because they see that you've got you're approving, I guess, of our projects in a way, which then helps us to go on and turn that money into more money. So that's me.
Sure, Amy, thank you. Questions, Greg? Kia ora, thanks, Haley. Brilliant. I've just got a question. We had a presentation first thing this morning from the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River Network. I wonder, do you liaise with that group or groups along that particular water body?
Yep, so the Ōpāwaho, ourselves, the estuary and the Sticks, we all meet regularly in a casual way to talk about what we're all doing and share things. And we also have some shared events that we do throughout the year. So this year we've got Mother of All cleanups coming up, and also in September we're working together on the World Rivers Day. Yeah.
Just a supplementary on that, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you actually have a working relationship, if you like, with these other groups within this side of the hill. So I see that you support the proposed targeted rate for biodiversity. So potentially that is the sort of thing that you could see a united group like yourselves applying to.
often people like myself come into this space because we have a passion, and then what we end up doing is not doing a passion. We end up doing funding applications, funding reports, creating and all of that stuff. And so I often find myself sitting at a desk rather than out there facilitating a group of kids or whatever it is that we're doing. So I've always been of the opinion that there's some really solid groups in Christchurch who've been around for a long time, have delivered the same things, the organisations are right size, and we should have a funding model that supports that. And then maybe have a contestable fund for new groups, people who are innovating, new projects, things like that. Yeah.
No, I wasn't laughing at you, I was laughing with you. I totally get it. Vicky, got a question?
I saw that you were supporting the targeted rate, and I was wondering if you've got certain things that you could see that you could ramp up or be more confident of. You're still amazing in terms of what you're leveraging. What else is there that you might do if you had that more certainty in funding?
I think for me personally, as a facilitator in a group such as this, is that I could then work on the ground, actually doing action, rather than being in an office writing proposals and coming up with. And I say this, and it's probably a bad thing to say, but I say that sometimes we're writing projects up just to suit a fund rather than actually the work that we're doing, and we put a lens on it just to keep the funding going, or keeping it going. So it means for people like me, we can actually go out and facilitate more work. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Hayley, you're focused on the river and the area kind of around the river. And I mean, the urban rivers are kind of the responsibility of, in a way, with the city council. Do you think we as ECAM should be doing more in that urban river space?
I knew you'd ask me a hard question, Bill. But so I'll use the in-river project for an example. Our boat guy, Daryl, he's a keen kayaker, and he went to both ECAM and the city council and said, I've got this idea, can you support me? And he couldn't get anywhere with either. So he came to us, and I said, that'll be easy to support, no worries. So I went to the council and to ECAM, and the council said, no, it's an ECAM problem. ECAM said, no, it's a council problem. And in the end, we were able to get the zone committee to support us and the community waterways partners to support us. Plus, we put our own funding into it. And you can see the results that we've got. In 15 months, we've made such a difference to the river and the amount of rubbish that's in there. And we're starting to see it ourselves. So to answer your question, yes, it's your problem. It's everybody's problem. Yeah.
Got it, Hayley, and thanks, councillors, for the questions. Thank you for taking the time and the enthusiasm shown. I really like your little bubble diagram there. It shows sort of what we're talking about all day with some of the community groups and what they do. So thank you so much. Keep up the good work. Kia ora. Next up, we've got, is it John? John here? Yeah. Kia ora, John. Welcome to the table. Thanks for being here. So just to reiterate, about 10 minutes for the slot, and sort of recommend you speak for roughly 5 minutes, give us some time for questions. That's up to you. Looking forward to hearing from you, John, and thanks for being here.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting us submit to this process. My name's John Grigg, and just to give you a quick background, I'm a 5th generation farmer, arable, dairy grazing and sheep. And my grandfather bought our property in Hororata in 1925. In that property, we have 6 kilometres of the Hororata River, 2 kilometres of the Selwyn River, and over 8 kilometres of spring-fed streams. So my main submission on here is to support the rate for the Malvern Rivers through the district rate that you're part of. This came apart because after the flood, the May flood 3 years ago, a group of us got together and we formed the Malvern River Protection Group. We've been working with Ian and John Sucknell. We have the support of the Selwyn District Council to support this proposal for a rate to go through. Because as you know, when with rivers, if you do a little bit of maintenance continuously, it's a much better network to look after. It protects the infrastructure that is within the area. And with the way we're getting more feasts and famines with water, I do believe it's not just those on the river that benefit from it. A wider range of infrastructure is affected when rivers blow out and behave. I also believe that because we as humans live within our country, our rivers unfortunately have to be modified environments. And so it depends on what we are trying to protect. We're protecting property, livelihoods, infrastructure. And so I believe that this rate needs supporting. But I also, on the second side of things, the rate is only half of the problem. The second half of the problem is how that rate is spent. And I believe that a workable and practical global consent would be the best way to maintain this river network and to spend the money wisely and look after the river. Basically, just to give you an idea, in our local township, they spent 2 years and $15,000 to get $3,500 worth of work done. So this, if it's that sort of formula for looking after the river, the $200,000 is not going to go very far. To give you an awesome example there, farmers like us, we've been maintaining that river for nearly 100 years, and I haven't cost anyone a cent. We've done it all off our own back. So if there is a global consent that's practical and workable, farmers will help maintain their rivers. Yes, we do need some guidelines. Yes, we do need someone to make sure that, and I've got one neighbour that needs definitely looking after, that need looking after to make sure that we're doing the right thing. But we need to have, whether it's a river management plan, global consent, I do believe that is stage 2 of what you're doing with this rating, and it is essential and needs to be done as quickly as possible, as long as this rate is supported and goes through your council. Thank you.
Sure, John. Any questions for John, the council? Throughout it.
Thanks, John. My question is related to, the management of the river. Do you, global consent, is it likely to be tied in with a whole of catchment or a whole of sub-catchment plan? So you're considering not just the river immediate corridor, but the things that the overland flow, if you like, and tributaries that might come into that. So it's a more of a holistic way of looking at things. Coupled with that is the wetland project that I think that you were working with Ian on as well, and how that fits in.
Yes, some of you may be aware that we have a couple of projects on the farm. The wetland projects is being advanced, and the work that's been done is stunning, and thank you very much for that support for that wetland project. We've also got the mudfish project. We have the only mudfish screen in the Southern Hemisphere is also on the property. So I'm well aware of the biodiversity and the enhancement within the river systems. Fundamentally, like anything, I would prefer to get the basics right first, which will be what I call the channels. If you look after the channels first, then the other biodiversity off channels and things can then follow on that process. But looking after the channel, to me, has to be the number one first.
Thanks, John. Any other questions from councillors at the moment? David East.
Excuse me. You made an analogy of the township spending $15,000. And what was the rest of it again? I just didn't quite.
So they were trying to protect flooding going into Hororata, and there were some issues with the river. It comes off the hill, and then as it slows down, it drops gravel. So effectively, they needed to do a bit of work to maintain it, stay away from the township. And because I wouldn't quote me exactly, but basically there were a few issues and it took quite a long time and cost to get that consent. I visited it as part of after the floods, looking at this area, and just as a farmer, I looked at there and said, those 6 willows need to go. And the guy who actually did the contracting work looked at me and said, they wouldn't be moved. And so that's where this practical global consent needs to be enforceable and a way so that we can look after the rivers, because most of the biodiversity that I deal with, which is mudfish and this wetlands, is off channel. It's not in the main channel, it's off channel. And that's where the mudfish love to be, and that's where our wetland is as well.
So just a supplementary there, you were saying that obviously that 15,000 incurred other costs of consent of bits and pieces. And your concern now, I suppose, is with the targeted rate and collection of money, how you're going to spend it. Are you going to be involved in having to spend some money to spend the 200,000? So what's your sort of optimum scenario to be able to spend that money most economically?
My optimal will be is if we had a global consent for a start, so that we had parameters administered by your river engineers, but also we have groups of interested parties along the rivers so that we can work with people who are living with the river and understand it. And I know as a farmer myself, I will contribute. I'm happy to do the work myself as long as I'm allowed to. But we need to make sure that there are interest groups along each of the rivers as well, so that you're breaking it up into groups. It doesn't become one huge problem, and therefore each time we have to do something, we have to get a consent. So there needs to be some rules, but it also needs to be efficient and workable.
Kia ora, John. Really good answer. And thank you for your submission and your knowledge around the Hororata and the support for the rate. I really liked your thought about you need some guidelines and conditions around the plan for the river. So I think that's a really key thing as well. How do you sort of bring in the values, biodiversity, etc., that are important, as well as managing the river. So thank you. Kia ora. So next, Nikki. So next up we had Nikki, but she's not available. I think we're going to go to Arana Park. So Lynn and your team, if you'd like to come up. And Kim, that's nice to see you. I know you've got another. Has you got another person they can come up? I'm all good with that. Grab a chair or bring a chair, or can someone help? No. All good. So hand to Lynn, I think, and you can introduce your team that you've got with you. And like I said before, about 10 minutes for the slot. Speak for as little or as long as you want of that, and then we'll go from there. So thank you, Kelvin. Yeah, and push the red button when you're ready.
You've got the red button on. Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to submit today. For starters, I'd just like to talk a little bit about Arana Wildlife Park and what a key regional asset it is, contributing internationally, nationally and regionally to nature conservation. We deliver benefits socially, economically and environmentally for Canterbury, hosting up to 200,000 visitors per annum. And we're asking you to consider contributing 100,000 annually to help ensure the continuation of a regionally significant biodiversity project at the park. Just to recap a little on the park, we are an internationally recognised zoo, one of the only 4 major zoos in the country. We're privileged to hold 1,000 animals representing 90 different species in our care, and many of those species are critically endangered. New Zealand native species conservation is core to all of our hearts, and we're privileged and very proud to be involved in 6 Department of Conservation key recovery programs for some of the country's most critically endangered species, such as Kākāriki Karakia, our Canterbury's only parrot, and of course we've also got Canterbury mudfish, the most endangered mudfish species in New Zealand, in our waterways. On the exotic side, we're involved in 20 conservation international breeding programs for the exotic species that we're privileged to hold, such as cheetah, which you see pictured, which is notoriously difficult to breed in captivity. As a modern zoo, education is a really core part of our mission, and we're about connecting people with nature. No one leaves the park without take-home action suggestions about how they can live a more environmentally sustainable lifestyle. And of course, we have formal education programs for Canterbury school children, who will be the precious caretakers of our biodiversity in the future. We're a community-focused facility, loved by all ages, young and old. We offer meaningful volunteering opportunities for the community. And really importantly, we're also one of Canterbury's key tourist attractions, driving economic growth. In our last main visitor survey, 5% of our visitors came to Christchurch specifically because they wanted to come and visit the park. But I'm not here to talk to you today about the park generally. I'm here to talk to you about the park as an important habitat for some of Canterbury's most important species. In fact, the park is a key biodiversity hotspot in Canterbury. In 2022, we carried out site-wide existing biodiversity surveys before launching into our Jobs for Nature project, and it revealed some really important things. For starters, 255 different taxa of invertebrates, including an uncommon Canterbury ground wheater and a very rare beetle endemic to the area. Locally significant plants were abundant, including some of the most locally rare orchid species, and of course Muehlenbeckia axillaris is abundant across the site, meaning that we are a really significant remnant habitat for the Canterbury boulder copper butterfly. We found 34 species of birds living on our site, with 15 of those being native and 5 of those endemic. And on the reptile front, we also have great populations, most significantly, a remnant population of Canterbury spotted skink that had been thought locally extinct in the area since the 1980s. In 2021, we were delighted to receive or be successful in a Jobs for Nature project, and with funding of $700,000 over 3 years, and we set out on a journey creating something for the future on McLean's Island. Our ambitious project has provided funding to have 3 full-time team members over that period, and a key focus of the project has been planting an 8.5 hectare native forest along the road frontage of McLean's Island. Another key focus has been planting within the park to further enhance the native habitats that the park has become. Eco-sourced seeds from locally significant species such as the historic kowhai on our land have been collected, propagated, and are being sown. And the park's waterways in the area that were created with the building of the park have created a key riparian habitat on McLean's Island. Mammalian predator control, which is not just significant across the park's land, but also makes a huge difference for McLean's Island as a whole, is a key part of the project, with much success trapping feral cats, rats, stoats, possums, and you'll see we've got a very happy team member there with another large possum dispatched. So, and weed control in the McLean's Island area, such as willow, gorse, broom, wilding pines, it's a core focus. ECAN councillors, you'll understand what a harsh environment McLean's Island really is. Relief spraying is needed to have the success that we do, but also during summer to ensure that our native forest survives, our team have been hand watering every single plant a couple of times. So just to summarise, as part of our Jobs for Nature project that ends later this year, in total 36,000 stems will be planted. It's double what was the target of the Jobs for Nature funding. We acknowledge ECAN's generous co-funding of plants and guards for the native, no, not plants, sorry, guards and other materials for the native forest area. The native forest will be 24,000 stems in total, with another 12,000 stems across the park. We've currently got 18,000 or more in the ground and a 94% survival rate through that careful tending. And again, McLean's Island is a really tough environment. So what do we actually need? We truly value our partnership with ECAN as our lease. Well, we're the leaseholder, you guys are our landlords. And we share a common vision for McLean's Island. We propose funding of 100,000 per annum, specifically from the targeted rate for Christchurch District Biodiversity. This will ensure we can continue this crucial conservation project on ECAN leased land. And the funds would be towards salaries, plant guards and materials. And at the park, we will be looking to absorb at least one of the team members full time. Why do we need these funds? Obviously, the funds, Jobs for Nature is gone. There will be no further Jobs for Nature funding. Every Jobs for Nature project throughout the city is currently succession planning, and it's really critical that this continues so that the incredible work that we've done today, to date is not lost. We are planning future plantings. We've been working with organisations that will donate plants, but we need a bit of a funding boost, and we consider that the new targeted rate fits perfectly with what we're trying to achieve. You've probably seen us in the media recently. Our operation costs don't actually cover our operational income, doesn't actually cover our operational costs. And so we've been to the Christchurch City Council, we'll be submitting to them later this week for operational funding support. Plus we'll also be, we have also approached Selwyn and Waimakariri. So developing our 185 hectares of land on McLean's Island as a biodiversity hotspot is our passion, and we believe that ECAN shares our common goals for the area. So we desperately need some funding support to continue this incredible work going on McLean's Island. And yeah, we really want to work in partnership with you, but it costs money. And so why we're here is we're asking for a small slice of the new targeted rate for biodiversity in Christchurch. So please be part of our positive future and include us in the LTP. And thank you again for the opportunity to submit.
Quentin and the team, pretty well done, and thanks for outlining what you've been up to and what you're looking forward to do. I've got Ian, Dion and Greg.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Two parts to my question. One is, are we your landlords? But you said we are. Do we charge rent?
Because of the great work we've been doing, ECAN kindly during the COVID period, gave us rent remission, but because of the huge enhancements that we're doing on ECAN land, that's now currently reviewed every 2 years. But yes, our land rental has been remitted for the last 3 years, hopefully to continue. Thank you.
That was actually my question as well, because I'm just trying to get my head around, and it's all of the land that the whole park is on our land, or ECAN land. Yeah.
Yes, the entire park is on ECAN land. Currently, we've got about 130 hectares, but we have been trapping and doing some work on a further 55 hectares that we will be taking over to future-proof the park when the lease expires with the current holder on the 31st of December this year. And so the park will have that 185 hectares in total, but we've been working as though it's ours. It's a really important spot.
Okay, so that's, yeah, there's a, just to be honest, I mean, in my head, I just have a sustainable business model thinking going in my mind about, you know, some of the work that's been going there. You know, is the work that you've done from the appropriate for the area, if it needs the kind of maintenance that is needed? There's a few things there that I'm just trying to unpick, but yeah, is $100,000 enough to keep just to maintain, or do you actually want to do more with that money? Because maintenance is important, and then there's obviously, I'm hearing that you've got bigger aspirations, but can you separate those two?
Sure thing. The 8.5 hectare native forest, once it's planted, it's a matter of maintaining it. And so the planting within the park is an ongoing thing. We have formed relationships with organisations such as Trees That Count and the Eco Action Nursery that are happy to look at funding plants for the future. It's really important that we plant what will work on the Plains Island, and we did the existing biodiversity surveys first, plus involved, you know, like Colin Merck to look at all the plants to ensure that we protected really important existing habitats like some of the scrubby grasslands, etc. So, but to cut to the chase and answer your question, 100,000 isn't going to keep the Jobs for Nature project going at the level that it's currently been working at with that funding over the last 3 years, but it's certainly enough for us to maintain it and build on it, keep the trapping network in place, continue working through those weeds, and yeah, it's enough to maintain to ensure that we don't lose the great work that's gone on.
Great. Kia ora, thank you. Look, given that it's part of the Waimakariri River Regional Park, and then on your western side, we have the West Mountain Reserves, and you've talked about some of the key species through there. And I know the Kōwhai savanna, the native herb and the orchid lands and the likes of it. You know, it's awesome. But are you working with our ecologists as well, as far as what's appropriate for on the land? Because you talk about planting. In some cases, it's actually what's already existing.
Absolutely, we are. And because I only sort of had 5 minutes in the presentation, I'd really like to acknowledge how the ECAN team have been right behind us. Right from the beginning, we've been working with Jean Jack and, you know, your forestry team, etc. Like, it was where the native forest was going was a pine forest, and you know, we said, well, we don't want another pine forest going back there, and so that's how we got the co-funding from ECAN, which covered our plant guards and sprays, etc. Because to offset the emissions trading scheme, of course, we needed to be planting back a similar number of stems, and of course planting native forest costs a heck of a lot more than planting another pine plantation, which which is really not suitable for the future of the park anyway. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, that sort of relates to my question in terms of the regional park. It's what you're saying is the land is part of the endowment land. Where anything within the earns money, I suppose, from forestry or whatever, is supposed to be put back into that regional park. So yeah, in emissions trading schemes, I'm just curious about the arrangement between Environment Canterbury as an owner and the funding that you're requesting on that land.
Okay, well, our lease is in perpetuity, obviously, and so we're responsible for maintaining the land, but of course, ECAN owns the pine trees, which is the same with most of the leases out there. And of course, our 8.5 hectare native forest wasn't enough to offset the ETS considerations for ECAN. And so what ECAN did instead was plant us a shelter belt around the new 55 hectare block in Eucalypt Gunnii. And although it's not native, it is an important food source for a number of native birds. So between our native forest and the planting of the eucalypts, that meant that it was cost neutral what was happening in terms of the ETS scheme.
Given. I've got Nick. You got a question, Nick?
All my questions are answered.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you applied to other funding places. Yeah, I know you mentioned City Council, but I'm just wondering because you clearly got like the sort of zoo side, international conservation and so on, and that's you've got tourists coming through and locals visiting with this fee, and then you're now like these really amazing things that you found on your land, which is fantastic, and you're looking to support that, and whether that provides a different opportunity in terms of other funding streams you can apply to because it's more sort of local biodiversity. You know, you're in two places. Do you find that's an easy to do to diverge towards that other side of biodiversity, local issue? Or are you finding you're actually a bit like, hang on a minute, but you're a zoo, why are you here? Like, how does that work? How are you sensing your response from funders, other funders?
Okay, well, fundraising is something that we do day in, day out. Orana Wildlife Park, everything that you see on the site to date has cost around 25 million. We've raised every single cent of that over the years and with no contribution from ratepayers. On top of that, the park is coming up 50 years old. We've got a lot of aging infrastructure, and so we're also having to raise for items of major maintenance around the park as well. Obviously, to fundraise for the likes of this project, improving the park is an amazing community asset in the future, as well as we're raising for major maintenance, and then to raise for OPEX on top of that. It's actually becoming a fundraising overload to the extent that, given the huge community asset value of Orana Wildlife Park to not just Christchurch and Canterbury, but the only facility of its type in the South Island. We've got 3 other major zoos in the country who are not a habitat like Orana Wildlife Park, and each of them receive between $5 to $6 million per annum in operational and maintenance funding support, and then support towards capital funding. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but I guess my message is we can't probably raise a lot more than we've already been doing.
I think you have answered it really well, and I think you've put a really good case forward in terms of, you know, the extra work you've done outside the park, plus within the park, and the sort of species recovery work that you do as well. I've personally been out there and seen the Kākāriki Karakia work, and I think it's amazing. So yeah, I think you've done a really good job. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks, councillors, for the questions and the clarifications. Obviously, I think I was going down that track of the lease and whether we could not have you pay the lease, but that's already happened just to offset some of the costs, but that's already there. But hey, that's something we're going to have to do with our deliberations and look at that. There's no decision made about obviously the targeted rate, of course. That's what we'll be doing in deliberations, and of course how that gets allocated later on is something that we have to look at as well. But thank you for your submission and your great work, and definitely acknowledge what you do and how much of a resource you have created there over time. So congratulations, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'd just like to acknowledge 3 of our board members that have come along today and support, and my colleague Nathan walked in. Again, thank you to ECAN, our Canterbury Spotted Skink Habitat. You guys funded the rodent-proof fence around it, and the most recent ECAN doc survey, the population is thriving, and we've got young Canterbury Spotted Skink, remembering they were thought it locally extinct since the 80s. So that's pretty exciting. Thanks for your partnership. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. So next up online, I think Dagmar is that. Oh, here you come back to. I think you're coming back into the room now, Dagmar. So welcome and thanks for being online. You're with us. We can't hear you just yet. And we're just getting the presentation that's on the screen off. So if you can hear me at the moment, so you've roughly got 10 minutes. Sort of recommending you speak for 5, and then we can have some time for questions. And then we'll go from there. So once we get this presentation down, then you'll come up quite large on our screen here, which is good. And then you can push your speaker button and go for it. And thanks for being here. And you've got a presentation too. Oh, here we go. Cool. Great. Oh, you're muted at the moment, Dagmar. If you could, press your speaker button.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I asked Katie to do the slides because I'm not very handy with these things.
All good. Katie's there, ready to help. So thank you. You just tell us when you want to move.
Okie doke. I'll start off. I'm going to read it out. Sorry, because I'm not very good speaker. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be heard. A quick introduction. I am Dagmar Fikken. My husband Hans and I own and operate a small family dairy farm with 280 cows. We are vocational farmers, which means we work with our cows and the land to make a living, as opposed to corporate farmers who use cows and the land to make a profit. The set fee for farming consent will hit us small farmers hard. Per cow, we pay 3, 4, 5, 6 times as much as the big corporates. If you like to see Canterbury covered in big faceless corporate farms, that is the way to go. If you value smaller family-owned and operated farms, this set fee needs addressing. For example, a per cow fee would be much fairer. Please look at the map provided. That was the second slide for Katie. Thank you. This map was given to us by Chris Foe, an econ scientist, in 2021. It's a flooding map for coastal areas, as you can see. The modeling was done with the stop bank intact. The stop bank is no longer intact. In fact, big sections have completely been washed away. We were giving this map in 2021, so Econ has been aware of this problem for at least 3 years, and I assume longer. But nothing has been done, and there is no plan. Our house is at the yellow star. The houses of our employees are at the red stars. How would you feel living here? For 3 years, we have been trying to work with Econ, but we feel completely ignored. Others have had meetings, Econ, Timor District Council, iwi, DOC, LINS, to discuss their views and aspirations for this area, but not us landowners. We have been left out. Landowners should be involved in these discussions. This is our livelihood. This farm is all we have. We worked 20 years to get this farm. Then slides 3 and 4 will show you what the bank looks like now and what it looked like 10 years ago. The erosion of the coast has accelerated since 2018. We have been on this farm since 2013. Up to 2018, the coast was fairly stable and a strip of dunes 20 to 30 meters wide sat along the stop bank. From 2018, these dunes started getting eaten away to completely disappear by 2021. In July 2021, the sea breached the stop bank, washing sections away and flooding 25 hectares, which is 15% of our farm, with salt water. I would like to see a study in the cause of this accelerated erosion and rule in or out if Timaru Port is the cause of this accelerated erosion. I understand erosion has been going on all along, but it's gone really fast these last years. Included should be what their consent conditions are, so the port, who approved their consents, whether a proper cause and effect study was done before issuing the consents, and if they stick to their consent conditions. Several people within your organization, ECAN, think the port contributes to this accelerated erosion. If there are going to be targeted rates for sea flood protection, like there should have been already, the port should pay towards it too. He kai oku ringa. Sorry, my Māori isn't too bad, I'm trying. But food is in our hands. We are farmers, we make food, and I feel we're important. Thank you.
Right, Dagmar, thank you. Questions from any councillors in the room? Yep, Nick.
It's probably not a question, it's just backing up what Dagmar has said, that I've lived all my life up to 2 years ago, not far from here. That stop bank was built 50 years ago when I was at primary school. Show my age now. But in the last 20 years, we've seen the Timaru Port build a bigger breakwater at Timaru, and I personally believe that this has helped contribute to this erosion, not only at Milford, but close to Timaru, towards Seadown and further out toward Whakatau, because it's stopping the shingle. We always say the shingle comes north from the major rivers, and so it's stopping that. The other thing that probably contributes a little bit to is years ago, there was dams built on the Waitaki River, so we don't get all that shingle coming from the Waitaki River, catchment coming north up the coastline as well.
Yes, I'd like to add to that. When we first moved to this property in 2013, the beach was a quarry. It was like gravel from sea to dunes. It was gravel quite deep. At the moment, it's half sand, there's barely any gravel, so it doesn't get replenished. It just disappears and nothing new comes in its place. I think that's the problem. And yeah, I'm not sure if I should be saying this, but there has been a scientist, Bruce Gibberties, who's been measuring this coast for decades, I think. And his data will show too that this really sped up in the last 5 years. And I mean, we don't feel safe. We don't have money to do anything about it. Not anymore. We're don't want to say bankrupt, but getting there if this continues, because we're losing land and we're first generation farmers. So we've got massive loans, and yeah, we're losing the land that we haven't paid off yet. So it's not a good position for us to be in. And we just would like some help from the council. I mean, we pay rates, we pay your wages, we elected you to look after us, and I'm not feeling it.
Sure, Dagmar. Is there any other questions from councillors? Dagmar, is this in the Browns Beach area, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is Browns Beach. This is between the Ōpāwaho and the Orari River at the end of White Road. And from White Road south, the first kilometer, that's where you see these photos from. It's really bad. The bank has hundreds of meters gaps in it, and if we get a storm like in 2021, I do not know what's going to happen. I have no idea.
Yeah, thank you for raising this with us. I mean, some of us have been there to visit a year ago, I think about a year ago, and I feel like there is some work going on within our programs to look at it, to investigate what can be done.
Well, ironically, I got an email from Chris Fow yesterday, but there's a draft report that I haven't seen yet, but yeah.
Well, we haven't either, but I know that there's some work going on. So look, thank you for raising with us, and it does highlight the issue to us really well. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your submission.
That's okay. Thank you for your time.
Got it. Okay, next up, have we got Scott in the room? Scott Nelson. Scott. Nice top. Thank you, Dagmar. Yeah, you can turn your camera off and your microphone if you'd like. All good. Because we can still see you up on our screen, that's all. All good. Thank you. So Scott, welcome along. Like you might have heard, about 10 minutes for the spot. So speak maybe 5 minutes or as much or as little as you want in that time, and then we can have questions. So kia ora and thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just on public transport. I drive for Richard and under the network. Yeah, just hoping with in the long-term plan whether they can consider having a standardised timetable or schedule instead of the complex schedule that we have at the moment, and just like when we're sort of driving along, we're getting constantly asked for timetable inquiries and you're sort of opening up your phone looking for your limit timetable and that, and it's just it does add to the journey time, and also I don't know whether they can look at the bus allocation in terms of having when we arrive at terminus, it can automatically be allocated the next truck or yeah, so on and so forth, rather than having sort of 6 buses sitting at either end of the terminus, like we're doing the 3. That's basically just in there for 12 hours with drivers. It's sort of a basically very hard money, to be honest. Whether they can actually sort of reduce that number and have buses turning around a lot quicker.
So any questions from councillors? Yeah, Greg?
Kia ora, thanks very much for coming in. Really good. I'm just going to your written submission, and you talk about, I presume it's reintroducing a city loop service. Are we talking about the yellow shuttle type?
Yeah, so whether that's something that can be done over time, and obviously the other thing too with in terms of journey times, the peak hour sort of taken almost sort of half an hour just to get from the exchange to fairly air. So whether that's something we can work, obviously that would need to be done with the city council to speed up times through the city.
Can I just elaborate a little bit? So we are talking about where the yellow route used to be.
Yeah, so just around the city or the 4 hours, just going through the.
Got it, Vicky.
Yeah, thanks for your suggestions. I'm just wondering, with the you mentioned the 3 particularly as an example, with buses sitting instead of carrying on and around. And I'm not quite because I thought that those were where drivers had reached this point in time where they needed a break and that there's a legal requirement around break times. So are you suggesting that actually some of those don't need to be stopping and would be what diverted onto different routes? Because the 3 runs that runs like this. So yeah, I'm not quite understanding what the, because I know that there's, yes, it would be beneficial, I think, for some local people to not have a whole suite of buses all sitting there in the road as well. So I'm just trying to understand what you're explaining to us would be a benefit.
Yeah, well, obviously, council is pretty much paying for most of that, like depreciation, maintenance, and all that sort of stuff. And so so basically got your 6 buses that are just sitting there, idling and with drivers. And whereas if you can reduce that number down a little bit, and so as soon as you turn up, You might have, say, 4 or 5 minutes, and then you start your next trip, and then you can, in terms of driver time, I was up, come off the road for a legal break, and then goes those 10-minute layover times, but that doesn't really get, we don't really sort of meet those entirely. Yeah, so whether they can just reduce that down so you're not even having buses sitting on the side of the road. I mean, and just sort of add that up to across the whole network. I think it's also got the rough estimate about 20% of buses that are sitting there with drivers not moving anywhere.
Thanks, Scott. Leon. And it's really nice to hear from a person on the at the coal face of our organisation, I suppose. So thanks for the work that you obviously do in that space. I was really the city loop. There's the city council was the one that operated that back in the day. I think it's costed about $1 million a year back in the day, which is probably about $10 million these days. But way everything has gone up. But the thing I was really interested in your submission here was you talked about the 5% of our occupancy on our buses. Where did that number come from?
Yeah, I worked at that based on the NCTO's it listed the boardings and the fleet for the whole country. And so, I worked out that the number of boardings in every half hour over a 24-hour period per bus. There's only about two boardings per half hour, and so it's whether that. I mean, obviously, that might be a lot, but you can whether we can just reduce that number of buses down so we can increase that the occupancy.
Thanks for that. I'm going to take away that and try and work that out myself, because I think that's a really critical metric that I haven't seen before. So thanks for putting that up. Appreciate it. Kia ora, Scott. I noted in your submission about the sort of EV lease scheme that you've put there. How do you see that working? Obviously, there's like zilch and stuff out there already, but yeah, what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, whether or not they can obviously just have the same like for buses, but obviously without drivers, and obviously the companies have enough staff, they can use those EVs to get staff coming from work, and that sort of just takes off takes cars off the road, and that's it.
I've heard that before. I think it has got some, legs behind it, but it just have to be investigated, wouldn't it, to see if that just stacks up. But I think that's a great idea. So thank you. Is there any other questions from council? No, I think that's it. And like Leon said, it is great to have one of our drivers here that are working hard out in the coalface. You understand the issues from that perspective. So thank you very much for being here. Got it. Hamish. So kia ora, our next submitter is Hamish Fairburn from Conservation Volunteers. So kia ora, Hamish, welcome to the table. Nice to see you. So just as I've explained to other, oh, you got a presentation as well, that's good. So yeah, just as you're sitting out, so about 10 minutes roughly, Hamish. Speak for as little or as long as that as you want, but leave some time for questions if you want some questions. So yeah,
it's not really a conflict, but I just thought I'd let you know that my son's been involved with Conservation Volunteer Project with this for 2 years with Hamish.
Yeah, I've been involved with Hamish and Conservation Volunteers too, through the work at Rapaki, but I'm not on the board or anything. So. So kia ora, Hamish. When you're ready, just push your systems go. Tēnā koutou katoa, ke Conservation Volunteers New Zealand, o e mahi ana, ko Hamish Fairbairn, ko ingoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I appreciate the opportunity to make a submission to the Environment Canterbury draft long-term plan on behalf of Conservation Volunteers New Zealand, Ōtautahi. So as CVNZ is a not-for-profit organisation, our purpose is to inspire people to become kaitiaki or guardians for nature in their communities. Our whakatauki is he rauranga e OTI, by many hands the work is done. So this is where we're based at Patterson House in Horswell Quarry. It's a beautiful heritage building. And to the left on the slides, you'll see all those that support us and fund us. I just wanted to share this slide with you as well, just whilst I'm talking. So we've been operating now for the last six and a half years in Ōtautahi and the Greater Waitaha. And this shows you the staggering amount of work that we have done supporting conservation in the community. As a community-led agency-supported organisation, we are most appreciative of the support, both financial and with staffing hours, provided by ECAN over the last 6.5 years, which helps us deliver us on our objectives. We wish to comment on the environmental regulation and protection options within the plan, together with the proposed targeted rate for biodiversity. Our written submission encourages ECAN to select option 1 that recognises the invaluable and essential work done by community groups. Due to time constraints, I'm going to focus on the work that is being done with our WAP program. Just incidentally, so this photo was taken at Steadfast Stream about 4 years ago with Environment Canterbury staff, where we had an incredible time with that. So this gives you some stats here with the work that we've been doing with our Whakaora Pest project, or WAP. So this was initiated by CVNZ some 18 months ago in response to the growing community-driven and pest control activities across the region, recognising that Whakatau was a missing but critical link to the work of pest-free Banks Peninsula and predator-free Port Hills. The current collaboration with the work that we're doing with Whakaora Healthy Harbour and CVNZ is being formalised with an MOU between our two entities. CVNZ is effectively the delivery arm for Whakaora Healthy Harbour. We work alongside community groups supporting restoration efforts across the landscape: Diamond Harbour, Hudo, Horton Bradley, Living Springs, Governor's Bay, Rapaki, Steadfast Stream, Cass Bay, Uramo and Whakatau reserves, helping the amazing effort there, planting trees, doing predator control, and doing invaluable weed control as well. So the key objectives of what include reducing plant and animal pest numbers to a level where they are no longer a significant threat to native species, and to increase the overall resilience of endemic ecosystems. We want to create an empowered community that actively supports the WAP objectives and makes a positive contribution to conservation. We strive for a landscape where biodiversity thrives. So for the last 18 months, you can see some of the results there of our hard work within the harbour. And I also want to share this slide with you here, this map that shows you where we are trapping I guess on public land, and that we're sort of currently having conversations with landowners so that we can continue that work on private land as well. An integral partner with our mahi over the last 6 years in Whakatau has been Tahapu o Ngāti Whiki, and most recently we ran a very successful Kaumahi for Nature Whakatau program, where the team planted over 70,000 native trees, trapped over 2,800 introduced species, and cleared over 235 hectares of weeds. And the approach that we took was a Kiuta Kitai restoration method.
Tūmeke.
CBNZ is fully in support of the proposed targeted rate for Christchurch district biodiversity, whilst acknowledging this is a further impost on ratepayers at a difficult time. The long-term benefits for Ōtautahi and Pāpātaka for Rākai Hotu are very considerable, both ensuring work to date and gains are protected, providing funding framework and future work. This is especially important with an unconfirmed funding with the new government. So we feel what clearly delivers on the weed and animal pest control priorities for the targeted rate for biodiversity. As such, and on the basis of the submission, CBNZ requests from ECAN a commitment for long-term funding towards what? And to deliver this program per annum, CBNZ requires $140,000. This includes our current coordinator plus another staff member that we will look to employ through our or through MSD's project in the community flexi wage scheme. CBNZ looks forward to continuing our mahi with ECAN and our many project partners in protecting and restoring our unique biodiversity. Just the final slide here, I just want to show this and how the work that we are doing in Whakatau, how we're acting as a strategic barrier and how this supports pest-free Banks Peninsula with the work that they are doing on Kākāriki spit and also the wild side. All right. Any questions from councillors? Yep, Dion, Ian?
So, yeah, mine's very quick. I just wanted a bit of clarification on how much you were saying you wanted there. Was it 50,000? Because that's what's on your submission. Or is it 100,000? Oh, you need a press work.
Oh, yeah. It's a total of, thanks. It's a total of 140,000. So we would look to get the other 90 from other areas. Yeah.
Ian? Are we being too conservative in our proposal for the targeted rates for biodiversity question? We've heard a series of applicants in the last couple of days looking for money, and we tally it all up, we're not going to have enough. What's your view on how much we should be targeting? We should be setting a rate of, I know we're proposing whatever it is, 72 cents or 100,000 kilometres, about $100,000 of CP. Is that too little?
Personally, I think it is. Yes. Without crunching the numbers, I can't tell you exactly what that looks like, but yes, I feel like we should boost that. But I am sort of fully aware in terms of what people are going through out there as well.
Good, Hamish. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Hamish. I'm just wondering because the targeted rate that we have been asking about in our consultation is for both Banks Peninsula and for Christchurch City. And I'm aware that conservation volunteers in New Zealand have also been doing projects within the city as well. And I just wondered if you could like to speak to a little bit of that, the sort of things we might be able to do in other parts as well.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vicky. I was kind of aware of the time that I had, so I just thought I'd sort of stick to Whakatau. We've been doing plenty of work, but yes, we're currently also doing a huge amount of work in the Ōtākaro Avon River corridor, where we have been planting and sort of doing a lot of extensive weed control for the last 4 years. And that is sort of working very closely with Christchurch City Council. We also do a lot of work supporting, I guess, other community conservation efforts, and that's with funding that we receive from RATA. And that's supporting the likes of Tuhaitara Coastal Park, the other various Sticks Living Laboratory, you name it. I kind of feel like we've been there throughout the greater Ōtautahi over the last 6 years.
Got it, Hamish. Any other councillors have questions? No? Hey, acknowledging the work that you've done, and I like how you put this there in terms of the linkages to the other work, because we have heard from Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust this morning and Pest Free Banks Peninsula as well. So it does put it into context about
that sort of connection between all the different work going on out there. So thank you, and clearly put your case and acknowledging that you think there's other funders for you as well. So it's important to acknowledge that. So thank you, Hamish. Got it. Thank you. So I think our next submitters are in the room, Greg and Lionel. Come to the table.
Mr. Chairman, I just note my membership of Federated Farmers and the roles I play in the conversations. I won't push back.
Kia ora, John. So kia ora, Greg and Lionel. As you've probably heard, about 10 minutes for the slot. And so speak for as long as you wanted that, and leave some time for questions if you'd like to. Yeah, sorry, Ian, you got to.
Just a question, as a member of Federated Farmers, should we all push back? I'd be pushing back.
If you're not on the executive team or whatever, I think it's fine. I mean, you're allowed to be a member of things. Yep.
Kia ora. Thanks very much to Canterbury Regional Council for allowing us to speak to you today on our submission. My name's Greg Anderson and I'm the President of South Canterbury Federated Farmers. And Lionel Hume, I'm sure you all know, who's one of our regional policy staff members. He's helped write the majority of the submission. I'd first like to start by saying I hope you've all read our submission because it's important that you have. And I know you get a lot of submissions and sometimes you might have to skip through them, but we represent a very large percentage of your rate take. And I think it's important that you realise that that you're up to speed on what's in our submission. We've got some serious rate rise coming, 24%. And I'm sure you've heard it for the last 2 days about the cost of life, cost of living crisis, and also the cost of farming crisis, because farmers are going through a tough time at the moment. Certainly, the expenditure side of their business has got out of control. Interest rates are very high, as most of you all know, and a lot of guys aren't, and a lot of farming families aren't receiving the same product price they had in the past. So it's important that you're very aware of where you're spending your money as a council. We're concerned about areas where you can save money, and one of the areas that sticks out in our mind is your review of the regional policy statement. We think that with what's going on in central government, that there's a real opportunity just to park that for now and not continue down that path. I mean, you've done a lot of good work and it's not going to disappear. You can put it on the shelf, it will still be there in the future. But I think really when we don't know where the RMA is going to end up, and we don't know where some of the national policy statements on freshwater and biodiversity are going to end up, we believe it's a blatant waste of ratepayers' money, and we should park it for now and come back to it. Lionel, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'd reinforce the comments about the regional policy statement. Not only is it an opportunity to reduce costs, it also makes better sense from just a logistical point of view, and that we don't really know what the target is at the moment with government's stated intention to revise the national policy statement for freshwater management and the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity, and also have intention to change the RMA. There's just a lot of balls in the air. It would make very good sense, apart from the ability to save some cash, to park it. I realise that the RPS is probably just about due for review anyway. It's probably been in existence for at least over a decade, but yeah, I think in the current circumstances, it would be extremely wise for a whole variety of reasons to park it. And the same for the review of the biodiversity strategy. I was part of a working group that Ken ran a few weeks ago to look at that subject. I think there was general consensus that the strategy was still largely fit for purpose, and that needed was some fine tuning, and we can't really fine tune that until we know what the NPS of Indigenous biodiversity can finally look like. So I think that's another thing that we should park for a short while. So
So just the other thing I probably want to bring up, and people who have competitive our submission, we talk about reminding the council of the obligation to ensure prudent stewardship of the efficient and effective use of resources under the Local Government Act S14 G, which means nothing to me, it means a lot to Lionel. So implementing a rate increase of 24% across the district, across the region, is it's like I mentioned before, it's putting some real pressure on families, and you've got to prioritise. We sort of feel as though you're prioritising the environment over the expense of rural, social, and economic well-being. So it is, and I know you've got some tough decisions to make, but it really does concern us. And any areas where you can find to save money, you should be looking prudently at. And and I know you've probably had that discussion around the table, but we just want to remind you. Probably the best thing to do now, we've got a lot of recommendations in our submission. Maybe you want to ask questions on those recommendations just to save time. We'll try and.
So first of all, got Greg, and then I'll go to Dale.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's a really comprehensive submission, and it was worth reading. Thank you for that. You've touched on the fact that central government have sort of intimated their direction they're heading, certainly Minister Bishop. And there was an interesting statement last week by one of your spokesperson about the war on farming being over. So I guess what I want to know is, do you see that as some form of costs are going to be a lot less for you moving into the future with the proposed changes that the government intimated?
So, I mean, when I talk about costs on farming, the biggest costs on farming probably don't come from regional councils. It comes from, inflation on our input costs, like some fertiliser, fuel. But it's a significant, the regulation which is driven by regional council is still a significant part of our business, which costs. Whether it changes, I mean, there's still going to be regulation. It's just how good that regulation is and what the burden is on certifying plans and auditing plans and getting consultants in. That's where the cost really ramps up on farm.
Can I just add to that? Do you think, though, by still, holding on to the RPS at the moment and not looking to notify it in December, that might actually add to the cost of it going forward?
Yeah, I don't see why it should add to the cost. The task is similar regardless of when you do it. I know that some preparatory work is already done in terms of the consultations that were held in last year, but that stuff will still exist. It's not going to become irrelevant in a year's time or anything like that. And I think probably it would reduce costs because we're likely to end up in a situation where the RPS is notified this year, it's going to need to be changed or at least fine-tuned again to give it implement whatever form particularly the RPS to freshwater management takes.
One last one, and it's just on the RPS because there's also a view in the community that Environment Canterbury have just allowed things to just sort of float along, and they haven't actually done a great deal while spending a lot of money. It's not my words, that's words we're hearing. So I'm also mindful that if we put off another thing and just have it bobbing around in the park, there's been a lot of money spent. So again, my view is, and I'm hoping somewhere along the line you'll see that. How far do you think would be a reasonable amount of time to let the thing bob along for?
Until you've got a clear target. So when the government seems to be moving reasonably quickly, they can't do everything instantly, obviously, but when we're clear about the content of the NPS for freshwater management and the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity, we know what at least some of the RMA reforms are like, then that, in my opinion, would be the time to do it. And in terms of ECAN not doing anything to look after the environment, I think those arguments are reasonably easily refuted. And I guess you've probably got some relatively uninformed criticism and comment, but people just need to look at the content of the sub-regional plans. For example, Plan Change 2 to do with the Hines catchment. Farmers are required to reduce their nitrogen discharge by 36% by 2035, and there's staging points along the way. So, yeah, that's just one example, and there's heaps of stuff like that. Look at any of the sub-regional plans, I guess. So, yeah, that's not doing nothing. That's doing quite a bit.
Thank you, Lionel. I mean, you don't have to defend us, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got three things here. There's one, and it's relatively quick, I think, is your mentioned, and your submission is quite long, so I've got to know here, zone committees. You just basically, you said to review the zone committee model for effectiveness, but you haven't actually said anything about what your thoughts are on that. The other one was, it's underlined here, I just wanted to understand where you plucked 30% out from for the UAGC. And the other one is that something you haven't talked about is the changes to our fee schedule. We've had some criticism about that coming through the submissions, and have you thought about that around the fixed fee structure that we're proposing?
So read the zone committee. They, we're not sure whether they've reached their usefulness now, because we've got a great lot of catchment groups now forming, and that gets it even more localised, and that's probably a better way in the future of looking after those problem areas rather than an overarching zone committee. That's probably going to 30%.
Yeah, as far as the 30% of the rate take, that's a statutory thing. I think it's stated that a UAGC can't be more than 30% of the total general rate take. So yeah, that's where that comes from. And we would argue that it should be 30%, because there's quite a few things you can identify that benefit individuals rather than properties, which is what the purpose of the UAGC is. And in terms of the argument that sometimes run that UAGC isn't used because it places more burden on those that can least afford to pay, there are things like rates remission schemes and so on that are run to deal with that issue. And yeah, we would argue that that mechanism should be used to deal with that issue.
The third thing I asked about is we've had a number of people from the rural communities talking to us about the fee schedule that we've proposed and the changes from a percentage to a fixed fee. Did you guys look at that, or is that something you haven't really looked at?
Yeah, we did skim over it, but yeah, I guess you can argue either way on that, but I'm willing to consider it more carefully before saying it. Or I would anyway, I don't agree to it.
Concur.
Vicky?
Yeah, so my question's about UAGC, where you mentioned compliance should come under UAGC. And my understanding of consent from this morning, Ashburton Mayor said in his view, 100% of consent costs should be met by user pay. And he also said the same with PME, which is compliance. And yet you're suggesting everyone should pay the same amount. Whereas to me, consent and compliance is about accessing resources, natural resources, and using them, often in a business context. And the enforcement, monitoring enforcement comes as part of the package of having a consent and protecting the wider environment from those activities. So how do you justify, what's your logic to say actually every single person, of whom many are not using natural resources that we're managing within this building, how do you justify that particular part of the UAGC?
Well, I also always understand we all benefit from the environment. And I mean, I understand you saying that the consents are in place to protect the environment, but surely everyone wants to, I mean, you're arguing before about when we were listening to conservation value, I mean, everyone in Christchurch or Banks Peninsula is going to pay for the protection of their environment for a targeted rate.
That's specifically for biodiversity activity, so like enhanced biodiversity, whereas consent and compliance is about surely using the natural environment and ensuring that it's not getting degraded below a level that we sort of collectively agree to our planning frameworks, but it's enabling people to use the land, not to create biodiverse forest or whatever else it is that for example, something that a Peninsula might do with a targeted rate of biodiversity. I think your compliance, so you're talking about compliance of activities that are undertaken as part of business, not undertaken as part of developing biodiverse outcomes.
Guys, jump in. I don't think we probably need to debate what UAGC is, because actually, you know, there's quite a complex view around what UAGCs can and can't be used for. It's not just as simple as individual versus collective. There's a few intricacies in the middle, which we have to deliberate on, and we will. So I don't think it's worth us debating about what's wrong and right about that. But so I'll go to Ian's question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Landcare Trust, Landcare Research, have put out results of a survey in terms of, I think it's rural decision makers' confidence in various organisations, and regional councils score very badly. And now this is, and so my question really is, because I think you referred to farmers, landowners' attitudes, regulations. Is this survey signal that we as a regional council have a real problem in terms of working with landowners out in the rural areas to get things done because of a lack of trust?
From what I'm hearing in the community, a lot of work to do, and I'll be straight up front with you. That, I mean, I can't answer it any other way.
Well, thanks. Yeah, Claire?
Yeah, through your chair, thanks, Greg and Lionel, for coming to talk to us. Just going back to the comments around design committees and just doing a little bit where Dion was going, then you talk about maybe the front end of their life. But we've had quite a few submissions around biodiversity and funding, and of course come off the back of the targeted Christchurch project. But we actually haven't had any acknowledgement about what goes on there from the provinces. So it's been a bit disappointing sitting here at the end of the paper. So I'm really pleased to see you guys come and talk about local catchment groups. And I know we are having a discussion. Josh Brown's representing the catchment collective. If there was to be some reprioritisation in that area, where we looked to provide some funding for catchment groups across the Canterbury region, do you have an idea of the quantum of funding that may have to be looked at to facilitate that, at least in year 1, 2, or 3, which is really humming? We've already got a network going, but I mean, they need to be continued to be resourced.
That's a tough question. How long's a piece of string? I mean, I couldn't put a figure on it. I know, like down in our area, with I've changed the name of it now. We've sort of combined into one collective, but they're doing work in the North of Pua, South of Pua zone, and they've spent $500,000, I think, that came from central government. That's on a survey under the ground of what the composition is under the ground to see how water transfers through the ground of the waterways. So I mean, you know, how long is a piece of string? And I mean, that's some really good work, because we're going to know a lot of it was just a feeling on it was going to the rivers, and we found that some soil structures actually don't let nitrogen go into the rivers, and others let more. And so it's important that we know these things from your, you know, so for regulation and future work.
What a great answer. You finished?
Yeah, I think it was more, I was just thinking around how do we facilitate that on the ground action, and then it would spin off into some of the project stuff, as you say, but what do we need for the
I think probably as long as there's a clear signal on ways that these catchment groups can approach ECAN for funded facilitators and help running that. I mean, I wouldn't like to put a figure, but we just talked about, you know, the costs that are getting up on us now. But that's probably, you know, clear guidelines on how to get help from you guys.
I agree. And Lionel, thank you so much for your submission. I just wanted to, Lionel, talk about the Canterbury biodiversity strategy, because you're right that there's a lot of agreement about the previous biodiversity strategy being relevant still. But what is missing is sort of the costs and the actual implementation of getting to the targets that are in and the actions that are in there. And I sort of equate it with like a 30-year infrastructure strategy for our flood protection work that we have in our river resilience work. And I think what we've heard over the last couple of days about the need for biodiversity work, and this is not just an Environment Canterbury task, it's for all TLAs as well, because the responsibilities are split, as well as landowners and communities themselves. And what we haven't done well is costed what that really costs for all of us. And I think that's what the biodiversity strategy this time would hope to do, so that we have a clear trajectory on what funding we do need as a region and as districts to actually do the job properly, because we're already probably over $1 million for the groups that have come to us just for Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. And of course, we know that need is everywhere. So yeah, that's all I'd say. There is some work to do, even though the original biodiversity strategy is good. So my question would be, do you accept that there is some more work to do there in terms of that costing and out of understanding what it really costs us all?
Yeah, well, anything that increases knowledge and understanding is got to be good, I guess. But I would argue that we do have a strategy, and there's no real need to, if you're right now, probably better to do it when we know what the MPS is going to say. And yeah, build some thought into it about how much it costs at that point, or how much it is likely to cost.
Thank you. Thanks, Lon. Thanks, Greg. Jordan.
Thanks, guys and ladies.
Next submitter is Mary O'Connor. Got a welcome up to the table. Thank you.
Chair, could I've had my hand up in the last two sessions. Could you just let us know that you acknowledge somebody's hand up? Thank you.
So kia ora, Mary, thank you again. Katie's helping you with your presentation, and roughly a 10-minute slot. And if you speak for 5 minutes, then we can have 5 minutes questions. Thank you.
Okay. I'm a bit unsure as what is ECAN and what is Christchurch City Council, but I have taken quotes from your consultation booklet indicating that my concerns are relevant to you. Whakatau plans to make Brown Street 3 lanes. I had some moving, but never mind. Sorry, I had some moving showing how much traffic is when you're stuck in the cage in the middle of Brown Street waiting for the lights to change. But it's not working, so you can't see how close the cars come till they're open to go through. So, and my next picture.
We might come and see if we can make it work. I know sometimes those sort of embedded videos don't always work. Okay. Yeah, just push a button, Mary. Thank you. Push the button on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's just showing that there's a lot of traffic on Brown Street. It's going to get worse if there's 3 lanes and people trying to cross. So what would be really great, it would be if you allowed people to cross the street by the bus, and a bus stop just before Brown Street to just afterwards for free. And then just that there's no obvious bus stop is not in use. When you go on diversion, you see people waiting at the bus stop. If you did things in bright yellow, it would help. Okay, that's buses. When Christchurch City Council decides that they think it is an upgrade to an actual path, is ECAN consulted, or are ECAN able to refuse permission? Upgrades appear to be decided without a full analysis. The previous path probably dated back to Ada and Harry L's time. I have run along this path hundreds of times going back over 45 years. It never got dusty, slippery or muddy, and being natural blended into the landscape. As the entrance was changed, there's a small section here of the original grass path in the foreground of the photo on the right. Why destroy it? Photos were taken partway through their works, and then this is after more works. The grass and dirt was tossed aside. Looks like some rocks were broken for a base, foreign to area gravel and dirt applied and then rolled. Why urbanise natural spaces? Urbanising the Port Hill paths has been gradually happening for a few years, resulting in detrimental results when it is proven that well-being is improved when more in nature than in urban areas. The wooden steps are a trip hazard. The shingle path shifts under the feet and is noisy, and plus being loose material, it soon spreads off the path everywhere. Montgomery Spur Reserve demonstrates the conflict between mountain bikers and pedestrians. Mountain biking is a bit like golf, too dangerous to share space with pedestrians. Get the impression that they had to have a pedestrian path as in the management plan, but it's to discourage pedestrians. 6 gates with difficult catches to open and close to begin with, and not even going to the high point in the reserve with 360-degree views. Contrast that with the mountain biking provision, which circles flat areas of Montgomery Spur Reserve. Access is only from Rapaki track, so pedestrians have to cross the mountain bike track. The bottom right photo shows where the pedestrian track crosses the mountain bike track. The track is not seen until you're nearly stepping onto it. It is dangerous. Wide bank corners likely creating soil runoff and rain. Among gorse and broom too. Mountain bike structures changing the natural landscape, which aren't permitted in the management plan. The environmental harm. After 2 years dusty, so soil loose, bank partly washed out, both areas losing soil. More foreign materials for track maintenance. And this is a South Christchurch cycling from Ōpāwaho Christchurch's thus bike map. Purple arrow points to Montgomery's Spur Reserve, and like most reserves or parks, has mountain biking or cycling paths, some shared. As mountain biking is a recreational activity, they do not need to occupy every reserve or park, especially when they have the adventure park. And as far as Montgomery Spur is, it's better for pedestrians as there's a height point with 360-degree views on. So it has a lot of advantages as far as when you compare it with other reserves on the Port Hills. And then the red arrow points to Ernley Clark Reserve beside the Heathcote with shared paths, the main one from Barrington Street to Ernley Terrace being about 700 metres, with so much cycle provision and other quiet streets nearby, is slightly necessary instead of a much needed pedestrian-only natural space. And Ernley Clark Reserve is not wide enough for shared path, and others are narrower. Some of the paths are only 1.3 metres. There's tree trunks either side of the path, 2 metres apart. It's a great environment, sheltered from cold winds in winter and cooler on hot summer days. The non-asphalt path surface, but would be more pedestrian friendly without the shingle. Again, cycling conflicts with pedestrians in a confined place. And then in summary, your strategic priority is to promote sustainable and healthy living with the improved by pedestrian-only spaces. The graph in my submission from Whakatau, which you've got there, that one, indicates the varying speeds for shared path users. They didn't have one for bulk and weight, which would further demonstrate that pedestrians are at great risk from other modes on shared paths. But we also need to be active for health and well-being, and pedestrian activities are the most available. Sadly for some, they are too afraid to venture on shared paths. Designing for cycling and wheels is to the detriment of pedestrians also. Thank you very much.
Got it, Mary. Thank you so much. Have we got any questions from councillors? Mary's submission? And apologies that your videos didn't work. But I think we get the idea. A lot of us know Brian Street pretty well and understand that it's fairly busy. Yeah, Peter.
Thanks, Mary. The Brum Street issue really is a transport issue and sits with in part in here. with the Regional Transport Committee, which has got the Secretary in this room, so your point's well made in this room. Push your button. Push your button. Yeah.
It's only one option, but I think there's not going to be something that will do everything. And so I think if we've got different options, that would help some people.
So who else? Grant? Yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mary, for your submission. Just about shared pathways. We had a submission yesterday about a request for more pathways, shared pathways with horses, so that horses, cyclists, pedestrians could share with good etiquette between each of those particular things. Do you think that the issue, some of the issues that you raise here are questions related to design, wayfinding, and information?
Well, for a start off, surfaces for wheels need to be designed completely different for pedestrians. Hard surfaces and all are just ruin your hips and your knees and things like that. So, and you can get surfaces now made out of recycled rubber, which is softer and are porous, so you don't have to worry about camber and things like that. But it seems like you just go, oh, we've always put down asphalt ones for pedestrians. We don't care about the camber for every driveway. We'll put a bit more camber on here. You just don't consider pedestrians, as far as I'm concerned, even though that's who you're building for. So when you're adding in other ones as well, there's different needs.
I get it. I think what I'll pick that really clearly is you need balance. You need some places that maybe are only for pedestrians and for just pedestrians. I was just going to say, like, a lot of the issues like Peter's point, the Brougham Street issue, we can deal with partly in here in our Regional Transport Committee. But a lot of the issues in terms of the CCC reserves, you know, I really encourage you to do a submission to their long-term plan or else a deputation to their council, because they do control the stuff inside of their reserves. Your question about whether we're consulted on their track upgrades, that's a really good question. I don't know, but we can try and get an answer to that. Obviously, erosion issues, runoff from the hills is an ECAN issue, and something that we do deal with, but I just don't know what the sort of exact things are for around their reserves and stuff, but we can definitely get an answer on that in our response to you.
Yeah, that's why I raised it, because I feel that not a lot of thought sometimes goes into things, and it's like with Montgomery Spur Reserve, it was, I think, 400 cyclists cut and pasted a thing, and so they said, there was 400 in favour of it, there was only 5 against, but their notice about it was designed to, you know, do you want a mountain bike track here? It wasn't, are you, would it impact you if we put a mountain bike track in here? So, like, I mean, they design them towards who they want to say, great idea, and forget about the rest of this. And they often don't give any background material either as to why. But
sorry,
I am concerned that the mountain bike track on the lower reaches is getting washed out and, you know, damaging that area. And like they excluded, it wasn't until they built it they said, no, it's too dangerous. Pedestrians and dogs can't go there. Which, you know, never was in the plan that pedestrians would be excluded from. It's quite a large area. I think I might have.
Kia ora, Mary. Thank you. Again, I do think it's really important that you raise that with City Council as well, because they control their parks, and I think it is a really good, valid point that you're making. So just really encourage you to do that as well. So thank you for coming here. Thanks for highlighting those issues to us, and appreciate your time. Thank you. Kia ora. We're going to have a slight 5-minute break now, just to give people a little bit of time to have a stretch, and then we'll come back at 25 past. And we're going to carry on with Raymond. Is Raymond in the room? Yep, kia ora. So we'll get to you, and we'll carry on from there. Thank you. So kia ora koutou. It's 3:27, so we're a couple of minutes behind. Just been talking to the submitters down the back that are in the room. We've got a couple that we've got Raymond down the back there. We've got Fred or Brick, and they all want to present together because Ray's got another booking at 4:40 down here on our sheet. So what I've negotiated down the back there is that David McClure is going to be next, and then we've got Graham, and then we're going to head back to Raymond, as well as Rick Hill and the Castle Hill Community Association and the Waimakere Ecological Landscape Restoration Group. So just a slight change around, just so Ray doesn't have to come back in an hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, so David, welcome up, and I know we've got a signing person to help us as well. Yeah, cool. So just so people are on track, submission 55756565, and I'm just trying to find my page with the page numbers on it. And that would be, we've got through that quite a lot. Who's got the page number for this one? Yeah. Oh, because it was from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
True. Yeah, true. 125 of your pack if you want to go back to of yesterday. True. Oh, good. So we'll go to yes, because we couldn't get the signing person here yesterday. So when you're ready to go, we'll hit. You're on it. Push the red button. Yeah.
I would like to recommend increased funding for natural disasters for future events and commit to a greater importance in that type of situation. Also, sector outposts need to have better coverage in terms of the map. It needs to be more widespread, and make sure that the phone directory shows the sector outposts, because there's limited space in urban areas for that. So that needs to be investigated more. Need to think about communication as well, and needing to make sure that it's more accessible for those that can't use phones for voice calls or their mobiles. And so often there's barriers there. Better planning and coordination is required to expand the roles of, just clarifying that, roles and structures for more efficiency. And having signage for sector outposts updated as well. They seem to be a bit outdated and old, and so needing them to be modernised so that it's a more modern look and more attractive as well, because they've just been the same for years and years. And so a redesign would be great for those so that they stand out better. The current ones are far too old. And PT Futures 24, 25, I'm in favour of option 3, focusing on improvements, but no network changes are required. So please don't touch the orbiter bus, the urban bus network. And because that offers significant services to all passengers. I would also recommend shifting the funding authority to the district councils as well. So, for example, Selwyn District Council and other district councils as well. But no changes to bus services are recommended. Ferry services, it'd be great to continue subsidies for those, because I consider that very beneficial to those that use those services. That's me, I'm done.
Kia ora, David. Just going to go to see if there's any questions from councillors. Peter Scott.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming in and making your submission. I think you need to keep in touch with us about the issues that you've brought up, because as the network changes, then the requirements for people like yourself change. So that's all I want to say.
Yes, will do.
Councillor Southwood, Vicky.
Yeah, I wanted, so the option 3 for public transport was explained as being because he doesn't want to see the service change. Is that around concern that changes might be detrimental? Because the proposed changes are actually to put more services and more frequent services in place, which I would think would be beneficial.
Yes, I agree.
So just clarifying, so I agree that more services are beneficial?
That's correct, yes.
Deal?
My question was similar. I'm interested to know whether you find the connections in the existing bus service adequate, or whether better connections, as pointed out in our other options, would be better for your use.
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Any other questions from councillors? No, so that's the end of our questions. Thank you so much, David, for your great submission, and thank you to your signer as well. I didn't get your name, but thank you. Thank you for your help, Jeremy. So thank you so much, and really important things you brought up to us. So thank you. Well done. Okay, we're going to go with Graham. So kia ora, Graham.
Okay. Okay, I apologise if I'm covering the same ground as other people have already covered. I'm just trying to get you, or give you a perspective from people on the street. Double-digit price increases frighten me. High inflation reduces the real purchase power of money. Since 2013 to 14 year, 8 year, the council rates for my home have increased by 221%. I'm now paying more than 3 times what it was in 2014. And that's an average of 20% per year increase year on year. In most cases, the projected rates for those years was 5 to 8%. Since 2014, Environment Canterbury's proportion of the local council rates has increased from 13.48% to 14.64%. I'm sure you're all well aware of the current cost of living crisis. Price increases because of adverse weather, COVID, import shortages, transport disruptions, etc., and interest rates to boot. Stats New Zealand says this resulted in a peak of inflation of 7.3% in Q2 of 2022, which has reduced to 4% at the moment in 2024, or that's to the end of Q1. Stats New Zealand also says the average median weekly earnings from wages and salaries have increased in the year to June 23 by $84, which is 7.1%. Living wage will increase on 1st of September 24 to $27.80 an hour, which is an increase of 6.9%. Minimum wage rates have increased from $14.75 in 2015 to $23.15 this year. That's 56.95%, which is an average of 5.69%
per year. As of April 1st this year, single super has increased 5% to $1,038.94 after tax. The couple super has increased by 4.65% to $799.18 each per fortnight. The pattern shows a large gap between income and wages increases and what ECAN are wanting to increase rates by. Some people have been hit hard by increases of insurance premiums, for example, which according to Stats New Zealand is 17.9%. And also the average household has had a 28% increase in interest rates in the last 12 months. People can shop around prices for products or services that are too high, or choose not to buy something, which is the case with a lot of people now with insurance. They can't afford it, they don't have it. Some people can use food banks as supplements. People cannot do this with local body rates, like ECAN and Christchurch City Council, because they hold a monopoly on the services they offer, and they have a legal right to charge property owners accordingly. I believe with this comes a responsibility to ensure that rate rises are affordable to residents. For example, in the UK, they wanted to put up rates by considerable amounts, and the government over there actually set a limit of 4% just only a couple of years ago per year. I realise you might want to achieve more, and I realise most people here are here not for the money, they're here because they want to do good. They want to do good things for people. But I question whether high rate rises are actually going to be good for people. A few years ago, my sister visited a friend in Auckland, and she came back and she said this friend was a teacher. And the teacher was quite amazed by this boy who came to school and said, "I'm so excited, teacher, I've got my own room." There was a derelict car in the backyard. Is that the sort of society we really want? That's what I have to say.
Graham, thank you. Questions, Dion?
Thanks, Graham. It's good to hear a bit of numbers around the wages and things like that. I think it adds some perspective if you've gone through that research. In your submission, you just basically say, although many of the intended projects have merit, now is not the time to increase rates. Have you had any thought by looking at our projects that you're looking at doing here? Have you had any thoughts of what we might not do?
I get what you're saying. What do we cut out? As I've seen while I've been waiting, there are a lot of people also asking for more money for this, that, and the other thing. I think the problem essentially is the government is expecting you to fund it from residents. But if the government does it, it's going to be through tax. But I think it's probably more honest. They're using the likes of council and they put a whole lot of responsibilities on these organisations, but they haven't put the funding to go with it. But that same thing applies to businesses, because there's a whole lot of things to do with health and safety and regulations that businesses have to comply with. And as those rates go up, and it's not just residents that have to pay them, it's also businesses have to pay them. So it means their overheads are higher, and if their ability to serve the public becomes encroached by their increased prices, those businesses will disappear, which means you're going to have more uninformed people who won't be able to actually afford to pay rates anyway. So it's a cycle. That's why I'm against inflation, because the high thing is with inflation, if it goes up higher, people can't afford to buy things and they have to go without.
Sorry to interrupt, but my question specifically is, have you looked at anything that we're doing that you believe that we could cut to reduce the burden of obviously the price of the rates increase?
I think it would be helpful to go back to the government and say, you expect us to do X, where is the funding for it?
Thanks, Graham. Any other questions, Vicky?
We do have a rates remission policy, so there are some circumstances under which people demonstrate hardship can be excused from rates or pause on their rates until such time as the house is sold. But there are mechanisms. So are you aware of those? And if so, are they perhaps not well enough understood, or are they just too tight and don't?
Yeah, I am aware of those. I mean, I gave my house as an example because I have access to those records. I don't have access to everyone's records. And I am aware of those things that are involved. Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? No, thank you, Graham. Thank you so much for being here and presenting your views. Thank you. So next, Raymond, we'll get you up to do your first submission, which is the one, just so people are aware, it's the one on page, oh, I should be able to find this, 268 of our packs. So we'll get you to do your first one there, and then we'll carry on with Rick's ones after that. Oh, it's your personal submission, I believe. Skip that one. Cool. Yep, cool. Let's do that. So the Walrus one is the Waimakere Ecological Landscape Restoration Alliance. Thank you for doing that, Raymond. Yep, that is page 334 of your pack. Yep. It's all good. We had a break not long ago. It's all good, Raymond. Thank you. So yeah, is everyone clear? So page, what was it? 334. So over to you, Raymond.
Thank you for the opportunity. This is a long-term plan, but we're hoping for short-term solutions. We can't afford to wait 10 years to achieve what we want to do. I'm going to look at, first of all, the second part of my submission, which is based on the regional pest management plan, which has a component in it which is the boundary submissions, whereby it's 200 metres for a landholder to make sure that their seeding trees are not invading their neighbour's property. And they've put a figure in there of 200 metres. I don't know where they got that from. The seed source from the trees that are in that pest management plan can travel up to 5 to 10 kilometres. So at some point, somebody has to recognise the fact that 200 metres is not really a logical way of being able to deal with this. In particular, the Pinus contorta has travelled from the Craigieburn range onto the Tall S range, a distance of 10 kilometres. So it makes a fuss of just saying 200 metres is what we want to do. So that our part of the submission for Walrus is to in fact look at reviewing that and coming up with a more logical guideline as far as what these things can do. Walrus has had, Marie and I and Walrus have been associated with Environment Canterbury now for the last 16 years. When it was formed under one of the staff members, David Hewson, we put together an alliance whereby all the station holders and many of the authorities put together this group called Walrus. And its prime function was to raise funds so that we could get rid of the spreading wilding species that were coming from the Craigieburn range, which were put in by the government in those days back in the 50s and 60s, and then spreading onto the surrounding properties. And ECAN has been a major component in how successful we have been. And so we'd like to acknowledge that. Thanks to David's foresight, we were able to, over the first 3 or 4 years, we raised $1.2 million. And we were just keeping a lid on it. We were taking the priority areas, making sure that the seed sources in the high zones were being felled and cleared. And then, of course, the government came along through MPI to supply, and I think was the last Labor government gave us $100 million over, I think, a 4-year period for the whole country, and which has now been reduced down considerably. So, coming now back to the first part of our program, is that we have now achieved quite an influence on the wilding control. The Selwyn District long-term plan has a photograph in it, for those of you who have access to it, of a woman climbing into the tallest range, and there's not a wilding in sight. Had we not done anything, she would have been walking through a wilding pine forest now. So what we've achieved is that we have managed to maintain the iconic and natural landscapes and even the farmland landscapes within the Upper Waimakariri Basin to pretty well its pristine condition. Without us having done that, you would now be looking at a forest. You would also be looking at the ski fields, would be skiing through forests. The Castle Hill rocks would be disappearing. Any farmland that's not being heavily grazed would be being invaded by wilding conifers. The elephant in the room is Castle Hill Village. Pretty well, we've got rid of most of the seed source trees within the Upper Waimakariri Basin. You can, through your staff members, have been given some money, and we're in the process of getting it right down. And we've just had a meeting with your staff members to try and look at ways in which we can achieve this outcome. Once we've achieved that, we know that we're in the winning end of the things. There is an overall winning outcome. We know that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been doing it for the last 16 years if I didn't know that there was an end point. But the end point is to get rid of the seed source trees. And unfortunately, one of the areas where the seed source trees are currently remaining is in Castle Hill Village on the reserves, Selwyn District reserves. And I take it that the Regional Pest Management Plan trumps any Selwyn District reserves plan, based on the fact that what's in the plan as part of the biodiversity program, that what is in that plan is actually what is should be implemented by the district councils. So my submission through both WELRA primarily, because that's the organisation that I belong to. I used to be the chair. I'm now the deputy chair. I've handed that over. And I'm also the chair of the local village committee. And one of the things that we're trying to do is to make sure that there's funding for that to occur. A couple of years ago, there was some money that ECAN did have that was going to go to Selwyn District Council to remove 60 trees of these offending agent seeding trees. Unfortunately, for some strange reason, which I had no control over, the money dried up and Selwyn District Council did not do it. So what we would like to happen is for ECAN to support Selwyn District Council to supply the funding so that we can remove the remaining seed source trees within the council reserves. Selwyn District Council and Environment Canterbury have just given WELRA a total of $10,000 to remove these seeding agents from private property. And we are currently working to get a contractor up there to remove those trees. In so doing, we are now reducing the trees down on private property, and we now just want to get the trees from the reserves, because what we don't want to occur is to keep spending taxpayers' money to get rid of the seeds that are coming from these trees. And so that's pretty well my submission, is to implore you to get a short-term solution to the long-term plan. Thank you.
Kia ora, Peter. Thanks, Ray. Look, and also, can I just double down on the work you're doing, because I think it's a real success story for what you've done over those last years. I mean, in other areas we're out of control. So what you're doing in that specific area is great work. So well done to you. Can I just ask you? And I was part of a meeting here with Castleville Village probably 2 or 3 years ago, where there was a commitment by the village and others to get rid of those trees. Is this the commitment that has fallen over with SDC?
As far as I'm aware, the commitment has changed. There was some of the village members were wanting it on a phased process, and many of them objected to the trees going in the first place. Since that time, there's been some changes in attitudes, and we've also, in that meantime, we've planted a considerable number of beech trees throughout the village. And so once all the exotic trees are removed, the village is not going to look all that much different, because of the fact that these beech trees now are so big and so spread throughout the older part of the village, that we now think that it is now, the time is right to remove these trees now, because people are in fact accepting the fact that if we don't do it, then the consequences really don't bear thinking about.
And just to follow up on that, because I'm pleased to hear what you said there, because I think, as I recall, that was the solution that was being offered. So that's really great. That's where you've got to. What are we talking about in terms of dollars to deal with that seed source?
How long's a piece of string? There's probably in the vicinity of.
But there were 60 trees originally that weren't removed. So. Yes, they're all larch or Douglas fir.
Larch or Douglas fir. All the Pinus contorta have gone, and the Selwyn District Council at that stage had the money to do that, and they've just removed some of the Douglas firs that were around a house that was, if there was a fire there, the house would have gone. So they've just removed those under the sort of the fire provision. But the rest of them, there's probably, if 60 was going, you probably add another, maybe double that. And so you're looking at the vicinity of probably, if you put a contractor in there, you're looking at between 50 and 60,000.
Thank you, Ram. John.
My question has been answered. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yep.
If I could just comment, the problem that the village has at the moment is that particularly the Douglas firs are growing and growing and growing. And in many cases, they are at comparatively close proximity to houses and things like that. So the longer this problem is left, not only have you got the downstream effect, the downwind effect of the trees, but these trees are going to become harder and harder to remove. I mean, some of them, as currently, will have to be removed by delimbing, climbing, and bringing them down from the top. And the cost will go up exponentially if it's not dealt with right. So,
okay, so wildings are one of my pet things, but just to reinforce what you said about seed sources and how far they can go, the seed sources in the Mackenzie now are going down the Waitaki Valley, so you know, that can go a long, long way.
One of the trees that was cut down recently by the house was 37 years old, and its trunk would have been about this. I counted the rings. So that's not that old, really, for it to be given that size. And some of the larch are equally as big. And And the larch are even more of a problem because people feel they're more aesthetically pretty, especially this time of year. And so that's where a lot of the problems come with larch. And yet larch can go from the Castle Village over the Torres and into they've been found in the Kauai River catchment on the other side of the Torres. There's no other seed source between the village and there.
So Rick, you've got a slot next, right? Yeah. Yeah. So what shall we move to that? Yeah. So are you happy if we move to your submissions now? Yeah. And you're happy, Ray? Cool. So let's go to that. Just give me a second. So just so people know, we've got so you have a personal one and the village one. Would you like the same? So cool, we'll combine them. So page 301 and 311, the two submissions there. So you're more going to speak to the community one, is that? Yeah, cool. So that's 311, just so people are up to speed with that, and we'll go and we'll start your 10 minutes again. So, Kelvin.
So from the village's point of view, getting rid of these conifers is a priority, and Ray's really covered that very well. There is still a reluctance by some to have all the larches removed, but they are the lightest seed that travels the furthest, which is one of the problems. So other pests, there's the Canterbury Trapping Alliance, and there are other groups up there that spend a lot of time trapping stoats, rats around the forest up there, and getting assistance, because that is just a lot of personal time, and getting assistance for them as part of the practice to actually remove and keep removing these pests, these animal pests, from the forests and from the land around. There is another pest we are slowly getting on top of, which is feral cats. I think it was the Torres brothers, when they were at Castle Hill Station, left behind 17 cats in the 1700s. Well, you can imagine what a size problem that is, and the size of these cats now that they're catching around the village. So continual support for the community trapping activities is something we'd like to see ECAN support. So on the same grounds, we do support the biodiversity rate for Christchurch, because we believe that is going to do the same sorts of things that we're trying to do in Castle Hill. Civil defence, just a brief comment, we support the status quo. The village has a very active community response team that works well with Selwyn, and we hope we don't have to do anything in a bigger way. We just talking about budgeting, and the question was asked, controlling cost increases. Quite frankly, the thing that, as an accountant, the number that stood out is the huge increase in staff costs that is proposed this year to last year, over the next 24-25 year compared to the current year. And in summary terms, it seemed to me that something like $10 million extra is going on staffing, $3 million, half of it roughly in compliance, which isn't being recovered from people applying for consents and similar, and a similar amount going onto the regulatory framework. There is no explanation I could see easily of where this money is going and how you justify an extra $10 million of staffing costs. I just find that completely ridiculous. Thank you.
Rick? Cool. Okay, have we got any questions for Rick? Go on, Vicky.
Yeah, just really to home in on that consenting question. So you put in your submission, you said it's going mostly into consenting process, but is it being recovered from applications? And so what's your thinking would be what it should all be recovered from consent applicants, or should some of that be from general rates, or what's your thinking on that one?
It's very hard to go from the plan, long-term plan, to actually identify where the money's actually going, except in the salaries. So it's very hard to comment on why it isn't being recovered. My expectation is that consenting costs should be recovered.
Yep, Peter.
Sorry, thanks. So being an accountant, you want detail, obviously. So when you say there's no visibility on these things, we've got like a big document now. What do you expect in terms of visibility?
Perhaps just an explanation of why these extra people are needed and the sort of roles that are going to be fulfilled. The government's under, I mean, as a cynic, I say, we're going to end up with a whole lot of people from Wellington coming to work in Canterbury.
Any other questions from councillors?
I'd just like to make one supporting comment to Rick's, the Trapping Alliance. We caught 3 cats in the last week, and they have what's called a celium system, which is each trap has a node on it that is triggered when and sends a signal up to the ether and sends it to an individual on a computer and lets us know that it's been triggered. We then go and clear it and go from there. So supporting that program is really worthwhile. The village committee have given them $3,000 from our funds to be able to support that, and it would be good for ECAN to continue to support that program as much as they can.
Kia ora, and sorry, I didn't hear your name. Marie, kia ora, Marie. I'm assuming and hoping that you're submitting to Selwyn District Council as well. Good. And I think that's something to work together on between you and us and them about these programs. Obviously, we do work with you anyway, so that's good, and hopefully we can continue that. So thank you, Quentin.
I'd like to record my thanks to ECAN, because right from the start they've been fully behind us. Various staff members over the years have been on our team, and of particular value right now is the support they're giving us for the volunteer program, the Wells program. We have tramping clubs, businesses, schools, all sorts of organisations contact Ray now to come up and do a day's volunteer work, and ECAN provides some funding for transport and the donation to the clubs for that work, and it is very effective. We're getting a lot of clearing done that the contractors can't get to in the time and finances that's available for them. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Okay, our next submitters are Larry Burrows at the Puto Mooring Association. So come to the table. Great to have you here. Yep. Oh, page. Yep. It is 292. Yep. All good. Welcome along. I'll hand it over to you in a second. So roughly 10 minutes for the slot. Speak for 5 or whatever minutes and give us some time for questions, but over to you. Kia ora.
Hello, my name's Tui Scott. I'm the current chairman of the Pūrau Mooring Association, which is an incorporated society that inspects and repairs moorings mostly in Pūrau Bay. There's over 100 moorings and we have approximately 100 members, which represents roughly or approximately 15% of all the mooring owners in Canterbury. We've been going for over 50 years, and part of our mandate is not just the inspection of moorings, but to attempt to improve outcomes in general for mooring owners. Thank you. I'll hand you over to Larry now.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us with the hearing. I'm
Larry Burrows. I'm the secretary of the Pūrāu Moorings Association, and I was going to describe our views over two levies that are currently charged to mooring owners as part of the LGP, and we believe are misled. And we're only got time to go through the key points here, but there's more detail in our written submission that we've put in already. So those two levies are the Rex and Derelict levy and the proposed biosecurity levy. ECAN carries out an appropriate and useful environmental role, removing and disposing of wrecks and derelicts as a community service. Justification for that levy, which has been in place since the 2021 LTP, was on the basis of a number of factors that were raised by the harbour master and his team at the time that placed responsibility on and perceived benefit to mooring owners. Evidence now from the harbour master's own online records shows that most owners of removed wrecks are unknown, and so most wreck vessel owners are not mooring owners. Mooring owners are well known to the harbour master. They are on a register with ECAN, and so any linkage between wrecked vessels and mooring owners is tenuous. On average, over the past 14 years, there have been about 1.5 wrecked or derelict vessels recovered by ECAN and removed. Over that same time, there's been approximately 100 wrecked or abandoned cars that are disposed of by ECAN from the general rates. That's per year. The harbour master claimed in 2021 that other moored vessels are subject to being damaged by wrecks or derelicts, so mooring owners would benefit from having them removed. In discussion with Pūrāu Moorings members, we know of no moored vessel being damaged by a wrecked vessel in the 50-year history of the association. The Pūrāu Moorings experience of derelicts and wrecks is that, without exception, these vessels are unwelcome squatters or itinerant short-term users of moorings rather than owners of moorings. And we agree that their identity is often unknown. We totally disagree that when a derelict vessel owner can't be found, that mooring owners, other mooring owners, should pay for the effort of disposing of these vessels. The responsibility for wrecked vessels is a community issue, so like wrecked cars, when the owners can't be found, the cost should revert to general rates. So PMA recommends removing the long-term planned wrecks derelicts levy on swing mooring owners. The biodiversity levy. Pardon? Okay, yeah, yes, so the biosecurity levy, Pūrāu Moorings acknowledges that marine biosecurity is a growing national issue that is mostly handled by the Ministry of Primary Industries and Biosecurity NZ, because they're normally national problems. We also agree with ECAN's broader strategy to ensure the environmental health of the region's waterways and coastal areas. However, to our knowledge, we are unaware of any local plans or indications that ECAN requires funding to deal with specific local marine biosecurity over and above those national plans. The main vector for invasive marine organisms is commercial shipping, and the main habitat is extensive networks of wharf piles used by that shipping and hard marine surfaces such as reefs and shores around the coast. There's no indication of a levy of the harbour companies and their wharves and piles, which are surely the biggest primary factor in the arrival and dispersal of unwanted marine organisms in the Canterbury region. So why has ECAN proposed a levy on swing moorings and other small marine structures in the long-term plan? The surface of a swing mooring is a chain
The surface area of the top 2 metres, which is the bit that collects some weed, this is about 2 metres long, is less than a fraction of, well, it's just a fraction of a square metre. The surface area of inner harbour wharves, jetties, or the coastal hard reefs that are actually the primary habitat for these things is hectares. On top of that, mooring owners carry out regular maintenance and cleaning as part of annual inspection of swing moorings, which are reports to ECAN. Any levy for biosecurity needs to be supported with a plan and directed towards the main vectors and sources of the problem, not to vaguely related to minor marine user groups, simply because ECAN holds a register of the names. Our feeling. We recommend ECAN removes the proposed LGP biosecurity levy for swing mooring owners until there is a plan, and then only levy mooring owners relative to the impact, the scale of the part that moorings have to play. PMA recommends adding a checkbox to the annual inspection reports that moorings have been cleaned, because they're water blasted annually. And that's the end of our submission. Thank you.
Sure, Larry. Theo. Hey, thanks for your submission. Is quite detailed, but how many moorings do we have in Canterbury that we're talking about? Like, what are the numbers? And is it in the LTP? It's $57.50, I think, is the fee for the wrecks. Yeah. You need a person. Like 650 or 670 moorings. You would have to ask the harbour master which mooring.
You guys actually hold the list.
So we're only talking about, we're talking about $40,000 in terms of what would be, and you're asking us to put into a general grade rather than a. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Leon. I've got Claire.
Thank you, through Jeff. Thanks for presenting. I'm just a little bit confused and just seeking clarity around mooring owners and vessel owners are 2 different groups. Why levy more? If they're 2 different groups, as you state, is this a commercial operation that mooring owners commercially provide the opportunity to boat owners?
Mooring owners, when they're not using their mooring themselves, not always, but sometimes they rent their mooring out. Vessel owners, yes. To cover the costs of the annual costs of owning a mooring each year. Yeah, obviously.
I guess you might like to I'm just wanting to tease this out a little bit more. You then go on and talk about this, is the equivalent to a car park owner having to clean up wrecked cars. I'm a landowner. I'm a car. I'm it's close to the end of the day, obviously. I am having some difficulty around where the responsibility.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he didn't push it. It just went up. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So it's just about if as a landowner for myself, I would expect to clean up somebody behind a whole lot of rubbish or whatever. Why do you really think there's a difference?
I don't think there is a difference. I think what they're saying is that ECAN needs to take a consistent approach to this. At the moment, ECAN cleans up wrecked cars. ECAN cleans up any rubbish that gets dumped on the side of the road outside my property. I don't go and clean it up.
why do mooring owners have to pay for something that isn't actually necessarily related to them? It's vessels that should be being targeted, and owners of the vessel are the ones.
Cool. First, yep.
Could I just Claire, do you understand? Well, is it clear that the boat owners are separate from mooring owners?
Yes, you've said there's a commercial operation in some situations there. I'll leave it. I mean, I just think my understanding was he can did clean up stuff on their clean land and not necessarily on bridges and booms that probably is still council, but I stand to be corrected. So.
Okay, sorry, I've got Grant, and then you want a question? Yeah, wait, go Grant.
Just clarification. You're basically the only people that pay a levy for the wreckage stuff for the mooring is the mooring owner. It was just $50 a year. Is that right? 32,500 divided by 650 is $50. So $50 a year for a service for Environment Canterbury to ensure that the moorings are looked after and any wrecks and stuff like that. No?
No, the mooring owners pay $230 a year for looking up to decant, and they look after their mooring, and that covers the cost of their. It's the wrecks levy fee on top of it, which we're talking about, which we don't think should be tied to mooring owners.
Your proposition is that it should be general rates. That's what you put forward to us. Yeah.
Just following up on this clarification, you're also suggesting that since 2021, 97,500 has been collected in fees from mooring owners, and you're suggesting that only 33,500 has been spent. So there's $63,000 in the kitty. And then further down you said that the Rex Levy fund is accessed by the harbour master. What happens to that, that revenue that's collected? Does that go into a pool for a major wreck, or what happens to that?
So we don't know what happens to the money, but it goes to ECAN, and the harbour master uses it. I've got no idea how it's held. We just pay ECAN the money, and because it's a levy.
More of a question for us to answer, actually. No, tēnā kōrua. Kia ora, Larry, and also Tui. Hey, first of all, can I just acknowledge and thank you again for coming in with your committee a few weeks ago, actually to talk to councillors, and also for taking our recommendation to come here and submit. So now you can see, you can hear exactly, it is a little confusion. There's a bit of confusion here. But after listening to it twice now, I don't think I've got any confusion at all, because basically the situation is that you're paying $230 and you're wondering where that money's going, so you can't actually track it. And on top of that, there's an additional charge because if it's not a derelict, or two more charges. Good. So it's interesting because I went back to Rapaki actually, and I found two people that actually are tying up on your moorings. One of them actually is renting it. So do you know how many are actually have rented out those moorings, because that boat's been there for about a year and it hasn't been used, and so that's one issue. The other part of it is that, and you're talking about invasive species. So on top of that, you've got these derelict boats that are actually, there's an invasive species growing on it. Undaria is one of them. That came directly from our tangatiaki at Rapaki, who actually are over that way quite a bit. So I don't see, you know,
any kind of reason why we shouldn't actually be really thinking about this and really supporting this, because even though we're trying to get a bit kind of onside, offside about, if it's you guys, I mean, it's it's your responsibility, so you should accept it all. I don't actually buy into that. So I mean, at the end of the day, unfortunately, the chair here who chaired that meeting, he's hopefully he can actually come alive again and actually support this.
Look, I'm just gonna. There's not a question because because we'll debate this.
Okay, do you monitor? Do you actually monitor those that rent them?
So for a start, just to be clear, the numbers of moorings that are rented out are few for our mooring owners, because mooring owners normally have their own boat. That's the point of having a mooring, so you can put your boat on. But there are some that end up for one reason or another without their boat on it, or their boat's away in the islands or up on the Mulder Sound or something, and so they're rented out. There was another thing that came up when you were just talking. Sorry, I've lost. What was the other thing you mentioned?
What was your other question, Noel?
The other one was actually around the invasive species, on those derelict boats, and sort of is that reason why he can, and it's just go back to what the deputy chair actually just said, is that we probably have to ask our own questions to ourselves about this issue.
That's what I was going to say. So I think it's a really we are already working with the harbour master over like these derelict boats for a start, because we need to solve it too, because they're a pain. When something appears on a mooring, and then the owner who doesn't see his mooring because he lives somewhere else finds out about it later, and then so it's a pain. So we actually need to solve it, and we have got some suggestions that we've been talking with the harbour master about. We need to come up with a common solution to that. On the biodiversity side, agree entirely that these derelict boats are the ones that actually end up with the worst growth on them. But again, they're vessels. They're not the responsibility of the mooring owner. So they need to be part of the biodiversity plan, whatever that is.
Thank you. Hey, I think the point's been really well made. You can have one more say at the end. So just thank you again for your submission. And yeah, like I said, it's pretty clear. We'll have to debate these things through our deliberations, and we'll get reports back on the questions that you've raised as well. So thank you. But if you want to say one last say, all good.
I was just going to say that we get frustrated when the Harbour Master's Office don't make a good, honest attempt at finding the owners of the boats. Essentially, if they can't get them on the phone, they give up and just go straight to the pool of money, which I think is something that should be addressed. Thank you.
So do you think that?
Cool. It's not up to EGAM to do that, but yeah, good question.
I think it's coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Daryl. I know you've been waiting patiently, so thank you, Daryl. And then after that, we've got Ben, Angela, and Josh, I think. So they're the last two for the session. Just before we go on, just because we've gone over our allocated time to have a 10-minute break, is everyone happy to carry on until after these two, and then we'll have a break for 10 minutes? Yeah, and we've got a resolution there just to extend the time required before a break. Chair Scott and Councillor Burns. Yep. All those in favour say aye. Against? Good. Great. Okay. So again, Daryl, thank you so much for your patience, and over to you. Like I said, roughly 10 minutes, but you can see if questions get interesting, we carry on a little bit. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you. My name is Daryl Butterick. Myself and my wife live and work in the Green Street area between the North and South Ashburton rivers. I'm here today to support both my own and the Friends of the Green Street Creek submissions. I'd like to thank Dr. Aaron Hodge for his work on the Friends of Green Street paper. I've been gravely concerned for some time now with ECAN's conduct regarding management, or rather mismanagement, of the rivers. The consent review process, which at best was a shambles, and now the ill effects are being felt by many. It's complete disregard of those who don't follow their narrative and turning of a deaf ear to the negative consequences of which they've been advised. The large rate rise in the middle of very low product prices, cost of living crisis, and the negative financial impact of the consent review demonstrate the disconnect with reality. Regarding the river works, I've seen many jobs done to 40 to 60% satisfactory, failing sometimes on multiple occasions, being patched up before being done properly. A lot of these jobs have been planned from within this building with never having boots on the ground, let alone seeking input from adjacent landowners and highly experienced contractors, resulting in wasted spending. I believe there's far too much of the river rating money spent before it leaves this building, and that needs to change, and change soon, with river management being run locally by locals. The Green Street Creek debacle was a shining example of the absolute incompetence within Environment Canterbury, and a demonstration of why there should be no rate rise, but instead damn good clean out of those responsible. I'd like to thank the councillors with the intestinal fortitude to back what was a very simple fix for the Green Street Creek and acknowledge the wider problems caused by the consent review. For example, Heathcote, which was another aquatic disaster created by ECAN with a simple fix. Shallow wells going dry along with other creeks and springs. Businesses hammered by now extremely low reliability of irrigation. There needs to be a truly independent review of the implications, environmentally, socially, financially, not just excuses followed by a whitewash. The whole consent review was a classic example of wasteful spending resulting in a plan that is at best a shambles and will cost a fortune to fix, all for the sake of not listening to those affected. I would implore those that make the decisions to make the right one in the interest of common sense, ditch the rate rise, start with cleaning house, listen to those you have chosen to ignore previously, engage in a meaningful manner with those at the coalface and take ownership of adverse negative impacts, and work quickly with those affected to rectify the situation instead of hiding.
You done there, Darren? Thank you. Okay, got questions from councillors? Theo.
Anyway, you just said you'd want us to ditch the rate rise. What do you think we can do to minimise the rate rise?
There needs to be a lot more efficiencies from within. The example with the rivers, with most of that money that's rated from the rivers, like I said, has been spent within this building before it even hits the ground in the rivers. And it's, a lot of cases, I think it's not a case of not enough money for the rivers. It's a case of too much money not being spent properly. By the time it's sort of filtered through to actual work being done in the river, there's not a lot of it left. And the other, like there's inefficiencies within the thing. The consent review is a classic example. There's a lot of money being spent with a pretty not good outcome.
You finished? Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, so you were talking about planning stuff. Do you think we can do less planning and more doing, or like, is that what you feel anyway?
A lot of the planning on the rivers, by the time it actually reaches fruition, has changed sometimes 4 or 5 times. And every time it's changed, when work's in progress, that costs a lot of money when you've got gear constantly changing the job, because someone's actually had a look at it for the first time and then decided that that's not the optimum result. And this is happening time and time again. And also, a lot of it, they'll do a job, fix the problem, but the cause of it is only a very minor fix, but they'll leave the cause of it alone. So you're constantly going back to these problems, whereas if they spend a day with a bit of gear and wipe the pores out, you're back up to 100%.
Peter.
Daryl, you made a point pretty early on the submission regarding the rivers money being left in the building. To my understanding, and I'm part of a rating district, or was part of a rating district on the Ōpāwaho River, and the annual budgeting process with those people on the committee set out the things that the committee was going to spend its raters, targeted rated money on. Is it that process that you're concerned about, or is it the process that once you leave that meeting with that committee that things aren't there? What is it that leaves the money in the building?
It seems to be that there's a lot of money goes into planning that's done off Google Earth and off maps and off pieces of paper and drawing pictures on stuff. When if someone actually went down and had a look over these jobs with the contractor, with local landowners, that a lot of that could be negated. It could be thrashed out with boots on the ground, within a day, rather than going through a lot of planning within here. And like I said, drawing pictures on maps and Google Earth and everything else, only to change it numerous times since the inception of the job.
We'll take it on board. As Craig mentioned, that was part of your submission will be part of our discussion process, and that's the points you've made will be spoken about here, and we need to make sure that the things that we're doing, the money that we are taking from those ratepayers is spent in the best manner. And I would have some strong questions to ask for the chairman of the little rating group actually on that matter when the time comes.
Any other questions from councillors? No, thank you, Daryl. Thanks for your patience and the points you've made. Thank you. Okay, Ben, Angela, and Josh, is it? Welcome to the table. And thanks for coming from afar. Same with you, Daryl. Thanks for coming here from down south. And look forward to your submission. Got about 10 minutes. And then some questions. So. And looking forward to this one, the catchment collectives. So thank you. I got a presentation. All right, Katie's just going to find that.
Yeah. So good afternoon. We'll just get started while we're sorting. Talk.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So yeah, we appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to our submission. So my name's Ben Ensor, and I'm joined here today by Angela Kushney. I am the chair of the Hurunui District Land Care Group from up, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from Cheviot, and Angela is the coordinator for the Mid-Canterbury Catchment Collective. And we're really privileged today to be speaking on behalf of 9 catchment collectives from across the Canterbury region. And you'll see just coming up, so what we're going to have is a few slides rolling. One of them is a map which shows the areas that these catchment collectives currently cover. So just firstly, I'm just going to recap what we are, I guess what catchment collectives are, because they've come a long way since I guess it was a group of generally farmers based in the catchment looking after a waterway or doing work on it. These are some quite large organisations now, or can be called umbrella groups, and encompass a lot of smaller groups, and they are local people, I guess, coming together in their own patch to solve their own issues and to try and address what their issue is in their area. They're focused, they're long-term focused, they're outcome driven, which is a different way of doing things. The biggest thing about these groups is the trust that they have, and I guess it's they encompass the connections of rural communities. That's what binds them together. That's why people become part of them, and people are happy to share in that environment and and come together to do work. They're not just farming, not just farming groups. They encompass even, you know, in our small towns, schools, environmental groups such as Fish and Game, and all our local runangas are all also, to a greater or lesser extent, part of these groups as well. We connect because of the common values we have, and as I've touched on, the trust. These groups, because of their nature, are very nimble. They have over time evolved as the issues have evolved, and can move fast to address new issues. And I mean, you know, you look at what's happened with Huranui, what the reasons we were set up have announced, I guess, whether they're dealt with or not, they're not the most important issues now. So as time's gone on, we've moved on to what are the pressing issues for our communities. To steal a quote from a colleague in Southland, they're about tools, not about rules, getting things done, but it can definitely be a conduit between the council and landowners. So yeah, I guess we're bottom up again, not top down. It's the local people coming together to work out how they're going to deal with the issues in their patch. So where we come from in the last 10 years, these groups have grown massively in their coverage. Probably 10 years ago, there was Ellesmere Sustainable Ag and the beginnings of the Huranui District and Care Group. Now we're speaking on behalf of 9 groups, covering approximately 24,000 square kilometres in Canterbury, and encompassing probably thousands of landowners. So that movement's only going to grow. There's a couple of gaps on that map, and I would say, given what we've seen in the last couple of years, it's very likely that that map will be completely filled in the not too distant future. In terms of what we do, that will evolve as the issues evolve. I can't really sit here and tell you what they will be, but we know there will be issues, and we can deal with them as a group. What have we achieved? I mean, we can all probably point to projects that groups done. That's whether it's riparian management, planting, etc. But I think the biggest thing we've achieved is we've now got thousands of farmers, land managers, school kids, people from town, actively thinking about the environmental effect their business or their land use has. And they are slowly, sometimes in big leaps, sometimes incrementally, bit by bit, project by project, working on what they can do better, how they can have less of an effect on the environment, both on their own patch and collectively. And that's a really powerful thing. They're on a journey, and we want that journey to continue. So whether it starts with a farm plan, whether it starts with a woolshare meeting, learning what's special about their farm or their patch, what they can do in their management to improve that, that's the real power of what these groups do, because they connect right down to the grassroots, to those people. So I'm not here to argue that we don't have rules, because we do, but I would say that the real wins can be had when you've got a land manager, for example, 6 o'clock on a Saturday night, and if there's bad weather coming, the decisions that person makes about their management will have a massive impact on the environmental effect of that business. And rules can't actually influence that person at that point. So what he does, where he puts the stock, or how he manages that situation, is where the rubber hits the road in terms of a lot of our environmental outcomes. And our groups can connect with those people. So we're here, our submission is read, requesting some support, some funding to keep these groups going, or support these groups. We don't make that request lightly, because we understand acutely how difficult it is to find a dollar at the moment, being primarily rural businesses. Most of these groups, members pay a submission or a subscription already, so they are putting their own dollars into it. There is not every group that does that, but generally as they go on, that's what happens. So I would expect to see that to continue. And there's also obviously hours of in-kind I guess, support their own time, working fees, etc. as well. But there is actual money coming in as a subscription. So, I mean, we see there's an opportunity here for ECAN to help support these groups. I don't believe we should take I guess, the quite phenomenal growth that these groups have had in the last few years for granted. In some respects, that growth and that success is their biggest risk, because some of them have grown to be reasonably sizable, I guess, organisations, and that places more and more demands on the people who run them. And there's a relatively small number of people, chairs and committees, and the team that work and paid roles in those groups, the coordinators and the advisors involved. So we need to give our teams, the coordinators such as Angela, some security. We need to provide them with good jobs to keep them, or if that can't be provided, the risk is they move on and we lose the skills, we lose the connections, we lose that the trust that they've built up, and then that in turn puts the pressure back on the committees, the volunteers, and at this time that could be quite difficult for some of them. So I guess it's easy for me to say, but a small amount in supporting those, that admin, that keeping the lights on, can actually go a long, long way to keeping these groups going and growing and doing the work that they do. I mean, we put a figure in our submission, but to me it would be more important if ECAN is interested in supporting these groups, that we have a further conversation on how a funding model could look, how that fund could be used. Primarily, I would say it would go to the administration and supporting the people on the ground. That would be a starting point for myself. You will know that some of these groups have received some reasonably significant amounts of money from central government in the past 5 years, and there's a number of us from across the country currently talking with government about whether that will continue, and that's an unknown at the moment. So just how that funding looks going forward is something we're working on, but as it will be part of the conversation, obviously. So appreciate your time. I think Angela's got a few words in closing, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ben, and kia everybody. So I wanted to close by acknowledging the past, present and future generations that are represented in the conversations that we are having here today. The catchment I live in was built off community-led collaboration and an intergenerational vision for the future where locals worked together for a common purpose. Once upon a time, this vision was focused on roading and infrastructure, building schools, local halls, hospitals and parks. Today, the vision is centred around sustainability, protecting our land and water for future generations. I'll leave you with a comment from Juliette Gray, who's the chairperson of the Hakataramea Sustainability Collective. Our community is just about totally reliant on volunteers. St John, sporting clubs, fire, school, preschool, medical centre, etc. There needs to be some secured administration support for us as catchment groups, especially when so much is being asked of us these days. Our catchment community is more than happy to roll up their sleeves and get their hands dirty, get involved on the practical side, but we need support for resources and admin to ensure that we don't get volunteer fatigue and it all falls over.
Thanks, Ben and Angela. I've got Peter, John, Ian and Claire, but I'll go Peter first.
Hey, thank you, Ben, and thank you, Angela, for coming and doing this. So I've been through the whole gambit of this with catchment groups since about 2021 when I went to the Land and Water Conference in Wellington, and I forget the guy's name, but he's running from the river on a first catchment group. Dalrymple, that's right, Dalrymple, that was the name. And the first thing he said at the start of his, there'll be a question at the end of this, so we've done a array, but the first thing he said when he did this presentation is we do not need regional councils in this space. Okay? That has been repeated to me individually by people and even by councillors within this room. We need to stay out of the way. Now, I think we're at a watershed point with our relationship. But thank you very much for putting that on the table. Ben. I think that's an opportunity for us to have a conversation. And I was going to ask you straight up about the funding from MPI, whether that would continue to sustain what you're doing. And the other question I would want to ask you too is if there is some unstableness about that, then what do we need to do? Because we're regulators, right? That's our job. So what do you think? We think catchment groups are great, right? We think there's a huge opportunity for them. But at the moment, I don't think we're at the same table. That's a personal opinion. So,
funding of the central government, I think there is a reasonably good chance that there will be funding out of central government. How much that will be is I have got no idea, and it will be spread over the whole country, so it could be pretty thin. Yeah, obviously, well, as you'll know, they're looking to save every penny out there too. So then the second part was, should you be part of the catchment?
So the second part is this. I mean, the second part was about the regulator and the catchment group. So about communities and regulators and how do they get together, and you know, how is there a better understanding of, you know, because we don't make a lot of these rules. I mean, they get given to us by central government. So I mean, there must be a way that you see from your side of the table to moving forward.
Look, I think in some respects what Sid's correct. I mean, ECAN or a regulator will never be able to tell a catchment group what to do because it works the other way around. It works from the ground up. But it could be supported in terms of if ECAN as an organisation values the work they do and thinks that that's would like to see it continue to thrive, then some support will give it more surety. But in terms of, you know, giving direction to what catchment groups should do, that won't work.
I'll go to John. Yeah. Thank you for that, and I won't pretend this isn't a leading question, given my conversations with Angela and Josh and others, and my belief in catchment groups. So Peter's, I guess, begun the conversation, and for me, I guess that question that gets asked within this building, if we have catchment groups, how do we regulate it? For me, we set a framework that sets the regulation within it, and then from the bottom up, you give effect to the regulations, but the regulations aren't necessarily the big driver. It is actually the environmental outcomes that you get from that ownership and autonomy that sits within it. So some thoughts about how you set a framework and then achieve those outcomes, how you might be able to achieve that. And the second one, again, is if we provide funding for facilitators and the like, how do we get that assurance and, I guess, feedback that we know the money is being spent well? So it's another question I know I've asked of Angela and others. If that funding goes in, how, again, within that framework, do we know that we are spending the ratepayers' money and we're getting the benefit for it?
So in terms of accountability, it is quite a difficult one because we're obviously have been funded by MPI in the past, and we can sign off all sorts of milestones about achieving this and achieving that. But in terms of us giving them, being able to prove that the quality of the advice, etc., the quality is there, it is actually quite hard because a lot of it is, they're not tangible things you can go and look at. If you've got a farmer who's been given good advice and is a lot more confident and has got on and made some really good changes, it's quite hard to package that up in a nice milestone. It needs to be looking at what the group's doing, the programs it has in place, what it's trying to achieve, and there's some really good evidence around surveys. Not that we like surveys, but surveys and questionnaires about where farmers are at, the progress they've made, and then you can obviously look at projects. Planting physical works as well. So I think, in my mind, there are a number of ways you can measure, if you like, that it's what has been achieved. It's in terms of the some aspects, it is quite difficult. That's a given. Yeah.
Could I just quickly add to that? So in our catchment, and in particular the catchment where I live, which is the Lowlands, there's an example already of how it's happened in the past, and it's a Heinz Strains working party. So I think
whilst the recommendation was landed in 2016, if they were to emerge today, they would probably be called a catchment group. So, and that was funded jointly by ECAN. It was a very collaborative process. There was facilitators provided, so they were resourced. So the community did the mahi that they needed in their area, and then I think they had Leslie and Witt and other ones that came in and supported. So I don't think we have to think about regulation or catchment groups. I think what we're trying to find is a way forward where essentially what we're asking is, could you wiggle over and give us a wee bit of room, because we're coming in to help. And if we're seen as equally part of the solution as we are as part of the problem, I think you've got an untapped resource sitting out there ready to go, and we're asking ECAN to give us a chance because we're ready and willing.
Sure. I've got Ian next, and then Claire.
And thanks, and that was a very good reply. But we've been listening to submitters, and the submitters sort of got a common purpose with the catchment groups, people like the Bank Conservation Trust, Pest Banks, so there's a lot of organisations out there that are doing similar stuff to what you guys are doing. And Penny Carnaby reflected that their community led and agency supported, which is effectively what you're asking for here. I think it wants an agency support for your community-led projects. And I guess perhaps the two of you could reflect on some of the other benefits you could bring back to this regional council, because we set up rules and regulations mainly because we don't trust our communities to do the right stuff, and so we sort of set up rules to stop them doing the wrong stuff, and in doing so we might create hurdles. But could you? This is going to be a leading question, but my reflection on some of the things you found out with your groups, and I can't imagine it's different to you up in the Canterbury banners, but reflections from the success or otherwise of people trying to do stuff out in the field about things that get in their way, the impediments that get in their way, and sometimes there is rules and regulations. Sometimes it's consenting requirements, those sorts of things. Presumably your catchment groups will be better educated and better, as good as anybody to advise this council about where rules and regulations and consenting requirements are needed and where they're not needed. This is a question. I'm asking a question now. Yeah, it is a long question, and it is leading, but it is a question. You will be, you might be quite well advised, quite well educated in the position to advise this council, and that might be a function that you could perform going forward.
About the benefits, what's the extra benefits? That'd be good.
From my perspective, we welcome the opportunity. I think one of our greatest challenges at the moment is that we have a very engaged community via the catchment groups, but their voice isn't valued. So if we're out there on the ground and doing things and seeing challenges and seeing opportunities, but already minds are made up, decisions are made, and it's tokenism. So they do community engagement, but it's a tick box exercise. That will, in my mind, that will pretty quickly undermine why people are focusing their time and their energy and their commitment to it. Because if their voice truly isn't valued, and we're not seeing that, because we need to see it equally, we need to have face to face and feel like we've got a place at the table, then people will, they're busy. They'll retreat back in and they'll just go back to the way they were, and they'll do it the way they've always done it. So it's that valuing that community input.
Oh, sorry, wait, Gabby.
I think there's a number of ways that catchment groups and ECAN can work closer together. There's weekend report back or provide feedback on a lot of issues, from the things that we're doing to how we think this could perhaps run a bit smoother. So that's a conversation that has probably been missing. That's one we've discussed quite a lot that we think is valuable. So yeah, even Roger would agree with that.
Claire?
Through the chair. Thank you very much, Ben and Josh, for getting that solution. I mean, yeah, I think this is something that I see as extremely important piece of work, having catchment groups in the relationship with Environment Canterbury. And while we might have a framework, a regulatory framework, as you point out, Ben, it's needed there. But yeah, it's about getting the on the ground stuff. We will be deliberating dollars in 10 days or so, fortnight's time or thereabouts. I just want some clarity. Is the $1 million that you've got here, and you've just said well, it's just a figure, is that per annum, or is this a program? Because I think it's quite important that we go away today having some idea of what your request might look like to inform our deliberations.
So yeah, I mean, that was in there as a per annum figure. We're sort of seeing that, yeah, for ongoing support, but look, yeah, we can have more of a conversation around it's what support that could be there.
So just supplementary to that. So I mean, if we've got a finite envelope, then we could actually, or the catchment groups could actually say that they could provide A, B, C, and D, then we could actually reduce funds from somewhere else.
Just, oh, sorry, Angela, push your button again, sorry.
Yeah. If we look at the Mid-Canterbury Catchment Collects example, so Ashburton Water Zone Committee invested $30,000 in a coordinator. It took me out of a voluntary role, meant that I could focus, because I had my own business, I needed that to be sustainable, focus my time, get some momentum. We then applied to the Essential Freshwater Fund and unlocked $950,000 to invest in our district across a 3-year time frame. So there's that leveraging opportunity, and our landowners are talking, dollar for dollar, and is there some district council, so there's some startup projects, there's some keep the lights on projects could be funded separately. We've got philanthropic organisations and local businesses. So it could be seen as a really savvy investment if you wanted to look at it that way.
Greg, just a question of clarification. So the $1 million would come from targeted rating districts work programs?
Oh, look, yeah, we would just be looking for that to be, we're not asking for new money, so reallocate it from somewhere else. I mean, I know the zone committee, that process has been reviewed currently. I mean, there's quite a crossover in what catchment groups are doing and what zone committees did. So, yeah, that.
Thank you. Nick.
Most of my questions have been answered, but do any of your members up in your area pay a little membership per year to help towards maybe it's...
Absolutely, it's very common. So we are paying $300 a year for our membership. Most of the big groups have a membership fee. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but yes.
A couple of groups going to Mackenzie, and that's what we're thinking, $300 per year.
Yeah, it's what we started with. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all the questions we've got. Thanks. Oh, Grant, sorry, Grant. There you go, Grant.
Thanks, Craig. I think that Environment Canterbury is looking after the whole of Canterbury. You've got a map here showing your catchment bits. They almost replicate the district sort of zone committee type structure, which to my mind is too big a structure. But obviously, it's even in the Hurunui area, for example, you've probably got 20 or 30 sub-catchment groups within that. But what you're saying is that you're collectively kind of helping to organise those people and educate them and the rest of it. That's good to see. Angela mentioned the Hakatau sub-catchment, and we had a glimpse of that wide connection work that they had done in terms of the gathering of the data, multi-layered data. It was impressive. And it was basically, that's all it was. It was a data from a whole lot of different sources to help inform, I presume, the catchment group in terms of which areas they need to focus on, what are the problems, what are the issues, what are the opportunities. Is that I don't know what the next stage is for that, but is that providing everybody who are involved in that, are they really keen that it's a resource that they can actually use? It's scientific, they can go forward, mechanisms for monitoring, seeing how they've gone. Is that the aim of that?
So I'm familiar with that resource because the wire connection is working with the Jet catchment, which is a sub-catchment group of the Huranui district, which is my, I guess, we catchment. It depends. Look, that's relatively costly document to put together. So in some instances that could be really useful as education and building awareness. But in other areas, that money would be better spent doing other things. And I guess, again, that comes back to the flexibility and the beauty of the structure that we have is. So, yeah, really impressive, but it's not what every catchment needs.
I suppose, for me, in terms of landscape planning, for example, and the science that we have to do, you have to have science to say, this is the science of what you've got, this is the land typing, and all of those elements that make up the landscape and how land use is calculated. It provides, in my mind, the mechanism for the checking of, in the regulatory sense that we were talking about before. So the question is that you use that information to follow up the monitoring, which then becomes part of the regulatory process. So it's all transparent, accountable. Is that not what you think you could find that as useful?
Oh, for sure, that's absolutely useful. Yeah, it's I'm just saying that in some catchments, it's a really clear pathway forward of what needs to happen as a first step, and we don't need to spend the money on creating that big resource. We can actually just get on and get the low-hanging fruit, and that might come as the next step as to where you go from here. So, yeah, priorities.
Thank you. I just had a question about, I mean, I sort of see the dilemma for us around the zone committees and what you're proposing. And one question I had is, I know that Ellesmere Sustainable Agriculture has done quite a bit of work with Taumu Te Runanga, but how much work have you done with the Taumu Te Runanga with the catchment groups?
Also, I mean, I can only speak for the Huranui, and we have, so we've got both Ngāti Kuri from Kaikoura and Ngāti Hariri is in our takiwai. So we have made approaches and to both Runanga, and we've started a relationship with Ngāti Kuri. We haven't had much feedback from Te Hariri at this point in time, but it's one of our primary goals or primary, to build those relationships. So that will happen over time.
Yeah, from a mid-Canterbury catchment collective perspective, Aotearoa is our local runanga, and we're doing a lot of our engagement via AEC. And met with Ali last week. She was unwell, so meeting with her this week. They've come out and done cultural monitoring on different sites. So prior to Carl stepping back, we did some really good engagement. I think it's a capacity challenge that they're confronted with first and foremost, but we have significant amount of funding allocated to runanga relationship building and two willing parties. It's just trying to resource that.
Thank you so much. So thank you again, Angela, and sorry, it's been a long day. Ben, sorry, Ben. Thank you so much for your submission and the good conversation. Thank you. So we're having a little break, 10 minutes, about 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 5:15, and we'll be carrying on with, we've got the Ōrākei Foundation, Richard in the room. Yep, cool. Then we've got Bailey, you're there, Amanda, B, and then BL. Sorry, I don't know who that is. Yeah, I know. So 10 minutes, people, we'll be back.
Okay, let's resume the submission process. And we're now joined by Richard Spackman and again, Greg Anderson. Richard is the Chief Executive of the Ōrākei Foundation. Richard, you've got 10 minutes. So when you're ready, we'll start.
So once again, to the councillors and them earlier on, thanks very much for allowing us to submit to the council. We're submitting today on behalf of Ōrākei Foundation, which is a organisation down in South Canterbury. Richard's going to give us most of the background, but I'll just make a comment. I was in here earlier on with Federated Farmers asking you what's your costs, and now I'm back here asking you for money. So you're probably thinking this guy's a bit of a hypocrite. Yeah, no. So, but the thing is, and being a farmer, being a practical person, I see this as an investment in the future of South Canterbury, which as part of ECAN, and we've got 2 councillors here today. And I think there's a lot that can help, you know, your core jobs around the environment and around what's the word I'm looking for? With your it'll come to me, it doesn't matter. I think there's opportunity around catchment groups and all these people that are coming to you for funding for us to help fund that. So I'll just pass over to Richard, and thanks for giving us the time today.
Well, thanks, Greg. My name's Richard Spackman. It's my privilege to lead the Araki Foundation. I just want to ask you a show of hands before you read the submission. Who'd heard of the Araki Foundation? Well, that's fantastic. Who'd heard of community foundations in general? Good, right. So community foundations, there's 18 around the country. We're regionally based. So ECAN within your area has 3 community foundations: Christchurch Foundation, Advanced Ashburton Community Foundation, and the Araki Foundation. It's a bit of a saying in community foundation land: if you know one community foundation, you know one community foundation. We are all unique and different, even though we have the same purpose of looking after our community and supporting philanthropy. So I suppose with us, we're not a service provider. So we're not going to be planting trees. We're not going to be cleaning up waterways. That's not our task. We're here to fund people to do that. So we deliberately avoid getting involved in projects hands-on. We're here to build long-term funding streams for our community. So that's using an endowment model. It's a slow burn. It's a long graft to do it well, but it's about encouraging philanthropy to support causes that our community loves. So I guess we're that Environment Canterbury currently or has supported the Christchurch Foundation in growing the Green Philanthropy Fund, which we 100% support. It is a fantastic fund, and we're right behind it. I guess our concern really is that while we support that as a foundation, we know our donors won't. I'm born and bred in Australia, a Christchurch boy. Support the Crusaders and the Canterbury rugby team, one-eyed. But when I moved down to South Canterbury, I got a bit of a shock that half of them support the Highlanders. They are from Timaru. They are not Cantabrians. They are South Cantabrians, and there is a difference. So they will support where they live. They will give where they live, and I know they won't donate to a Canterbury-wide environmental fund. They will support a localised environmental fund, and that's what we are building down there. And we're building individual funds that suit our donors' needs. So I guess we're coming to Environment Canterbury saying we want to partner with you, we want support, we want to be able to have a relationship with your operational team. So when we talk to our donors about their environmental desires and what the Environment Canterbury are looking to do, we hopefully find a match and we get some win-win situations. So I'm not going to take up much more of your time. Hopefully we've got some good questions. I'll pass it over to the floor.
Okay, I've got one, and thanks for that. I mean, that is a statement. I think that's partially true about South Cantabrians, but they do not see themselves wholly Cantabrians. They see themselves as being a West Tweed set apart. But my point then, the point that I want to ask you to clarify is: do you see yourselves as being an aider in distributing funds for environmental projects?
Yeah, so we're donor led. So our donors decide when they give us funds and give us capital, they decide where their intentions are. We do get a lot of requests or a lot of donors who specifically already have who want to give to the environment. So we build those funds for them and we take the income off that and we'll give to the projects that either they've nominated or to give to the right causes. While I say we're donor led, we are working around being a lot more donor advised. So the more information knowledge we have around what projects in South Canterbury and the environmental space are important, the better we can advise our donors to direct their philanthropic gifts towards that.
And I'll get you, Greg. But the second question is, because I was at one point a director of the Christchurch Foundation, and that look to leverage funds from this organisation for philanthropy. Is there an opportunity? Do you think that's an opportunity that you have?
Yeah, we can definitely do that, and I guess how that's done. So there's two ways. There's either supporting us as an organisation operationally to go out and find more donors and make more connections. The other way is to take funds and use that to then make grants and encourage gifts by action. So if they see grants happening in the community, you might encourage more donors. Personally, I think the environment in Canterbury would be quite good at giving out money in the environmental space, and I don't want to improve the craft to give you that. So I think for us, we'd rather look for more donors and find more philanthropic gifts from individuals. That's our focus.
Can I just add to that? So when I spoke earlier on, I just see a great, we've got a goal, one of our strategies to have $30 million in funds in our foundation by 2030, which means we'll be giving out $1 million to the South Canterbury community. So imagine if the catchment groups in South Canterbury, or if the Conservation Volunteers New Zealand moved down to South Canterbury, the guys that spoke before me earlier on, if they're coming to us and saying, and they can apply for $50,000 to help run those things, that takes a hell of a burden off you guys in your long-term plan, funding rates out of ratepayers. I just think it's a win-win for everyone.
I don't want to take away the seriousness of this, but I do have a point of clarification. Does anyone in South Canterbury follow rugby league?
There's plenty. Otherwise,
and follow Thistle too. Yeah. So more questions about this issue for South Canterbury? 40% of Canterbury down there. I'm trying to help. Yeah, clear.
Yeah, well, just a question of clarity. I've just been clicking through because I knew I'd read it. The 10,000, the request, the 10,000 contribution, well, from as low as 10,000, I think you're reading here, is building on Peter's question, is about growing the philanthropic funds, not about your organisational operational costs. Is that correct?
So that money would be for operational costs. So we use that. So in terms of our funding, we get about a third of our funding from our endowment funds we have under management, so from admin fee. The other 2/3 come from support. That support comes from councils and from a lot of our commercial partners who fund us to grow philanthropy. So the best use of our money right now is if we can take $1 that might be for one of our staff members like Kirsty to go and find new donors, that turns into $10, $100, $1,000 in the future.
So, thank you for this. There's been conversations, I guess, around Christchurch, the foundation, and the challenge of that philanthropic money, and the inability at the moment to source those philanthropic funds to build the expectation that was probably there for against the Green Fund and the stuff that we've been doing. How successful are you guys in finding that kind of philanthropic money? And are you finding it a challenge? Are you treading water, or where does your aspiration lie?
So I started 2 years ago. We had $3 million invested for our community that had been grown over 13 years. We now have close to $5 million. So I think actually over the last 2 years, we've grown significantly. One of those is a large environmental gift in the Mackenzie area that's looking after the Mackenzie Basin. I think there's real possibility out there. There's a huge intergenerational wealth transfer happening right now. There is people riding wolves today, and that money might be given in the next 5 or 10 years, and it's significant sums of money. They don't have children. They're looking for a vehicle to give. Fraser Ross, our environmental donor, he's got no kids, owns a few properties in town. He loves the environment. He's got some bits of native bush that he really cares about, and he wants that money to work hard for him and trusts us as an independent and non-political agent to be able to fulfill his ambition. So I think it's about having the right conversations. With all due respect to the Christchurch Foundation, they took a different tact than what we're doing. We're probably more the old-fashioned graft down in South Canterbury, talking, having lots of cups of teas with people over the age of 70, talking to them about what they want to leave behind in their legacy. And yeah, it's hard work, but it's paying off, and it's certainly turned the corner.
And I'll just,
Oh, sorry, Greg, Joe.
I'll just add to that. So the beauty of as Richardson have grown significantly in the last 2 years, and to be honest, earlier on, the foundation probably stagnated, and as the trustees we've got on board now, all volunteers, we've decided to really try and drive it. We've employed 2 outstanding people out in the field, and we've got an office administrator, so it's a lean, mean organisation. Richard, who's our CEO, and Kirsty Bennett, who goes out and liaises with our donors and community support. They're working, outstandingly for our organisation, and that's all driven. And as we get more successful, 3 people aren't going to be able to do it, so we're going to have to look at employing more people. But as we get more successful, our income off investments will help drive it. So it's a chicken and egg thing. We need support.
Okay, thank you. Look, we're out of time. Thank you very much. Richard, a long way to come for 10 minutes, but thank you. I think you've given us enough ideas to move forward in our discussion once we do our deliberations. So thank you, Greg, for hanging on.
Thanks very much, guys.
I've been given a couple of messages here. We need to get out of here on time. What? Bailey, what'd you say? Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about that outside here. So welcome, Bailey. I've had a bit to do with Bailey over the last wee while. Good to see you brought the camera in for Nook. He's got for you there. No, don't give it to him. So again, guys, welcome. Bailey, you've got 10 minutes as others, so look forward to your presentation and some explanation around the work you do. So when you're ready.
Kia ora koutou, mihi ana kia koutou katoa, ko Bailey Perryman toku ingoa. Sitting here with Manuandui Parata and brother Ollie Perryman, and today presenting on behalf of Ko Mahi Ko Ora. Yeah, so I'm just going to rip into this. Ko Mahi Ko Ora is Papa, I guess, sits within these 2 entities on the screen here, Te Pāo Rākai Autu and Nōku Te Ao. Pāo Rākai Autu, just very quickly, this designated character Kura a iwi, mandated by supported under the Koroai Te Apu o Ngāti Peke. It was established in 2015, 220 kids. It's a pā wānanga, a learning village rather than a kura. And yeah, it has support of the Hapu and the Ministry of Education, and Manuandui and I are working on a team engaging the Ministry around further investment into Te to establish a full-scale pā wānanga up to 700 tamariki across 2 sites. And this is all done, the parent entity of Te Pā's Nōku Te Ao, so established in 2001 by a Kapahaka group, which has further history to it, but I'll focus in here today on Nōku Te Ao. Runs 2 early childhood centres, over 75 tamariki enrolled across 2 sites. One of these sites is co-located with Te Pā. Also runs final order wellbeing programs, and yeah, it's a parent entity for the mahi that we do. So sticking along,
what Kumahiko Order does is build marakai and restore soil health as a foundation for kaimotaki or food sovereignty for the Te community. We do all of this work includes the tamariki and the whānau of Te and works in with the wider community as well. We're a project team. I've been on the digger most of the day. Ollie's been teaching all day. Manua and I sat in the car park and do calls in the Ministry of Education. Yeah, so like I said before, the Ministry is behind the plan and we'll be putting some more resources in. We have 2 sites at the moment. In the east of Christchurch, there's in the red zone, we have what we know as Te Oraka. It's roughly 9 hectares, and at the former Linwood Intermediate. Soon to be a 3rd site on Te Pātaka or Rakaiotu Banks Peninsula as well. And yeah, the mission there is just grow as much food as possible and restore the health of the whenua at the same time. And of course, with the educational focus, we're training generations of future kaitaki. This kind of mahi, the marakai, has been built into Te Pā from day one in its beginnings. It's always been a part of Nōpū Te Ao as well, so it's nothing new. Obviously, there's nothing new within Ngāi Tauranga as well. It's working well for Te Pā, and so we're continuing to grow it bigger. We've been going in the red zone. Skip to the next slide. Going in the red zone at Te Oraka for coming up 4 years, and just in that time we've been able to build our capacity even further. Say when we started, as we were honing in on the composting mahi, we were doing about 40 kilograms a day was coming out of the wharekai after feeding 300 kids and staff at Te Pā. And now we have the ability to do 4 tonnes in a day, commercial organics, plus a whole lot of green waste too. We've talked about that, Peter. And obviously the marakai is growing as a result. The kids on the screen there, these are year 1s and 2s. They can plant hundreds of seedlings in half an hour. That's the genius of this guy as well. So scale. We've proven the method for the way we can divert organics from landfill to achieve land remediation is, of course, the educational and cultural outcomes, and the soil field focus on the soil. The next 5 years, we'd really like to scale this and start to look at landscape scale impact. And in the longer term, if we invest in this now, we can start to look in the longer term to some of the challenges we're going to face around sea level rise and coastal adaptation, managed retreat, etc. And there's a whole lot of remediation work that's going to be required under that. So yeah, we've proven a concept, and this kumara is not from Pack and Save. This is from the mare at Te Pā. It was harvested yesterday. I'm not seeing all its sweetness, but it is, like we said, we've followed the same process: build compost, build soil, grow food, and we'd like to do a lot more of that. Community grants can tie us over in the short term, but where we want to take this, we need to level up. And so yeah, we're here to ask you to support around that. Any new funding that we can attract, to put into more testing and really honing in on the science, machinery, and some wage for coordination, and further extending the model out. We'd start that with marae and kura as well. And yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that for now, and invite questions.
Thanks, Bailey. You're the only one that's put it. If it is a gift, I'm not sure if it's a gift.
It definitely is a koha and a proof.
Yeah, thank you. Questions, please, from councillors? Grant.
I had a wee bit of difficulty trying to understand what you were after. It's you put an investment proposal to us. Is that what that is, or are you simply seeking some grant funding?
I'm not sure which way it looks, but it's ideally more than funding. Working in partnership with staff would be great. With you all would be great. So a partnership proposal with some funding attached to it. Yeah.
Just wait. So your primary purpose is to provide a soil remediation process that presumably Environment Canterbury would use.
As a soil remediation process, but I guess as a kaupapa Māori entity, what we're doing is so much more than that. It involves it's so holistic. It involves education. As a condition of restoring soil, it involves planting at some point. It involves intergenerational development and raising the next generation of kaitiaki for an area. It involves a long-term commitment to a place as well, which actually has potentially no end in sight. But yes, in amongst all of that, there is a proven concept of soil remediation, which is actually, for the most part, funded by so far micro enterprise, and hasn't actually had a very big ask on ratepayer or funders to date, and could continue in that model. I think to scale up a little bit, it needs some injection. That answer.
Kia ora. Mihi atu mananui, and also to you, Dave, and your brother. I mean, your whakapapa around cultivating all that sort of, you know, exceeds everything, particularly and underpins what you're talking about. Yes, yesterday we actually had a presentation from a company that was actually Thorpe, which was doing kind of remediation of you know, soils and all of that. And there's a lot of interest here, but unfortunately you're here on the gravy, on not the gravy train, but you're here actually on the right almost at the end. So just to ask the question, is that it is about soil remediation, but there's not more about that. There's more about that, though, isn't it? There's more involved. It's actually about. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the question. Is this about like a? It's partnership with mana whenua. It's actually bringing in mātauraka Māori, you know, into you know, this sort of whole system of trying to remediate soil and all that, and that there is the fruits of it, the sweet from it. So just so that my colleagues here understand, so just your value proposition here is that you're wanting ECAN to actually support you financially into those kind of next steps. Is that right?
Right, 100%. It's
Okay, we've got Yane. Is that you, Yane, with your hand up?
Hi, tēnei. Nei te mea atu, kia koutou, i ara mai tēnei rā i tono kia mātou, anō reira tēnā koutou. Mihi atu kia koutou mai te whenua moimoi tēnei wā, anō reira tēnā koutou. Just carrying on from Councillor Korako there, and you know, as you said, we had some soil presentations yesterday, but and we heard that you need some putia, some finance from us. But in a sense, could we take what you're doing, and then, because we have a lot of degraded land in Canterbury, and take it further to what the kind of the mahi that you are doing, and broaden it to other areas? If we could look at soil restoration and helping out in other areas to.
And every site's different, but there's a kernel in what we're doing, which is possibly universal. But yeah, every area has its unique ecological character and history. So to the extent that it's responsive to that, yeah. I think we're even touching on something, especially with our micro-enterprise commercial aspect. We could actually end up paying you a dividend. So in a way, you become a stakeholder in what we do. It's completely flipping the lid. We just need a couple of bits of kit, which we already have, but they're like we're using a tractor from the 70s. We're hiring a digger, but we break even on the mahi. But we just need some solid gear that doesn't break down every few weeks, and then we will actually go past breaking even. We'll actually have something to share back eventually. That's what we're growing here or investing.
Oh, great answer. Thanks, Jane, all the way from Sydney.
Good
to see you. So we've got Vicky, and then we've got Greg, and then we're going to finish then. Sorry.
Cool, thank you. Where you've got the sort of food growing component, so generating compost in a nice circular system here. I'm thinking particularly where you're looking at the Avon or Pastoral corridor, where there's close to potential sources of wasteland market. Are you engaged at all in the discussion around food strategy? I know there's been discussion around national food strategy, but more locally than that, because there's some resilience pieces and so it's an important conversation. I'm just wondering, where does this fit in, and does that give you access to funds as well? Be that sort of agriculture?
Short answer, about 10 or so years ago, established part of the food resilience network in Canterbury. So founding part of that, represented the Soil and Health Association in the past as well. So fully embedded in those networks. A step in a different direction with doing this and with the Kaupapa Māori focus is, with all due respect to the resilience work, more extensive, more interconnected, and as a kaupapa, so to access funding and national food strategy, it's a huge conversation, and
I just say in support of what you're trying to do. You just really need to start getting some momentum on. That's what I mean. I've talked to you for a couple of years now, Bailey, about this. So thank you for that. And I think it's a good question, and we can put you in touch. We need another conversation, actually. The last one, Greg.
Yeah, very simple. 2 questions. Your recycling of organics to composting, your proof of concept is farther down the track, so you've now got the ability to scale up to almost city side.
That's a whole nother can of worms, but I'd just say if you put $18.7 million currently targeted for an organics processing plant into the sort of work that we do, then I dare say we could achieve citywide scale. That's a huge undertaking. We need a bit more of a runway, but I think there's an opportunity going bigging there, and that's something I've flagged with that.
Kilda, so yes, and I would. I've just one more question of clarification. I understand too you're involved with the establishment and nurturing of Ngāhere. Is that
yeah, that's fundamental. Where we're headed is a succession from degraded soils that are producing mostly invasive weeds or supporting most invasive weeds to a soil ecology and a soil state that's supporting old growth forests, and that's the intergenerational component. Yeah.
Well, Chris, there, well done. Yeah, no, thank you. Look, I think we'll leave those in Councillor Karakia in charge of those kumara. And you, no, you're not taking them all. Right? Thank you, guys. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, and you can come back. Maybe we should do this in the spring when this. Yeah. Hey, welcome, Amanda. So Amanda is here representing ECAN Youth Rugby, and you're co-chair, Amanda. Is that right?
Yes, kia ora koutou. For Amanda Communities Kunua, I am the co-chair alongside the always wonderful Jolly Sarginson, who could not be here today. She's our co-chair mana whenua. Cool. Kia ora, wonderful to see your faces once again. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I'm just going to run through very briefly the points of our submission. I just will start off very quickly by saying the ECAN Youth Rugby is here on behalf of youth and not with a given political agenda. You know, it's the world. People definitely have opinions, but we are here for young people. Just starting off with the first main section of the long-term plan, the Environmental Regulation and Protection Plan. The Youth Rugby supports option 2, which is, to the best of my knowledge, the council's preferred option currently. We massively value biodiversity. And Canterbury is a massive region, as you are more than aware. I think we believe that it's very important as young people that continuing to develop the biodiversity of Canterbury means a lot of good things for just all future generations and current ones as well. We support the targeted rate proposed for Christchurch biodiversity, looking sort of at the average cost of a house, assuming that's how rates are calculated and whatnot. It's not the world's biggest cost. Things are expensive at the moment. We are all feeling the impacts, even as some of us who may not be ratepayers. But it's an incredibly important kaupapa to us. And so we really support that. The second part of the long-term plan was the community preparation and response to hazards. We chose to support option 1. It is no secret that climate change is here. It is no secret that we are already seeing the impacts of massive weather events. Anecdotally, we know that kids are sent home from school during heavy rain warnings. For me, I attend Papanui High School. If they are Waimakariri based, kids are sent home. I know that my friends at Kashmir, if they live over in Banks Peninsula, they are sent home often. Again, more recently on the opposite end of the spectrum from cold, wet rain, the Port Hills fire recently was, to put it mildly, bad. We understand that this is more money and it means a bigger ask from ratepayers, but for us, it is one of the most important pieces of the long-term plan. Several of our members are based far further south than Christchurch or further north, and areas like that, especially further south, get cut off in these massive weather events, and it is incredibly important that we are able to support them through that. The third section of the long-term plan focused on public transport. This is a massive pillar of the EYR's kaupapa. We set up a public transport youth reference group earlier this year, which aims to gauge engagement from young people around public transport. We support the council's preferred option, which is option 1. we have only, again, anecdotally, but we have only seen growth since COVID, and especially since the flat fares have been introduced. It's my understanding that the flat fare trial runs out in June of next year, but we would urge the council to continue to fund this. Public transport is, again, it's a pillar of you know, a cleaner, greener future, and it's a massive resource for all people, younger, older, somewhere in between. And then just very briefly, the engagement and significance and Māori participation policy. We had a wee lookie just for fun, because this is something that we're passionate about. Engagement with mana whenua, but Ngāi Tahu especially, is something that we believe should continue to be pushed, and we will continue to encourage the council to pursue. We have 2 co-chairs, so myself and then our mana whenua co-chair Jolie. It's co-governance, I think, is something that the youth group believe that we should continue to strive for. Additionally, engagement is especially important with young people. We find that the perception of ECAN is either nothing or not necessarily the most positive, and we think that continuing to engage is the way to tackle this. It's unfortunate that in our opinion, that the perception of ECAN is not particularly positive at times, because we see and recognise a lot of the great work that you guys are doing. And we, again, just want to encourage that further rural engagement with the picker path. With the picker path engagement last year with ECAN, we noted that a lot of those were held in specific areas, and we just thought that was fabulous. So overall, we massively support the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amanda. Questions from councillors. We've got a couple of minutes for questions if you've got questions. I think you've been very eloquent in your submission for a young woman. So well done to you.
Yeah, I'll just do an observation if there's no question. Is kia ora to you, because as our chair has just said, it was well articulated, and you're definitely the karanga or the karaka for the rakatau. So thank you. We really do appreciate that, and particularly so eloquently it's been delivered as well. But myself as a appointed Māori councillor, appreciate the engagement, significance and Māori participation policy. That there is the future. You are the future, and that is actually really important about mana whenua and tangata Kariki. Kia ora.
Hey, yeah, a good submission. It was nice to sort of read that from a youth perspective. One thing I was surprised about, though, is that you chose option 2, which was obviously the council preferred option for the environmental regulation of protection part. And you said that that was because it didn't have the targeted rate for biodiversity. Is that what I heard properly, or?
It was my understanding that the targeted rate for biodiversity was separate to the options that were listed by council. We wrote in support of the targeted rate for biodiversity within Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, but we thought that the way that the consultation document seemed to set out option 2 was that the big difference would be the allocation of grant money and how much grant money there was to be allocated. And it seemed to be, the way that we read it was, should we increase this or should we maintain it? And I think in the back of our minds, writing in support of other more costly options, our thought process was it is better to maintain and have people be able to afford to a point. So, yeah.
All right, Amanda, I'm going to release you from. Sorry, I'm going to release you from this. You've done very well speaking about notes. And can you pass our thanks on to the youth rugby and your co-chair for this submission. So thank you. So we're at the bottom of the hill, Ben. It's your turn now. Last submission of the day. If you'd like to come forward. It's on page 416. So Ben, it's 10 minutes, Ben. It's 10 minutes, and then we'll do questions and see where you get to. So when you're ready to go, go.
Thank you, Peter. Hello to you all. Please forgive me. I have a dreadful fear of public speaking. I'd rather be doing anything than this, but I feel a real drive to make sure this message is heard. ECAN has 3 core services: environmental regulation and protection, community preparedness, and response to hazards and public transport. This is great. It means I'm in the right place, but I think there is a big problem, a big gap. I see you adapted a climate plan in May 2021 to reduce ECAN's emissions. Great. But the central government is now hands off the climate. The City Council can't seem to do it, and it is your mandate to look after the environment, which includes the air, but you don't. So who looks after the atmosphere, the sky? Kind of looks like nobody. I was in this room in 2019 as 2 climate groups, Extinction Rebellion and Student Strike for Climate, both spoke, and then ECAN and the Christchurch City Council both declared a climate emergency. I was very grateful at that time and happy. The battle seemed half over, but it seems we're back. Why? Our second demand was to try to reduce emissions to 0 by 2025. How very fanciful. In fact, by 2025, we will have reduced our emissions by 0%. That is why I'm here. There is no cliche that if you don't have a plan, then you plan to fail. Your goal is, the City Council's goal is a 50% reduction by 2030. But where is the plan? Do you guys have a plan together with the City Council or the central government? There should be steps, incentives, penalties, consequences. Where is the plan? I believe ECAN and City Council have to work together to do this, but let's start with the basics. You, dear people, are our leaders. You want to be here. You worked hard to be elected. So here we are, and where are we? We are now at the start of the climate crisis. It has not come here yet, not really. It touched down on the North Island with the Auckland floods and Cyclone Gabrielle, and the West Coast is starting to feel it, but not us, not really, not yet. Massive floods overseas threaten, this is just in the last month. Headlines, number 1, massive floods threaten tens of millions as intense rains batter southern China. Number 2, top science report says the world is teetering on 5 key thresholds: collapse of the Greenland ice sheet, widespread permafrost thawing, widespread deaths of the warm coral reefs, and the collapse of an important oceanic current in the northern hemisphere. Number 3, the EU Secretary said we only have 2 years now to stop serious climate change. This must be done by the G20 nations, of which we are not included, but who cares? This is not an excuse. We still make emissions, country size is irrelevant. Number 4, the deforestation of the Amazon is slowing, but still continues in Colombia and Brazil. We should no longer talk of the Amazon as the lungs of the world, but perhaps just a lung. And most importantly, recently, the Student Strike for Climate came to the City Council building and refused to leave till they met our mayor. Did the police wear eye goggles, implying pepper spraying was an option? They risked arrest and trespass and worse. Why would they risk this? The canary in the coal mine is dead. We do not evacuate the coal mine. Why? Because we're still in denial. The size of what is happening is huge, but it is also beside the even more massive task of what we have to do to stop this getting worse. It is all unthinkable. For a lot of people, it is still unthinkable. Why? Because it's scary, really damn scary, and a lot of people will never come to grips with this, ever. The problem is not in the climate is caused by physics, chemistry, and various gases. There is nothing innately good or bad there. The problem is here in our hearts, and we know this, we always did. It is time for a change. We cannot hide behind being focused on other things like the economy, a stadium, offsets, or a hydrogen car. You need to face this head on, you need to own it. You also need a plan, a tougher plan, and it will not be popular. People will rant and rave, but later, when all this gets clearer, they will understand and they will forgive you and they will respect you for your tough decisions. If you really crush this, future generations will honour you and love you, and there will be statues. That is why I'm here. That is why you are here, to take the lead, to be liked, to be respected, and not to hide. I have some ideas that I would like to share to you. Please ask me at my question time. These involve buses and bikes, but there is no hardship in buses and bikes. But let me tell you about hardship and tragedy. Hardship is when your daughter, called Ivy Collins, the 2-year-old that was ripped from her mother's arms when a torrent of water poured out of the Esk River during Cyclone Gabrielle. Losing a child like that is real hardship and tragedy. But tragedy is behind us, but it is also in front of us. Now, the voting public now believe, according to the City Council's own polling, that climate change is the biggest challenge facing us, yet Canterbury has zero reduction in emissions. There was a brief blip with COVID, but that is all. This means for the young people, there are now 2 emergencies. The climate emergency, which gets bigger, but our own leaders and most of the adults do nothing, which is worse. It tells them that the problem is there, but they are not either not worth saving, or the problem is unsolvable, or that it is not a problem at all. Is this really that hard? It is not rocket science or Rubik's Cube or university calculus, yet it seems unsolvable. Because we need more leaders and we need a better plan, and they all need to be tough. Not sort of tough, I mean real tough, superhero tough, and not just superheroes, definitely superheroines too. So you chose to be here. You may not have bargained for the climate crisis, but the chips have fallen in this way. You may not want this to be your legacy, but sorry, it very well could be. You all know the climate crisis is possibly the most serious threat to our civilization and our children and nature, yet we have no drop in emissions. Do we need more hydrogen cars, lithium batteries, yogurt-powered super trains? Possibly, probably not. What we really need is a plan, and we need you. If you really get this right, they will name stuff after you, like streets and mountains, or even their children. And in the future, there will be children, which would be great. And maybe in 50 years, there'll be a lot of kids called Peter. So you now have your chance to show your own children that it was not hopeless, that you didn't try and fail, but that you succeeded. This is not the end or the middle. This is the beginning. Please play your part well, and because the worst is coming, which is why we need the best from you now. I'm not exaggerating, but I do wish you all the best of luck.
Hey, thank you, Ben, on your the Peter thing might not ever come off. I don't think look forward to it. So we've got a few questions here. So we've got first start off. We've got Greg and Genevieve and Vicky.
Can I just say, for someone who has a loathing of public speaking, that was brilliantly done, and it certainly the message was strong. I do have a question. My question is, do you see any point of calling a climate emergency if you don't act with urgency? Thank you.
It kind of stole my thunder, actually. You had me as soon as you open your mouth. You're very, very, very good at speaking, and I think you need to write, if you don't already, poetry perhaps. And I'm not being funny here. I'm being serious. I vaguely remember that actually, and but yes, everything you're saying is very poignant, honest, raw, often brutal, but I'm really pleased that you actually finished today. Yeah, thank you very much. I've got no question as such, but
yeah, I have a question. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your passion and totally hear you. You said you had some ideas about bikes and buses, so I'd like to hear that.
Try the one on your right. Okay. I had more ideas for the City Council, but the one for me mostly is if you're in charge of the buses and you can deliver the buses, shouldn't there be no cars in the car park? That's a rhetorical question. The other one is I think our leaders need to reveal their joy for biking. And to do this, you could fold into Biketober. And if you could beg, borrow or hire an electric bike and join with them, possibly with the City Council as well, and the media, and ask everybody you know to make a big thing of it and to show that, you know, it's fun, it's easy. Oh, are you sure? Yeah, anything goes. Yeah.
Got it, Ben. Just wondering if you know that we've got our own climate action plan we're doing at the moment in Canterbury, and we're also working with all the district councils in the region on a climate action plan as well. Are you aware of it? Okay,
well, that's what we are doing. So it's good for you to know that. So maybe keep us honest to that and keep us looking at that, because that is happening right now with all the districts, and we're doing our own one. So I don't know when we're reporting on that next, but it's in the current process.
It's interesting that you come in here as our last submitter on our second day and ask the biggest question. There's no money attached to it. So, I mean, we've got a lot of time to think about this before we come back tomorrow. This is the next one, Ben. So thank you for that. And it was pretty interesting how you put that together. And I think you've done well. If you said that you don't like doing this, but you did it really well. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, we'll fold this into our deliberations in terms of actually putting some more effort in. So thank you. So we're at now at the end of our day. So the next council meeting hearing is on this plan is tomorrow on the 1st of May, and it starts at
9:30.
And it starts at 9:30 tomorrow. Remember that we have a meeting in the morning, a briefing in the morning. So don't miss the briefing, because the briefing is pretty important for our next council meeting. 8:30. So thanks, Ben. All right. So you now we'll suspend. No, we've stopped proceedings, and I now declare the meeting closed at 6:06. Thank you, councillors.